Hey there, I'm Eternal. I'm an object show fan who's on a journey to know everything about object shows. Let's play Object Catchup. Hello and welcome to Object Catchup, the series where we discuss object show episodes right after watching them. Whether they're new or old, famous or unknown, it doesn't matter. We will get to it all. Now, before we actually get to the topic of today's video, I would like to make a little bit of an announcement about requests, alright? Because requests have been always very random. I've always been like, yo, you can request to me somewhere and I'll take a look at it. I've decided to change that, alright? And the only way from now on that I will take a request as a valid request is through a YouTube comment. Alright? If you comment on one of my videos asking me to watch a show, that counts as a request and I can input it because it's just way more organized to me. YouTube comments, they're all in a big list. I can look through them. I can do that stuff, right? Whereas when some people reach out to me personally through like Discord and stuff, right? For requests, it doesn't work because I end up like it's unorganized, right? So the YouTube comments is easy. It's organized automatically. I don't need to do that, all right? So the only way that I'll accept a request is if you comment it on a video. However, and listen to me here, if you have commented before with a request, you do not need to do it again. Alright, if you comment the same request multiple times, that does not get you a higher chance of getting it seen immediately. That makes you look annoying. Alright, okay. You comment it one time and you just believe, trust me, I'll have it logged. You can check in the monthly backlogs that it should be in the request tab of it. I post it on the community tab, right? And you'll be able to see it. If it goes a couple of months, okay, I don't mind. However, don't just every video, alright? Be civil out here, okay? Alright, let's get that clear. And also, as an additional bonus, if you are a previously covered creator, by the way, requesting your episode doesn't count because, like, I already know, right? It's already in a different system. The request system does not apply to previously covered creators. So if you release a new episode of a series I've watched, it's there already by default. I don't need to know it exists because, again, I check, right? So you don't need to request that. Requests are entirely for new series that I've not watched. Alright, so basically that's the TLDR, right, of how the request is going to work. It's only YouTube comments, alright, but you can comment on it to request a thing, but no more than one time, okay, for at least a reason, for at least a couple of months, you only comment the one request. I mean, like, you can request multiple things, I guess, but, like, don't just request the same thing 20 times, okay, alright. I hope we got that out of the way. I needed to point that out. The topic for today is the oldest request on record from about 4 or 5 months ago. It is AUSA, which I'm not exactly sure how you're supposed to say. The natural way to say it, I think, is AUSA, so we're going to call it AUSA for now. But AUSA is, I believe, is a currently cancelled series from LunarNobee, which was not cancelled by the time it got requested, but has since been cancelled, alright? So what we're seeing here is AUSA Legacy, as it's, I guess, been renamed, and I don't really know what's coming out here. It's got 8 episodes, but they're 8 hell of an episodes. They're all very long. So this will be an omega long episode, I guess, to concentrate. We'll also take a look at something after AUSA just to kind of bolster up the video a little bit more, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. There's not much else here to really say. I've not got many expectations for AUSA itself, but we're starting off with the first episode, released in 2023, in fact, which is entitled A Fish. So, here we go. Let's find out what AUSA is all about. Alright, I have just watched episode 1 of AUSA, which we don't find out what it stands for in the episode, so for now we'll treat it as just the word AUSA, alright? I'm gonna take this moment to quickly reset. I said a little bit in the intro, but since this is like the timestamp, I'll just, of course, point this out. Is that yes, I am taking a look at a show that is cancelled in Object Catchup. That does not matter. I take a look at any show regardless of its cancellation or not. Check out the last episode where I took a look at Object Madness, a show that was cancelled 4 years ago. So that does not matter. But I guess it does. It will of course change the mild perspective, right? Look at it as it's more. It ends up more of a look at what was rather than a look at what is, right? But just as a little bit of a reflection, especially considering the request for this show is pre-cancellation. But we will not mention that. We'll have probably a bigger chat about that as a whole, probably around episode 8, which is in like 4 years, so we'll talk about that in due time. Anyways, we begin AUSA, and of course, I mean, the immediate thing that gets noticed by me is the fact that there's no voice acting. It's one of those. Now this is fine. However, they're rare in the catch-up ecosystem. This type of show is quite rare. So I always need to rewire them, right? Because I mean last time I took a look at these, no, it was like multiple months ago. It was like the one from Miles, which like Terrible Battle Again or whatever it's called, right? So like I need to rewire them a little bit, but it goes by pretty easily, especially this one, which I would say is pretty clean. I didn't have any problem actually reading it. I thought it was quite nice. It does the thing which I personally enjoy, of placing the text near the character. So by reading the text, you're also naturally seeing what the character is doing, which is not always what people do. Sometimes people put text always at the top. And it also just gives you plenty of time to read, which does slow down the episode for sure. Like, yeah, but it does also make a relatively chill experience. And that's, I think, the best way to describe this first episode is very, very chill, right? It's a very, very chill episode. The amount of stakes they're not too high, and it takes itself pretty slowly, even from a writing point of view, right? Which is interesting, and I do feel like that's also something that these type of shows have a little bit in common, right? I do feel like these types of it doesn't count to say slideshow-esque, because like you know what I mean, right? Like I don't mean slide, yeah. They do tend to be a little bit slower because they have I guess more. It's slower by default, so you might as well lean into it, and it'll feel more natural, so it does. But we begin here with Flashlight and Leaf, who have nothing to do. So I was thinking, we have nothing to do. So what if we do? So then they proceed to go over and fetch somebody. Anyways, they proceed to fetch Mouse, who was watching a television. We turn off the television with the remote that for some reason Flashlight owns, and then Mouse proceeds to be like, okay, all right, let's hang out. And then Mouse goes like, okay, but we're gonna do what when we hang out? And then Flashlight has literally no idea because they never, you forgot, but no, you never stabilized it anyways. Then we have Stick and Mirrorball, who are another duo. Stick basically is just dying. Bubble, yeah, it's like that. They're just like the ultimately fragile character who's relatively joyous, but and then they're being sort of held together by Mirrorball, who tries to get them to not die constantly, and it's failing, but it's trying their best. And then they proceed to encounter Triangle. Triangle proceeds to do a murder because they try to give them a high five, so that's unfortunate. Triangle, which I did think was a pyramid because it's a yellow triangle, and it does look a lot like a pyramid, but Triangle, alright? I don't know, they didn't speak, they didn't say words, they're just kind of are in the vicinity, right? And when they're in the vicinity, you are in danger, so you gotta always watch out when Triangle is in town. But anyways, we proceed to have Mirror Ball go over to the clapperboard character. The clapperboard is apparently very smart because they made a recovery center. However, they're also very, very angry. They're extremely anger prone, and they definitely and they swear. We have ourselves we have a swearing object show, right? The object shows, they don't tend to do that, but this one it does that. It will say fuck. So just keep an eye out on that. Especially Clapperboard. Clapperboard will say that. Clapperboard will fit great in Has Been Hotel. No, I'm kidding. Like, I had to do the joke one time. Yeah, Clapperboard for some reason is not willing to tell them where the recovery center that they built is. It's probably pretty big. Then we have the Cotton Ball be like, come on, bro. We don't need to do this. Yeah, Cotton, right, was your name? Whatever. And then the clapperboard just leaves and is angry. Then we proceed to go over to Lampy or Lantern. I thought you were Lantern, but you're called Lampy. And they apparently were reading a book. Now what happens with them? They seem to be friends. So Lantern proceeds to as they're about to lead it, they glance over and they see mouse, right? So they see the mouse, and then the pink ends up glowing on the outer edges of the screen. So if you know what that means that we like seeing mouse, which I can't deny this, but look, the mouse is pretty good. Lampy proceeds to get mounted distracted by that. But you see, we're kind of settling in. It's it's looking it's very, very much so about this first episode is very much so about kind of establishing the dynamics, because we're here with dynamics, right? Like there's always an interesting debate when starting an object show. Are you starting an object show with dynamics or without dynamics, right? Because you can have characters just be bundled in together and then they have to meet each other and they form a dynamic, or you can have characters that already have something going on, right? And this is very clearly in the latter category. Characters are already friends with each other, and some of them already don't friends with each other, right? This is a universe that we know. Now, by the way, this could be technically something else in terms of a show. I don't know if this is the first thing chronologically speaking, because we do have a reference, by the way, later on, like the challenge about like a guy from a different show. Which is interesting, because maybe this isn't the first show, but we're gonna just watch this, alright? I don't know if this is the first thing that I'm supposed to watch, but this is the thing that I was requested to watch, so watch it. We're just gonna go through with that, alright? Then we end up having Jar. Now Jar proceeds to do a handstand, which is pretty swag. And as they do the handstand, Beanie and the magnifying glasses, who's very pensive, they're looking at Triangle and they proceed to go like, yo, gas, it's time to do an investigation. And then they proceed to try to investigate. And then we have Pill, who's red and blue. It's of course character that is multiple characters. I am a big fan of this. This is one, as usual. I will always say character that is two characters. Top tier, top of the line. That's all. Every show's gotta have one. I always enjoy them. The art style, by the way, of this show, I think there's two varying art styles, because there's one where the eyes are very there's one where the freaking face elements are significantly more full. In a way, and then one where they're a little bit more small and lines. There's two variants that end up getting used here for this one, which is interesting. Now, what I think is that it doesn't matter that much, I would say, because there's not as much writing on what the character expression actually is with a show like this, right? Because when you need to lip sync or whatever, then it can be a little bit more complicated, but the style is allowed to switch it, especially since the assets and the backgrounds are remaining the same. It doesn't, I think whether the art style looks, the changes about it, it's noticeable, but it's not relevant, right? It's not a bothersome detail. Then we have Flag and Wheel, which is another dynamic. I like this dynamic. Wheel being kind of I'm gonna do something crazy, and then Flag it's kind of you know, be like, are we sure about this one? And we was like, yes, very convincingly. And then Fly's like, okay, and then proceeds to do it. That's kind of the vision that ends up getting done here. So I enjoy that. Wheel proceeds to spin down and go as fast as possible, right, and setting a new world record. They find the recovery center, by the way. Stick gets recovered, proceeds to die again because Wheel rolls into them, so that's unfortunate. Mirrorball is not happy about this. Then we find Oliver, who is like a troll, so that's useful to know. And then as we do that, we end up going over to the other characters, right? Like you see, we're discovering the characters. We have here Boombox, who, I guess, points out an interesting thing with audio. This is a show with audio, by the way. Like, just, like, you know, I'm kind of trying to get this sort of formats talk out of the way here early, right? So that way, when it goes to the next few episodes, right, and it and you know, it'll keep being like this, I'll kind of not need to point it out. And we'll talk more about just kind of the story and the plot. But for now, we'll talk the technical elements here in episode 1. There is audio going on in this in the show, and it's supposed to kind of mildly, you know, bolster up the gags. With audio stopping or continuing, and Boombox is of course the primary sort of character with that because they talk in sounds, right? Which means that you know, we actually get to hear it. They're the only character that we can technically hear, which makes for an interesting situation. The music selection as is tends to be a little bit more higher energy, right? Than usual, right? Because it needs to be like this is an interesting question. That is actually an interesting debate. How like focal point should the music be in a show without VA? That's actually a good question because it's like, you know, it could fit the theme, but at the same time, if you are hearing it, you probably want some audio that's a little bit more like engaging, right? In a way. And I do think like it's better, right? Because then we kind of have, you know, like there's a lot of like the Undertale, and stuff like that, and like the Plants vs Zombies, like songs that are supposed to be like heard at full volume rather than ambient tracks, which I think is overall better in this case because, you know, like you get to read it and then there's a cool song happening in the background, kind of like, you know, those are RPGs and stuff like that. So I think that does translate over better. There's also Crayoni, who's scared of talking to people. So all right then. And they don't have any friends, and they're apparently very scared. So yeah. Anyways, there's something in the lake. Something's bubbling in the lake. Lampy or lantern or whatever it is trying to find out what it is. And of course, Wheel proceeds to be the one that proceeds to agree to jump over into the lake. And fall down. So we end up having the cannonball, and as we do that, we end up having, well, first of all, everybody dies because it's the greatest cannonball of all time. Wheel, it's fair enough to Wheel. And then a fish pops up, which is called what are you called? You're called Pexi, right? Yeah, Pexi is the main host, right? And then the other fella, who's apparently not allowed to ever speak, according to Pexi, is entitled Tadpoley. So these are our two hosts, Pexi and Tadpoley, all right? And they end up battling for a prize. What's the prize? I don't know is the prize. I don't know what that, I don't know what I don't know is a prize. But we don't know what the prize is, all right? So, yeah, and we proceed to have ourselves the teams. Now, do I remember what the team's composition is? No. No, they don't get to name their teams, all right? But yeah, they do spend quite a bit of time doing team forming. I do gotta admit, like they spend a good amount of time. When are the teams done? Do we get to like? No, I don't think we get to see the full team picture here, which is unfortunate because that's always very useful to see, like the global full team picture. Oh, okay. For one team, there's the team with pale, magnifying glass, lantern, the cotton candy, the boombox, and the crayon. This is a solid team. I actually like this team quite a bit because there's a couple of like smart people. There's a couple of like athletics people, right? And there's a couple of like, I don't want to say servants, but you know, people that will probably do what asked. So like there's a good balance of like good people physically, good people mentally, and then also people that are, are probably willing to be teamworks, like Boombox and Crayon. I feel like they would follow an instruction. So yeah, I kind of like this team. This is a solid team. Especially as Magnifying Glass is more like excited nerd. Lantern is more just like proper, like knows things. Magnifying Glass is more pretending of knowing things. But yeah. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, the other team, let's see if I remember, it should be Mirrorball Stick, Wheel Flag, and then Jar and Bean. Okay, that's the team. This is not a great team. This is not a great team. This team is Chaos Express. Because, Mirrorball is just distracted by needing to keep Stick around. A Stick is just a la-di-da-di-da. Wheel is like, la-la-la-la-la, I'm going to do Chaos. Flag is just going to do whatever Stick is doing. And then Jar and Bean exist. We don't know much about them, to be honest. So yeah, this team is giving me feeling problems here with this team. I do gotta admit. So then the other team, by default, the third team should be Clapperboard. Yeah, it'd be Clapperboard, Flashlight. I'm trying to look at the intro. Flashlight, Leaf. Yeah, sure. Clapperboard, Flashlight, Leaf, and Mouse. Oliver, and then Triangle. There's a lot of energy on that team. I feel like there's a lot of. Oliver can definitely be a sabotage. Triangle can be a very wild card player. I feel like that team's fine, I feel like that team's very power. I feel like that's the power of friendship team with a wild card. We have Oliver and we kind of have Oliver and we have Triangle who are there to kind of act as wild cards. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, but then we also have kind of the friendship group. We kind of have the Leaf and the Mouse and the Flashlight. I feel like they're gonna get along together and probably stick to the same plan and follow it through. So then they can follow it through, but if things are going badly, a wild card might be able to fix it. So I'm actually liking this team. I think this is a solid team. I think this team will do pretty alright. So yeah, I think the Jar team is definitely the one, the least equipped for this one, for the show right now. But anyways, we are not talking quick enough because there's a challenge. Now, this challenge is to take a rock and break the rock, alright? Which turns out to be a very difficult challenge because they're just in like a grassland, and for some reason this grassland does not form rock. That is not one of the things it does. So they end up just struggling to find a rock, right? And that ends up being a little bit complicated. One of them tries to go over to the money bag from one of the other shows, okay, whatever that means, and they decide to try to fetch a rock and do it. Now, what is the Jar? Your Mirrorball instructs Jar to try to dig down to find a rock, which is usually a pretty good idea. However, I don't know if it's a great idea in this case, because if you were trying to break a rock, then it was just underground, I feel like it would probably be overground at that point, right? The other team is split into duos, so Crayon ends up going with the athletic fellas. Majority of the team that's digging down can't do that because they don't have arms, so Flag, Wheel, and Bean just end up kind of sitting there. For some reason, they don't look for rocks elsewhere. But in the meantime, Jar breaks the shovel, so good job. Very, very, very good stuff. Boombox eventually is apparently looking for a rock and maybe finds it. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that the stack of Mr. Moneyfella was just a giant rock because it's gray, so it just looked like a rock, but no, it's just a giant stack. Then I'm looking for it. Stick proceeds to go over to try to find a rock on their own. And they leave. Then we end up having Oliver troll Wheel, who was trying to sabotage, and then it doesn't work. So alright then. And then Oliver ends up having this great idea after Wheel ends up falling down to just throw everybody in that team in the pit. Now everybody in that team in the pit is very incapable of doing things, so that means that everybody in that team it just falls down the pit, and there's nobody left that Stick who's over there doing whatever. Right, so it ends up being quite. So this team's pretty soft locked, and they don't try digging back down. Now I'm not gonna lie, that shovel didn't look very broken, but I don't know. Then friggin' Crayon and Cotton end up just giving up, finding a rock. So they just had to sit there and talk which is interesting. I mean, I do gotta, suggest that you could walk and talk. You don't need to do that. But either way, Crayon, I am liking the Crayon dynamics that end up being done here, especially with a lot of the frames, right? You can see how Crayon is like kind of awkward, shy, but then they're around the people that kind of like push around. So like Boombox would be very indicative of where to go, and in this case, the Cotton is kind of very indicative of where to go. So they end up kind of pushing them around. They're like, oh, okay. Right, so I like that dynamic. I think that's a pretty solid dynamic. But anyways, then Lantern does find a rock with Boombox. I don't know how to actually break it though. Part of me was trying to think of maybe burning it, but I don't think you can really burn a rock. So maybe no. Apparently the Money Bro steals stuff. No, lives in the pile for some reason. But as they were saying that they were mega cool, a Triangle just grabs a rock from there and breaks it. So fair enough. Good job, Triangle. I'm telling you, the wild card. They had a plan together. They did the plan. It didn't work, but now wild card solved the problem. See what I mean? Then a Stick proceeds to find a rock, which is pretty cool. Now, they do find this rock. However, unfortunately, they do eat the rock, which is unfortunate. Now, all I'm saying is if you chewed the rock in any capacity, right? I mean, like, because if you see the mouth, right, you can see how there's like little bits of rock there. That means that by chewing the rock, you did break the rock. That's all I'm saying. But if it was just literally swallowed whole, then no. Oliver and Jar ends up trying to beef to get control of Stick. Stick, of course, proceeds to die because it's a stick, so nobody ends up getting it. And then at the last second, Lantern asks Pill to solve the problem, and Red Pill, who's just extremely upset about needing to be in a conversation, ends up managing to do that. Jar's team, first Jar takes a minute to reflect on life choices by looking at the sun, which is one of those suns, by the way. I don't remember what this sun is from, but those suns with like the squares around it. Yeah, this is like one of those. I don't remember what piece of media that's from, but we end up having everybody on that team up for elimination. This is by quite a country mile the team that's equipped the worst. Because there's just very little brains and very little athletics. Bean did the least. I do gotta admit, the Bean did the least. I would probably eliminate Beanie because they just didn't do as much. The other fellas, there's like interesting dynamics going on. Like Jar's kind of funny, Mirrorball and Stick are kind of cool, Flag and Wheel are kind of cute, but Beanie kind of didn't do too much. I get that Beanie is supposed to be with Jar, but that's not a dynamic we got to see much in this episode. So I'd probably suggest Beanie to get out. Anyways. It's time to move on to the next episode because I can't keep sections too long here for this because this is already an enormous show as it is. AUSA 2 is entitled Count It as Millions. Here we go. Alright, that is episode 2 of AUSA, and I'm gonna be for real, this might be like the most chill object show I've ever watched. Like, there's no better thing to do than watching this show. I start watching this show, and then after a few minutes pass, I just start chilling, I get more comfortable in the seat, and I just watch it, and then the episode ends 20 minutes later. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta talk about it. I gotta get up. So that's kind of interesting because it's so chill. Like there's like the amount of actual beef going on. There's not that much beef going on. Like we just kind of spend the majority of the time picking flowers, right? And I mean, there's like mild, like there is sabotage and stuff, but like I don't know, it's not very high stakes, right? But I guess let's talk about it. So, the first couple of minutes involve of characters with very, very long arms proceeding to grab a character and just bringing them over to say a thing. this includes Lazer. We're trying to figure out how to get people out of the mega hole. Cotton Candy is capable of doing that, so it just yeets them all out. So they're now back out. Again, Magnifying Glass proceeds to for some reason ask Mirror Ball where a triangle is, and they get called an idiot for doing that. Fair enough. And then Oliver proceeds to get fetched over by Jar, who ends up being very upset, being like, "Alright, Oliver, you killed Stick yesterday." And then Oliver goes, "No, we did that together. It's like a combined thing." And then it's like, well, and then you threw everybody down the hole, so you're sabotaging our team. It's like, well, you made a giant hole, which is true. But Oliver's doing some professional rage baiting here. But Jar's like, "Yo, stay away from my team, bro, okay? Because you are not being nice, okay?" So Oliver says, "All right, I don't believe that for a second, but we do get to see him for now disengage in the fight." Lantern, and then what do we see? Oh yeah, we see Mouse over there in the distance, which I gotta admit, the crush is pretty strong. We cannot be in the nearby vicinity. Whenever we're in like a 1 kilometer radius of Mouse, it's over, bro. The blush, which by the way, I do like how the blush looks. Of course, with the lantern, it kind of like makes the fire stronger. I think that actually looks quite nice. That's pretty good, and I enjoy that quite a bit. In the meantime, Mouse is just kind of chatting to Clapperboard, who's just kind of chilling in a pond as they're having a conversation. Clapperboard not mega mad as usual of this time. In the meantime, Crayoni is liking this. There's a situation going on here between Crayoni and Boomboss, which is somewhat interesting. Magnifying Glass yet again asks people have seen Triangle because they're trying to investigate. And then as what happens, you know who shows up? A Water Cup and Earth. Who the hell? Okay, so here's the thing. Every single time that a new person shows up, somebody proceeds to go, "Oh my god, you are back." Alright, which definitely brings in a heavy implication that there was a thing before. Now, I could have done more research probably on AUSA to figure out what it is in terms of like the broader channel perspective, but I try to combos like not do that too much, right? Because I don't kind of want to over expose myself before I watch it, right? Before I had the experience. And again, I'm not supposed to watch that. I'm supposed to watch this. So like whatever arrives before AUSA, the Water Cup and Earth were in it, all right, and they're just kind of chilling. They're just kind of having having a good time, and then they end up leaving after Pexi does not want them in there, so that's unfortunate. Then we end up having the intro, which by the way I didn't point this out about the intro the first time, but I do gotta admit that it's an interesting thing that its Pig Step was the song. I don't know, just an interesting thing. And I think every character has a different font, right, as its a name, which of course makes for direct associations whenever pieces of text are made, which I mean there aren't really any so far, but you know there's things that can be done with that, but not now. Anyways, we proceed to have Steak die a couple of times because that's the gag, and then we end up hosting the elimination, which is in like a freaking sewer, I don't know, but we're in an underwater location, and after the 15 votes, we ended up having the prize. By the way, the prize is a rock, which is funny. I like it being thematically correct. And we end up having the eliminated contestant be none other than a Mirror Ball, who gets 5 votes and is eliminated. The other fellas are celebrating because Mirror Ball was kind of being bossy, bossy bot there. And overall, they end up being relatively upset about it. And because I was like, come on, I did the plan. And it's like, yeah, but we lost with the plan, so you deserve to be out. Does Mirror Ball deserve to be out? In terms of deserving to be out, yeah, does deserve to. They're definitely not the nicest to their team, and in terms of a voting procedure, I do think that you can see where Mirror Ball is going from pretty far away, right? Like, I feel like the amount of Mirror Ball developing time, not that. Like, how much was Mirror Ball going to develop super close? It was probably going to stay the same, right? Probably going to stay kind of like, a supervisor of Stick, and then sort of, try to form a plan, and it's not like that great of a plan, right? Like something along those lines, right? And like, do all those things. So, like, it wasn't the most interesting character. The elimination, I do think, hurt the team in a literal, like, challenge performance basis. I do think it definitely hurts the team in that aspect because, like, there's not that many tacticians on this team, to be mega honest. So, like, getting rid of the only one who was trying to do an idea is definitely going to hurt. We'll need to see if Jar and Beanie can actually pull through with a plan value here. But they proceed to get eliminated, and I guess they just get dunked in the water. So, alright, R.I.P. And in the meantime, Lantern proceeds to read a book. He's reading a book of flowers. Oliver wants it. I'm hella surprised that we didn't just, like, destroy the thing. Anyways, Pexy shut up, I hate flowers, after Tadpole says they love flowers. And they do the example of the child with Tadpole, who's not very happy about it. It makes him eat a flower. Now, I gotta admit, there's also a dynamic going on here, right? There's dynamics that have been they're very, very slowly building throughout here, and I do think that these hosts are some of them, right? Pexy being the kind of main host, kind of crazy, kind of you don't know what's going on, kind of a bit more crass, kind of a bit more like how does one say it? Like, random in the way that they do things. They do things kind of more suddenly, right? Whereas a Tadpole is kind of the nicer equivalent, right? But is getting kind of bossed around. It's a 4NX dynamic. The characters aren't 4NX styled, right? But the actual dynamic that's going on is kind of interesting. I mean, 4NX is in like BFB 4NX, where X is kind of nicer, but mainly used as an example for right, in those first batch of BFB episodes. So that's kind of the dynamic that's here, but the characters themselves don't act like 4NX, so they act like quite different. Anyways, Jar has a plan. This plan, we don't get to hear it. And then we end up having Wheel just zooms off. Wheel's not bothered. And then in the meantime, we end up having the plan to split up over there on the other team with Leaf, Flashlight, and Mouse. To be like, alright, fellas, let's just go split up. Let's go fetch flowers from various different locations, and we'll chill. Oliver wants to go sabotage the team, which is probably a pretty good idea. And for some reason, Leaf doesn't actually get Clapperboard to do anything. Now, to be fair, I do understand that actually, because it's hard to believe that Clapperboard was gonna follow an order, but we do end up getting Oliver to just pair up Clapperboard with the money, bro. And do so. So, alright. In the meantime, the other team, who split up last time into duos, and it worked pretty well, is going to try that again. And now they are going to try that again. However, the problem is that they're going to end up needing to split into two groups, one of three and one of two, because Detective fellow over here is a little bit busy being a detective, apparently. Because they're trying to do Triangle. They still haven't found Triangle, by the way, but they're trying to find Triangle, alright? So, they end up going over. In the meantime, some fellas are searching for flowers, and Stick is also there. Stick is just kind of eating flowers, according to Jar's plan, because I think Jar's plan is just kind of split up. So, like every team's plan is just split up. But yeah, Stick ends up as kind of the Omega Saboteur, because Stick can eat anything, which means that they can just eat all the flowers, including the basket, and it ends up being definitely a complication, right? So that's interesting. In the meantime, Beanie and Flashlight end up going over there onto the same locale to fetch over there, because their respective team leaders, Leaf and Jar, ended up telling them the same thing, which, I mean, to be fair, right, it's like, there's not that many places you can send people to. So I guess I understand. There's only like there's not that many axes to work with. But they decide to be helpful, which is rather nice. Pill and Lantern are doing it relatively tediously, and they get help from Watercup and Earth, who are still here for some reason. I thought you left. But, all right. And as they do that, we end up having Flag chat about what they, if Flag's definitely thinking about what he said, because when Mirrorball was on about the like the team being the leader, we was like, well, you guys are useless. You guys don't got limbs and stuff, which is definitely not. Which, by the way, even if Mirrorball had survived elimination, it wouldn't be a great way to go in into the next challenge. I mean, like, oh, you guys are useless. You guys are useless. I'm the smart one. Yeah, so like, it was kind of over for Mirrorball, anyways. But yeah, don't trust the fellas. But Flag's kind of thinking, don't want to be useless to the team. We'll see. This team is definitely a team that's kind of struggling, but we need to see. Crayony and the other fellas are doing it. Boombox, by the way, finds like a billion flowers just on their own. Crab Ray plays. Yeah, all these events are certainly happening. In the meantime, we like to be honest, I haven't actually paused to say many thoughts. To be honest, like I feel like I have been kind of realizing that I have just kind of been recapping the episode here, which is, I mean, I guess that does tend to happen more. But I don't know, it's just a chill episode, right? Like there's not a lot of drama to discuss. So we're just kind of we're giving the episode a little recap, right? And then, sharing our opinions as we go, as we move along, right? But anyways, Moneybag ends up deciding to bring Clapperboard to the best flower of all time, because he's thinking, okay, I don't know that many flowers, but if I just get one really, really good flower, then that's going to count better than all the other flowers. So I'm doing that. And then Dynamite is back. Who the fuck is Dynamite? I don't know, but they were there, apparently, off-screen. They're the profiling. And they just didn't feel like competing, apparently, back when the show was offered. So, yeah, and they proceeded to help them find the greatest flower of all time. So they, in the meantime, Cotton Candy are giving Crayony a little flower to themselves to hook onto their head, which gives them a little bit of a decoration. Crayony is a big fan of it, and they really like it. And you see Boombox get kind of a look at Cotton Candy later, which definitely implies there's a little bit of like a triangle. No, that's a character. Like there's a little bit of a situation going on here, right? Where you can kind of see Crayony was his only friend is Boombox, and therefore Boombox is friend with Crayony, right? And Crayony is getting pretty close to the Cotton Candy, who's doing very nice things, and the Crayony is saying to Boombox, "Hey, I'm feeling hella happy now, happier than usual, because presumably, right, Cotton Candy's there." Then Boombox is finding this kind of suspicious. Now the real question is, why is Boombox finding this kind of suspicious? Is it for the health of Crayon, or is it for the health of themselves? Right? That's gonna be kind of the situation, because the Boombox is going over to, or fell over here to our Cotton Candy, right? And is going over here like, oh, I'm not sure, because you might be trying to take advantage of Crayony, who's very susceptible. That's fair. However, if Boombox is going over to Cotton Candy and is being like, I'm upset that you're making Crayony happy because I'm supposed to do that, that's a little bit suspicious. But we're going to need to find out, right? Because both of those things are very different, right? But they both can lead to the same reaction. So we're going to need to see kind of a little bit more of the Boombox motivations. While we're talking about Boombox, by the way, I do gotta admit, the Angry Birds soundtrack is fire! I did, like, 2 times during the episode, I low-key got distracted from whatever was happening. Close the couch, just like, bro, Angry Birds soundtrack, it's too good. I'm getting, I don't, like Angry Birds epic songs or whatever, dude, they're so good, bro. They're actually crazy. You know, like that type of song. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. How fire that stuff is. But Oh, yeah, eventually, by the way, they do find the epic flower, and it is actually quite a good flower. I'm not sure about the greatest flower of all time, but it's a good flower, so they end up going over to fetch the good flower. For some reason, they don't get the flowers around it while they're there. I guess they don't have a basket, but, like, you know, they could have, like, gotten maybe, like, another couple. But anyways, Triangle proceeds to get found by Magnifying Glass. Now, what is Triangle doing? Not much. They're just kind of standing there, and the Magnifying Glass is getting very paranoid about this. Now, apparently, now there is an interesting angle. I think Triangle does turn around. Magnifying Glass is kind of hiding there. But Triangle seems to continue. But yeah, Magnifying Glass is analyzing. And I do gotta admit, right? Okay, yeah, there's the post-credit scene. The post-credit scene does obviously suggest that there's something going on with Triangle. But I do gotta say that within this exact moment in history, right, at that exact moment with that exact amount of information, our fella looks really weird. Our Magnifying Glass is not in the right at all. This is stalking 107, right? Because, like, there's no indicator that Triangle is off to no good other than the fact that Triangle is just weird and doesn't talk, right? Like, there is something going on, but the fact that you call that is not because of your better judgment, you know? But alright, anyways, they end up fetching some flowers. And Oliver wants to steal them, the Jar team, because, you know, they're out here being evil. I like the pause for Moneybag to explain the product. All right, then, like, it's all an advertisement. It's just like, yo, guys, I'm here, and I would like to show you. Like, it's like the plot. I really hope that, like, I really hope that, like, you know, like the post-credit scene with Triangle. I really hope one day we have a scene where, like, where something crazy about to happen, and Oliver's like, hold on, this is the time machine. And then just, like, gives it the advertisement or something. Like, that's kind of funny. Yeah, it's the Pointy Glove 5000. And Oliver proceeds to steal the flowers. Well, they're about to steal the flowers until the flag stabs them. Now, by the way, this does point to an interesting thing about flag, is that how does the flag like base work? Because you can see that flag in multiple times. Both episodes has actually taken this opportunity to stab Oliver. But I'm a bit confused because, of course, there's the base of the flag, which must mean that it's retractable. Otherwise, the flag wouldn't be able to stab it, right? Because, like, you know, it would be flat. There's a flat base, right? So something's actually going on. I don't really know. I think that there's an interesting theory to be made, because we've never seen flag not with the base other than when they're stabbing things. Watercup and Earth are helping out, which is pretty nice. Pill has got like a billion things. And apparently Earth is talking to, you know, and does like a subtle blushing of that. I see. And then apparently, and Atlanta proceeds to mildly say, you know, I really like somebody here. And Earth is again like, tell me everything. Well, okay, it actually says tell me everything, but like, all right, look, there's a solid handful of spelling mistakes in this show so far, both in episode 1 and in this episode. I don't care. Like, I can read it, you know. I think a lot of time people are kind of pedantic. That says tell me everything. That's not correct. Incorrect. It's like, dude. Doesn't matter. If you can understand the word, then we good. Okay? It's like, well, like when it said like where as weird. Like, it's fine. You get it. You know? Mouse proceeds to go try to get it with Jar, and Jar has a sinister idea and talk to Mouse. Like, I should steal your flowers. And then as they're going to do that, the entire rest of the flowers end up getting freaking stolen and eaten by Stick, who ends up being a big fan of eating things. So that ends up kind of sabotaging their team by quite a bit. However, Jar does actually successfully manage to steal the mouse thing. However, they end up actually falling down the hole. So Jar proceeds to go try to get that quite strongly, and then Mouse proceeds to murder them and be like, I did it, yeah. And then as they're going to do that, however, Jar comes back and gives them an attack, and then they both explode because electricity currents and stuff. We'll pretend that makes sense. It doesn't. And as they both explode, we end up having teams. So the teams with the flowers, we let's see, what are the final results? Flag and Wheel just kind of got their basket. They didn't do much. they didn't have much of a debate going on. Oliver nearly stole it, but they were good. All right, so They're chilling. The other team, they were not bothered, by the way. Like, they got like a billion baskets. Nobody ever tried. But they got way too many baskets. Like, okay, I get that it was tedious. Alright, Lazer. Alright, I get that it's tedious, but you didn't get to forget 50 How many baskets is that, bro? That's like, I think that's like 15 baskets full of flowers. Like, bro. And then the last team, which is the clapperboard team, ended up getting just one flower. It's a great flower. Does it count as 1 million flowers? No. Pexi did in fact not count it as a billion flowers, which is unfortunate for them. The Gambit did not pay off, and then everybody else is in fact there to offer elimination. Clapperboard, Flashlight, Leaf, Mouse, Oliver, and Triangle. Now this team is how do I best say this? It's kind of struggling because this is a relatively well composed team, right? Because as I said, Leaf, Flashlight, and Mouse are going to follow a plan, and then Oliver and Triangle are going to act as wild cards, right? Which means that like, if the plan doesn't work, a wild card can hopefully help. This is true. However, the main trio at this point has failed both times right now, right? Like, we still need a competent main like factor, and Flashlight, Leaf, and Mouse failed at their plan episode 1, and has failed at their plan episode 2 because their shit got eaten by Stick, right? And in this case, the wild card almost clutched up again. Oliver was really close to stealing bullshit, right? But then it didn't work. Right, and then Triangle's busy fucking activating portals to the Wild West. Right, so like, this is a little bit of a situation. Clapperboard ends up being the only one that actually submit a flower. Right, and like, I've basically not factored in Clapperboard into this team because Clapperboard is both not gonna listen to anybody, but it's also not strong enough to be a wild card. They're just kind of they're just there. They're probably an active nuisance to the team majority of the time. In terms of who I predict to be eliminated, I actually have no idea because this team is kind of doing. I guess Oliver. I depend. Will Oliver be considered mean for trying to steal shit from other people, or would it be considered cool and funny? I don't know. I'm gonna predict Oliver, but just kind of for lack of additional options. We're gonna need to see. And yeah, overall, we again have the post-credit scene where our little fella Triangle does actually find the evil pad that brings you to the aliens in Area 51. So there we go. What do I think of this episode? It was really chill. I don't know, it was just a really chill episode. And it's time for another episode. Episode 3 of AUSA is entitled It Grows. Let's go check it out. Alright, a little while ago I watched episode 3 of AUSA, It Grows, and alright, things are certainly evolving, they're certainly progressing. In terms of the technical aspect of the show, it's remained relatively similar, I would say, less spelling issues, however, a couple of nice little details that I enjoy for sure. It definitely feels like this is a show that's currently for sure, I would say, focusing in more on plot than it is on trying to level itself up production wise. I'll be interested to see if it evolves, because apparently that we'll need to see. But as of right now, it seems relatively grounded at its level. But let's see, because Tadpole finds something dangerous, and you know what they find? They find the little fella machine from the last credit scene, and it apparently is hologram. Yes, they are a person, like they're a thing, by the way, that exists, and they don't have a name, but they end up being called hologram. Actually, no, they're not. They do have a name. What was their name? Their name was the II Disc Prototype by Red. All right, but they end up being called hologram. But they accept this name. They end up being capable of actually kind of hologramming certain methodologies of speech from other fellows, which I actually really enjoy. I think that's actually quite a cute way to go about it. Especially as you end up kind of having to imagine it happening in this case, right, without the VA. Like, I think that's kind of interesting. and I enjoy it quite a bit. And it of course means that overall our fellow hologram, I mean, they don't exactly look very dangerous. They're not looking very, very bad here. They're looking very kind of, normal, which is now starting to make me think that maybe Triangle ain't so bad, right? Because, like, if you think about it, so far, right? Because I know that all defective fella is being kind of goofy, but, like, Triangle, what has Triangle done? Triangle has not spoken, been kind of in the air, right? Of like not doing. They're just kind of weird, right? They just stand there and walk. And they walked enough where they found a thing, and one time they turned in reverse. But like nothing that Triangle has actually done declares Triangle as any bad character in terms of like any evil character. Nothing's actually declaring them as an evil character, right? Like, okay, they murdered Stick that one time. So did everybody. Everybody has killed Stick at least one time, right? So, like, I don't know. It's nothing like that's actually just declaring our fella here, just, I am evil, right? Other than, I guess, what happens in this episode, which you could maybe consider, but also maybe not. I don't know. But anyways, Tadpole goes over to Paxi to try to hit up, and Paxi is getting hella mad. They're glitching out. The sound effects is definitely something that I do think is getting a relatively interesting amount of usage. I do think it's increasing the amount of sound effect usage in the show. It's gonna be interesting to see just how much it decides to actually lean into sound effect usage, because I feel like it could use a solid amount of sound effects to kind of help still give the show a little bit of a audio identity that's not just kind of a playlist, right? And then also boombox. So I don't mind. But yeah, Paxi's doing it again. Now apparently the ratings are going down. Ratings are low again. They don't like it. It's not enough. Alright, and we end up, and Paxi gets upset because there's no time. I must stoop to a new law. I'll be back, and then you host now. So Tadpole ends up proceeding to continue hosting the show while the other fella is, a little bit busy with that scenario. Now, again, this it gives me vibes of just lore, right? Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to know, right? Like, is there, like, let's take a gander, right? Let's take an observation, all right? So let's go to the LunarNobee. Is there a playlist? Is there like a timeline playlist I didn't see because I'm hella dumb? Let's see. What do we have? Do we have anything? No, not really. We just have like a lot of playlists of individual shows, but we don't have like a connecting piece playlist, So like, I don't believe that I'm supposed to know about any of these directly before watching AUSA, especially as AUSA like the main one, quote unquote, right? Or the main one in terms of view counts, right? So like, I don't know. But there might be a history there, but we're supposed to know or we're not supposed to know. I don't know. We have an intro with amount rework of itself because it needs to add in hologram by the end, and the text is also turns into it's not hand drawn anymore. Now it's font. Yay. And there we go. So hologram not looking very evil. But anyways, the Beanie proceeds to end up having a relatively fun interaction with Jar, where Jar goes like, "Oh my God, this rock! Yo, ask me how I got this rock." And then they end up doing it. They end up having the rock, which is the first reward I ever got. It's my best achievement. It is currently, in fact, the best achievement. Steak wants to eat the rock because obviously they do. We know they're a big rod eater. But yeah. In the meantime, Flag is still upset about what our fella was saying. The pop tire has now been like patched up with Wheel, so that's kind of happening. Now having the interesting sentence of Wheel being stop relying on what he thinks and start relying on what I think, which is a little bit of a suspicious sentence, but alright. And then some new fellas arrive because this show is just freelance. Like it's just grass, which you know what, I kind of don't mind. Because all of these object shows, right? They get set up in mysterious grassland locations, and you know what? It's true. Mysterious grassland locations is a public spot, right? Why don't random people walk over more often? I'm a big fan of that, actually. This is true. more public invasion in my object shows. But yeah, some other fellas go over. And then they seem to be just kind of hella murderers, especially this Chainsaw. Chainsaw is just a murder fella, and so is the Potion and the Yo-Yo. They're all just murderers, to be honest. And Wheel's a big fan of that because you can tell because he has spiky ears, or she has spiky ears. Sorry, because she has spiky ears. What the fuck? What am I saying? She has spiky teeth. I've never said a more wrong sentence in my life. Holy. And that means you're evil in this logic, right? If spiky equals mean, all right. But yeah, Stay killed 100 bucks. Flag is very surprised. Everybody's just a murderer, right? Yeah, everybody's just kind of a murderer. Now I do gotta say that like there is a recovery center. Right, so theoretically speaking, you know, it's a significantly more normalized activity, the activity of murder, as you know, you can tell. But I mean, I don't really know how the recovery center works. There's a lot of shows that do the recovery center for only the cast. That's kind of a thing, or a recovery center was built only the cast. So, like, for example, the Powers. I think it's especially true for algebra and object shows, where you end up kind of having an algebraian capable of recovering their contestants, but if anybody else dies, they tend to not get recovered, right? And especially if any non-object dies, they don't get recovered. So like there's definitely some degrees of it. I don't know how much it applies to this show. Probably not much. I think probably everybody can get recovered because the recovery center was pre-show, right? The recovery center doesn't actually have any direct correlation to the show. It's just the recovery center the Club Board had, and then the show ends up getting hosted around it. So I think that it doesn't matter, but it's interesting. Anyways, we should probably go chat. Red and Blue, or Pill fellas, are upset at each other because one of them wants to go check out the commotion, one of them wants to go not do that, and then they end up hella upset. They end up both being tired of them, and they end up both saying the quote, the hit quote, "I wish I wasn't stuck with you." Yep, that's a bit unfortunate. And then Red goes like, "Oh, okay, fine then." So then they proceed to go walk over to Oliver and be like, "Yo, separate us." And then Oliver goes like, "Hell yeah, I can do that." Fair enough. So they proceed to get their surgery kit, which I'm not gonna lie, the first thing I thought was it was a gag about the surgery on a grape. I do gotta admit, I thought it was a gag with that. I don't think it is, but that was the first thing that brought up to my mind. But anyway, they get the dad, which was a chef, or his apparent, or I guess his cleaver, and we end up slicing them in two. And there you go. Blue's not exactly capable of moving, you know, but good job. And we end up having ourselves the other team. In the meantime, the team is having a little bit of a regroup after losing the last challenge. Was it their fault? Was it Mouse's fault? It was kind of Mouse's fault. Not really. Okay, was it Mouse's? Not really. Because Mouse tried to steal a thing and it didn't work. Right? When instead it was mainly Flashlight I think it was like Flashlight and Lee's fault. Because they had two baskets right there they were defending, and they just straight up let them. They weren't looking at them, right? So like we didn't do good. We did it like the Angry Birds, right? Just never looking at the eggs when it's time to look at the eggs, right? So like it's kind of complicated for them. So I would personally blame it on Flashlight. But yeah, Lantern gets awfully close, by the way, for like 1 second, and then proceeds to immediately walk away. So all right then. In the meantime, Meteor's back, another murdery fella. And they also, by the way, like blueprints. They're focusing on the blueprint. Yeah. So that's something that Flashlight does. Flashlight is, I guess, a planner fella. So we'll see that. And then it's the elimination time, by the way. As it's the elimination time, we end up having the elimination. Triangles doesn't get teleported. Huh. That's kind of very interesting, is it not? Now, it seems as if... now, the real question is, did Tadpoley do this teleportation, or did Hologram do this teleportation? Because Hologram has this text saying teleport complete. Now, the question is, what does that mean? So, did Hologram teleport all these people to them, right? Or is this just a message about maybe Hologram teleporting themselves over, right? Like, because it's an interesting debate about also how the teleportation works. Because if we don't teleport triangle, that means that, you know, like we need to know where somebody is to teleport them. We can't just teleport them based on vibes, So, like, we can't teleport them just a command. Like, you can't just do slash TP triangle. No, you need to know where triangle is to TP them out, which is interesting. So, alright then. 18 votes, which is pretty alright. Now, you know, for ratings going down here that Pepsi is on about, the voting count did increase from the last time, which I'm, you know, a bit I don't know about, like, okay, cool. But yeah, but if you got a flower, pretty much, okay, triangle got eliminated. Alright, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Triangle got eliminated, 10 votes. I mean, lame, to be hella honest, like, just hella lame. Because, like, I mean, you want to keep the, like, there's a sinister being going around. You don't just eliminate them. You need to see what's going on, bro. Like, come on. Aren't you a little curious? Come on. You're not going to find out if they just get eliminated and they fell into the water. I mean, you're going to find out because Triangle didn't get teleported for plot convenience, right? But, like, if a viewer's expectation did come true and they did get teleported here to fall into the water, well, then, boom, they don't get to do anything with the cool hologram thing. You know, for as far as we knew last episode, that could have been anything. That could have been the phone that caused the UFOs. You know, but we want to know. Is that, bro? So, yeah, lame elimination, but in this case, you know, it's written in a way where it's still interesting. We end up having Cotton Candy hit up a Lantern who's trying to find out how to talk to Mouse, and ends up picking up a Yuri for Dummies book, which ends up getting thrown away. And then Moneybag, who is pretty much, I don't know how to describe Moneybag. Moneybag is like a catchphrase sender, right? It just kind of says things, like, bro just says words, and then it's funny, which I agree, but yeah. We end up having what did they say? Did they say I love Yuri, right? I'm sure they do. Yeah, I think that's what they say. And then we end up having Cotton be like, yo, show them how cool you are. Show them your strengths. And everybody was going to like you, including Mouse. Mouse is going to be one of the people that's going to like you. Which, you know, that is how Cotton does it, by just saving people. People tend to like them. Boombox is also there and is angry for some reason. Watercup is debating the conversations that Earth has with mystery person, and it's apparently just like a sending video, like it's like the average Instagram conversation, you know, the Instagram relationship. Send a reel, wow, send the reel back, OMG. But yeah, I like the gag of Earth getting mad about being called flat, because of course the flat thing. Also, Crayony is here, which is rather interesting. Crayony is significantly more chatty in this episode than the past two combined. Crayony is there. Crayony has like this flower has given Crayony a whole bucket of confidence, which is nice. I enjoy. I think Crayony gets along well with most people. But either way, we end up having the team names. So the challenge is to form teams names, because we don't have those yet. So form a team name and make a team logo. The best one is there, the worst one isn't. So that's the interesting thing. Pexy's not doing very well. They tried. Apparently they did therapy before and it didn't work. Yeah, that's fair. To be honest. And either way, Wheels just ends up dipping off to try to do murders, because I guess, you know, so much for caring about the team and stuff, which is unfortunate. Flag is going to do the artistry according to Jar's plan, but yeah, and they're getting a paper. So Jar proceeds to do a very interesting plan here. You know, just like making a team logo on a piece of paper, and instead of using that, they make Flag construct it in the ground with a stick in their mouth. Good plan. This team is so fucked. You know what? Mirrorball was right. Mirrorball was onto something. Oh no, this is a disaster. But either way, Triangle gets found. So by the way, Triangle wasn't even that far away. Nah, I'm telling you, Triangle not getting TP'd was hella plot convenience. Cause that Triangle was just standing there. Like 3 meters to the side, like 50 meters. Was not even that hard to find. we were like, oh my god, where's Triangle? Nobody can find Triangle. OMG. And then, freaking on accident, magnifying glass, the detective ends up just saying that because they're just standing right there in the open. Come on. McCarthy gets upset, being like, bro, why don't you lead the team if you're just going to ditch us? And they go like, okay, I will do that. Which, alright, they end up dipping over. By the way, Oliver end up dipping over the other team as well. So they end up trying to find them for some reason. I don't... This team doesn't know their own positions. Trio, you're supposed to stick together. Leaf, mouse, and flashlight. You understand things. The others are wild cards, where if they feel like doing the challenge, they will, but if they don't, they don't. You know, come on. What are we doing? But either way, Flashlight ends up, I guess, just having to work with Clapperboard for this time. And I mean, by Flashlight working with Clapperboard, I mean Flashlight works by themselves, and then Clapperboard just sits there very angrily making sounds like, you know? Like that type of sound. But yeah, that's kind of how it goes around here. But I am talking a little bit slower throughout this episode. They end up trying to find some fella's money bag. Ends up trying to help Flashlight. That doesn't work. We end up having a lantern construct the logo on a piece of paper. Crayon-y ends up being like, wow, that's cute. Since you're a crayon, could you draw the logo? Then we end up having Lantern be like, no, you don't need to do that, I guess. I mean, to be fair, I don't know where the crayon was going to draw the logo, to be honest. Like, they don't have, like, a massive sheet of paper to use the crayon itself for it, right? And either way, I mean, Lantern was already doing it, so it would not have been a good idea anyways. But apparently, they end up going into the forest, where Triangle, for some reason, is there. But by the way, there's a forest now. They end up finding a fellow who they met in another dimension from what? From a different show. You're a bosser, BOS. You're from a show called BOS. Alright, am I supposed to know what that is? I don't know. But BOS. And we end up having them go at least guide Oliver and fellas and Oliver and Magnifying Glass end up going together over to the cave, where Oliver, by the way, agrees to quit the team. Well, doesn't agree to quit the team, but the other fellas kick them out of the team, and then those two make their own team, maybe, or they quit. I don't know if they quit the show, but yeah. Potion, by the way, ends up helping out to construct the blueprint, because of course, you know, Flashy can make a blueprint but can't make a real drawing, but then Potion proceeds to make the drawing as well, which is nice. That's relatively kind. We end up having the jar plan being a little bit why, but to be fair to Flag, they do make a relatively solid logo in the ground. It's about as good as you're gonna make it. However, unfortunately, Red steps on it and goes, oh, my bad, and then proceeds to dip away. So that plan didn't work. Yeah, no, this team just has pretty poor plans. In the cave that Oliver and Magnifying Glass have somehow ended up in, there are some mysterious mushroom entities which seem evil and will do murder, probably. And Oliver proceeds to, you know, not to be very smart about it, and they end up just simply punching our fella in there. So we don't actually make much progress. We just know that there's a weird mushroom fella. They look like that one character from Animatic Battle, which I don't remember the name of, and I never have remembered the name of. They're named after like a stone. They're like axofluoride or something. I don't know what it's called, but they're like fully. Weren't they like hella depressed? Isn't that like the hella like the Nothing Matters character in Animatic Battle? I haven't watched Animatic Battle in a couple months. Okay, that episode, Animatic Battle gets one episode every 14,000 years. So like But anyway, they look like that character. And then they eventually dip. But yeah, they don't actually, you know, find out many things. They just know there's a cave and they're bad guy in cave. So, alright, then we know that. In the meantime, we end up having the logo. The scammy thing ends up making a logo for the other team, which is, you know, relatively kind. The Investi Bros ends up being the actual team. And now, I do gotta admit, that logo that ends up showing up there on the screen has nothing to do with the logo that got drawn. So, alright, but yeah, the Investigation Bros. And then we ended up having the logo constructed by our fellow Flashlight, who wanted to make a mechanical team name, so they ended up making Team Mech. I do gotta admit, this looks pretty cool. I like that. It's relatively blue, because it's drawn up like freaking like paper. But yeah, Lantern's team ended up being called Team according to, of course, Boombox, which ends up being a relatively simple team name, but it's a nice logo. It has the Boombox handle on it, which is relatively nice. It does kind of, not encapsulate the team as a whole very well, but it doesn't seem like Tadpole isn't actually factoring in the team name. Like, Tadpole is just factoring how good the drawing is, but the actual team name that they're getting formed is actually not getting judged pretty much at all. The team gets passed, like, totally scot-free, so that is alright then. Yeah, Flag's team didn't make one, I guess. They don't end up submitting the paper for some reason, and then Beanie proceeds to go like, yo, Jar, you're not very good at this, so I'm the team leader now. Alright, I'll be the team leader, because I have goggles, and you don't, so, yeah, that power struggle, Jar 100% believes in it, so, yeah. And therefore, that team is up for elimination. Beanie, Flag, Jar, Stick, or Wheel, who's gonna get out? No clue. I mean, it should be Wheel. By the theoretical prospect of the fact that in episode 1, I think the mean one was out, and in episode 2, the mean one was out, right? The evil one was out. Wheel, especially for the post-credit scene where Wheel and Chainsaw just stack in together to do the murder, I would probably expect Wheel to get eliminated, but I don't know, you can see the other fellas doing it. Jar obviously throws for the team by just being dumb 4 times in a row. Like, every single part of Jar's plan was wrong. So, yeah. However, again, they're not being helped out by a team here. Like, Stick is just busy dying. Wheel is just busy murdering Stick, doing fucking self-sabotage of their own team. And then, like, Flag is just desperately trying Flag. And Beanie is just like, okay, Jar, I'll let you do your thing, but you're kind of bad. Like, doesn't want to steer the sinking ship, just wants to let it sink and then start a new ship. So I'm saying I'm gonna predict Wheel, because I think the votings in this show are like that, but we'll need to see. Oh yeah, and by the way, yeah, the post-credit scene where Wheels gets murdered over and over. But yet again, another relatively relaxed episode in terms of, again, the way that things get paced, to be honest. But there's a significant less focal point on the challenge here. There's a lot more of the post-elimination pre-challenge situation that ends up taking place in this episode, comparatively speaking to the other ones. But overall, it was chill. I enjoyed, and we'll see what happens, because there's more episodes on the way. There's episode 4 of AUSA, which is entitled It All Goes Downhill. Let's see. Alright, that is episode 4 of AUSA, and oh my lord, things are happening. You know how in the first 3 episodes we were doing chill, like we were having 3 relatively relaxed episodes in terms of things happening? Yeah, no, we picked up. Things are, lore is on the way, there's things to discuss, but all of the stuff to discuss in the second half of the episode, except, actually, of course, the very first thing that happens in the episode is already quite interesting, because for the first time in AUSA history we have the presence of well, actually, technically, Boombox, so one of the Boombox sound effects was words, but it's the first time where a character has just straight up spoken in the show, like saying words, This advertisement guy is out here. The attention all I see has, do you like funny character, right? And they're trying to get apparently watering can. If you order the watering can, you vote watering can to be in the show, which I mean is obviously a gag, but it's interesting to see from time to time. Alright, this episode, it's sprinkling additional voice acting into it. It's always a little bit of a question. It's curious to kind of see, like, is that kind of a good thing, because we end up having, right, a mishmash of mediums in a way, right? Where, like, basically, it's now both, because, like, with the introduction of this fella, right, who talks to you, and there's no text on screen, there is, though, of course, near the end, the calculator fella who, talks with the text-to-speech, but also has the text on screen. But, like, here at the beginning, we have, this fella, but we don't get to hear, but the text of what they're saying is not on screen, right? Which makes this episode a bit of a medium setter, because it officially means that you cannot just watch this show, right? You have to hear it to some degree, right? Which is interesting. Because, of course, then you can't just hear it either, though, because, of course, you have to watch it to be able to see the text. So it's doing a both and both. I would probably stick to having characters that can speak... having speakable characters but have the text on screen for what they're saying, still, probably. So that way it still fits in thematically, right? I mean, it could happen, but I am highly doubting the prospect of seeing this show switch to voice acting. So I don't think that's going to happen. But it's interesting to see it get, beta tested here. With a little bit of a gag. Although I am mildly sad because I thought Moneybag was the gag, right? Like, wasn't Moneybag the gag advertisement fella? But no, it's actually this guy. So, alright then, alright. Anyways, Potion proceeds to get invited with the cluelessness that they are by this little, voodoo doll thing. And they'd be like, don't you want to have fun? Come in here. So they do end up coming in here. And they end up being like, oh my god, there's a hole in here. And then they fall into the hole. But, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the most, smart decision from Potion there at any moment in time. So I can't really say that was a masterclass in villain behavior, whoever did that. It was kind of just the fella's kind of dumb, We end up having some voting counts. Now, apparently, Pex is not back yet, which means that the tadpole still needs to do things below, because he's not actually capable of apparently doing things. Wait, what are you not capable of doing? You're not capable to send contestants down the pit. So that's interesting. We're presuming the elimination pit, right, where Mirrorball went in. So Tadpole does not have the powers, I think. All right, so this is interesting because Patsy and Tadpole, we didn't know what the difference was technically. One of them felt like they felt like two different things, but also no. But Tadpole does not have the same mechanics as Paxi. Seemingly doesn't have the power, so that's interesting. And they're utilizing hologram, maybe. So I think that does get me to believe in hologram being the teleportation device to last time. Anyways, I think. We end up having an interesting quote. I don't think I can handle another wipeout, let alone witness it. Maybe, who knows? I mean, it seems these characters, they know things, okay? There's a past. There's a previous AUSA, possibly, right? Which might be canonical here. I mean, characters in this show, if there's one thing they don't seem to have is memory problems, because they just remember things. I mean, freaking Oliver remembers things from freaking centuries back. Not centuries back, from alternate timelines back, right? Which feels like a while ago. So it's kind of interesting. But either way, we end up having ourselves the intro. I don't think this actually changes. And either way, Lantern proceeds to go to Cotton Candy and be like, all right, Con, I'm going to ask you this as kind as I can. I want to lead the team because, I want to try to go into Master's team, because if I go closer to Master's team, then we're good, right? So, yeah, Cotton proceeds to go bro, I mean, that would suck, but you can go, right? And then, of course, it seems Cotton is getting roasted by everybody. Poor Cotton, it's too nice to have kind of any type of fierce punch. I think with this case, I think it's totally fine, but you can see how people are slowly leaving the team because Cotton just ends up letting them. But I think with this case, I think Lantern going is a little bit, it makes sense, to be honest. But you can see them being kind of bummed out by this later. They end up asking Flashlight, hello, can I join your team? I mean, Flashlight is still working on the mystery project that they're hiding away for some reason. And they end up asking to join their team. For some reason, Flashlight does not question this behavior at all. And proceeds to go and be like, oh yeah, sure, you can join our team. In the meantime, we end up having a Crayony proceed to draw by a question. To Boombox, do you ever get scared of losing the ones you love most, and that you like them so much that you would do anything to keep them safe, but then you realize you're not capable to do that, and maybe that person can't even see that? Okay. That's what Crayoni asked. Now, I do gotta admit, that does sound like an extremely specific situation that does seem to have an extreme correlation to how Boombox is possibly feeling about Crayoni to the other about cotton candy. So, this does seem like a very massive coincidence that has just been written into existence here. I gotta admit, because I don't know about this, because Crayon did not showcase any signs of being of this state of mind before. But yeah, it's very convenient that thought from Crayoni. But all right, in the meantime, Beanie proceeds to try to help the team get more organized as a good team leader, which is nice that they do seem to be down for that. But then they end up doing the elimination. They do the elimination right here because it can't really bring the people over. You get the graduation certificates if you win, and we end up having the eliminated contestant actually be Stick. Yes, Stick is the eliminated contestant rather than Wheel. By the way, big fan of the gag of Wheel being super angry and then cutting back to Stick being totally cool. I mean, like, it's one's worse. I mean, like, it's not like who's worse than the other. Again, this team is truly miserable. this team is not good, dude. Because, like, Flag and Wheel, like, okay. Flag and Wheel had, like, a thing going on, had, like, an interesting dynamic where of, like, danger, or, like, heading, of, like, head first into danger with, like, a super caution character, right? Which makes for an interesting dynamic. However, they've kind of dropped like, Wheel's not even really interacting with Flag much at all, to be honest. Like, they've kind of gone separate paths ever since, like, the Sawblade fellas showed up. So, like, it's not, like, that's kind of done. So that's why I was kind of saying, okay, Wheel can get out. But Stick is very one-note. I mean, you can tell that Stick was kind of just filler. Right, like, Stick was cool in the Flower Challenge for, there's like a kind of wild card there. However, heading into these challenges, being kind of the character who dies a lot, it's not that interesting to be the character who dies a lot in modern times, right? So yeah, I get it. But yeah, GG's. They end up, I guess, just being brought to the eliminated contestants area, built by Clipperboard, who's yet again knows how to build things. All right, I don't know how you got the patience for it. Those really do feel like two separate things. Clapperboard does not feel like they wouldn't have the energy to fucking put a nail in. How did you build an entire thing? Very interesting characteristic this one. But then we end up having the challenge start. As the challenge starts, we end up having the team be ready, and they keep going. And of course, this scene is interesting because it's animated very, very differently. Because Red, of course, leaves the team, which makes Cotton Candy go kind of crazy. Like, what? I don't know, but I have no idea who animated this, but they did a good job. It was very smooth, and you can tell that there's a lot of kind of like additional sort of couple of animation styles added onto here, because there was like 2 or 3 animators before. I think there's now like 5 or 6, as there's sort of been a little bit of a bolstering up of crew around the show, which is alright. I think it's interesting, and I think it's probably a good idea, because okay, here's the thing. As I said before, I think in this type of show where it's you're looking at it mainly, right, to like read it and stuff, I feel like overall a stylistic clash is way less of a bother, actually, and it's sometimes even welcomed, because it makes it look more interesting, right? If the style is varying a bit, like, of course, you gotta keep to certain things, and it is keeping to certain things, like assets and backgrounds are relatively consistent, but they're just animated in mildly different ways from time to time, right? It's like, it's doing a good job, because, like, you know, it makes me more interested looking at it, right? Whereas, like, if it was a show with voice acting, I feel like it would clash a little bit more, because, like, the way that mouse would be different, right? Like, some of the rules that come in with voice acting don't work with a lot of styles. However, without those rules, you can do it a little different around time, and it just looks interesting, right? And then it's good. So that's why I think that, yeah, if you're making a show like this, you totally can, to be honest, pull through with more crew, and have the crew be a little bit more freedom oriented, rather than needing to conform to any type of style guide, which I think is, I think it's cool. I think it works. and I think it's a good sign. I'm being way too slow, I think, talking about this episode right now. I probably gotta go faster. But we end up having Flashlight go over because they need to, go work on something important. Now, I do, again, there's presumably time in between. Like, this is a challenge where everybody has to get there, so obviously you're gonna get scrutinized if you ditch your fucking team to go work on a blueprint. So especially if you're working on a blueprint and you're hiding the fact that you're working on a blueprint because you don't want other people to see it, it's probably not a great idea to do it when people are gonna scrutinize you because they need you to come up the freaking mountain. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, but alright then guy, you do you. So yeah, Leaf proceeds to go chase them, and as Leaf chases them, Mouse ends up, of course, going over to Lantern, being like, "Hey, I welcome you with open arms. Hello, that was good." And then something interesting ends up happening. Something very, very interesting. Is that Oliver proceeds to kind of try to race up for some reason. I forgot what they were doing, and we end up having Lantern get pushed around, and with that, the fire leaves. Now, for a second, I was like, is this an animation problem? But no, there's definitely something going on with that. Because, there's the light, just the fire dips, and Lantern proceeds to, I guess, lose their kind of initial shyness, and just proceeds to go over. They're very direct. It's like, let's go up, and Mouse proceeds to go up. So, that's kind of interesting. And then the Meteor's here, too. This is true. Oh, yeah, by the way, Wheels team tactic, and they're just being like, yo, we're get on me. We'll go get up. Right, this was Beanie's tactic. We end up having Carlton help flag up because they're still gonna help people, of course. And then in the meantime, what's going on? We end up having a magnifying glass look up, and after magnifying looks up, they end up finding enormous. They look at the top of the mountain. There's a freaking enormous guy that is glowing red. And they end up being like, oh, and then it's like, oh no. That thing is enormous. Nobody else saw that. Nobody else saw that way. I don't think any detective is on the case. I'm sure, bro. What? Alright then, bro. I see, bro. I mean, I don't. Nobody else can see it. Maybe you're getting baited. Maybe it's like that one thing. And as they leave, a little pink guy shows up. I think this pink guy shows up somewhere else. I think when maybe when the other thing fell in the hole. I don't remember what it's called. Maybe when the potion fell into the hole, right? It was possibly kind of a thing, but. Either way, we end up having Clapperboard, who was gonna go up, but Clapperboard has been intersected by Moneybag again. And yeah, they're kind of doing this. I mean, it's somewhat simple, but I do enjoy the dynamic of Clapperboard just getting brought along to whatever the fuck Moneybag is gonna do. And they end up being like, "Hello, do you want help?" It's like an annoying sales vendor. Just coming in and it was like, "Hello, do you wish assistance right now?" And it's like, "No, well, I have some to give anyways. This is my Moneybag voice. Hire me." I'm kidding. Anyways, everybody climbs to the team except Blue, who doesn't manage to, of course, get up because they're, don't have legs, which ends up being a little bit of a problem. And in the meantime, the wise ones manage to get up thanks to flag getting thrown up by Carlton. So good job to them. And then in the meantime, the Lantern with no fire is tired. Mouse gets a little bit worried about this. Be like, "Yo, we should probably get up." And Lantern eventually proceeds to say, "Yes, you are a good friend." After Mouse ends up, I guess, venting a little bit and ends up saying a pretty epic line. La 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 la. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, they end up climbing up, which together with the power of something. I'm gonna be honest. I already know how that works because they don't seem to remember it. I mean, they do seem to be the same because both, even the one without the fire, even the Lantern without the fire, who seems relatively oblivious, does also like Mouse. So there does seem to be definitely a shared camaraderie here between the two fellas. So something's kind of going on here for sure. But Like, things are definitely happening. In the meantime, Walk on the Candy and Crayoni, they do successfully get up. And then they proceed to find the gigantic red calculator thing. And as they end up finding them, they end up, you shall prove yourself champion, let's go for the prize. Cotton successfully does not clock any of the danger and proceeds to get sucked up. Crayoni as well. So that ends up being a little bit of a situation. In the meantime, Oliver and, magnifying glass go up to try to, find what the hell the calculator thing was. Somehow they don't see it. I guess it was, does it disappear when, they were doing the whole shebang inside of them, right? So I don't think the outer core of the calc fella, I'm calling it a calculator, I don't remember if he had another name, was gonna leave, which again just points out how bad this fella is at finding things. But alright, magnifying glass. But they win the challenge on accident, by the way, because they of course both climbed the hill to do it. So good job. Clapperboard is just getting it gets accidentally teleported by the wizard hat fella to like a different dimension. So alright then, they proceed to dip away while bringing a pumpkin along the way. Mouse and the lantern climb up. The fire proceeds to spark itself back up, and with that, of course, they're immediately back to being mega awkward and blushing. After, and then Mouse goes like, "Hey, you're pretty cool." Lantern is confused about this, but hopefully they'll take it. Leaf eventually finds Flashlight, and Flashlight is busy working on whatever that is. What does that look like? I don't know. It looks like a satellite. That's kind of what it looks like. It looks like a shield thing. It's like maybe it's to reflect the lasers. I don't know. But like maybe it's like a satellite, maybe it's like an antenna, those antenna beam, like I don't know, it's not built yet, like we would need to kind of find it. Maybe it's a rocket, but either way, like bro, you're kind of worried, and Flashlight isn't gonna say what Flashlight is worried about. Flashlight isn't gonna say what Flashlight is worried about, but Leaf's like, yo bro, I care for you, man, and I approve of whatever the hell is that you're building, right? But you gotta we gotta go to, you're my guy. And then Flashlight proceeds to approve. So they end up being together, and they end up splitting it over, which is pretty epic. In the meantime, we end up having the epic battle here between Cotton and our fella here. What was your name? Did you ever say your name? I don't think you said your name, and I don't think you said what you wanted either. You will lead me to. Oh, and then we don't know, but either way, I don't technically need to know to probably understand that guy's pretty evil. So they end up locking down Cotton Candy, and then Crayoni, who is unconscious and is struggling. Blue tries to get Red to help them out. Red proceeds to say, "Look, you don't care. I don't care either. So it's not my business. You care." Blue has just been fully prevented here, which is unfortunate. I do have to admit. Blue, I wish Blue tried a bit more. I'm not gonna lie. Like, Blue gave one attempt to reach out to Red. Like, Blue should really try to reach out to literally anybody, right? Like, call out, like, random names, right? Like, try to just get anybody to help you, but you kind of, like, give up, right? You kind of, like, ask for help for the one guy, and then you dip, right? And it's like, okay, alright, then you're not trying that hard. But either way, Crayoni ends up helping. They end up punching the thing, and they end up having the battle, right? Now, this is just cool. Again, it's a little bit rough to talk about, the mega fight, the super action scenes, because, it's a little bit like, ooh, and then they do the punch, and then they do the jump, and then they do the da-la-la-la, right? But they successfully do manage to utilize, I guess, like, the arm extending, who, like, punches down, because it's, like, coming in from outside, from within, and they manage to climb it and jump back out, which is pretty epic. And apparently doing that sinks the fella into danger. Again, it's cute to still see Crayon just be like, oh, okay. So Cotton is like just overly excited, being like, oh my god, thank you. Which is cool. Boombox just kind of sends that away. By the way, they still lose the challenge because the Blue never managed to get up. Nobody helped the Blue. Which it's also something I've been surprised that Cotton has done. Less for Cotton being Mr. I help everybody out. Aren't you seeing a little bit of a handicapped contestant going on here? Come on now. But yeah, lore is definitely happening. The advertisement guy comes back as the new best characters in the show. But yeah, I mean, that is definitely something, because like there's already something going on with kind of the little plush fella that appeared when magnifying glass is going up. Potions fall down a hole, has been led into a hole by something, right? There's this thing, like there's sinister things on the horizon. They currently don't feel like connected things are on the horizon. That's kind of the thing. It's like, what is the connection? I don't know, because right now, I mean, like that calculator, like, it's hard to know what the motive is, because that calculator might be the most generically evil thing I've ever seen. Yep, they're evil and want to destroy you for some reason, and the world maybe also, who knows. So, like, it's possible, like, we don't know the motives yet. We'll need to kind of see, right? Because I'm sure there's something going on. There's something sinister, right? There's a couple of different, like, it's attacking a couple of different things at the same time, you know? And we already know that some weird things exist in the world, like Pexi, right? So, like, there's things going on. In terms of the elimination, I mean, like, if it's Crayony, Boombox, and Cotton Candy, I would probably eliminate Pill anyways. I mean, I feel bad, but no, it's a Boombox. But I feel like that's a bad idea. I would eliminate Pill. Because like there is something interesting to do there, but like it's kind of tough from that position. You know, like, people aren't seeming to care too much for Pill. Pill doesn't really care for Pill, which is a little bit of an issue, right? And the other fellas is just OG. Boombox could get out, but I am going to suggest Pill here to get eliminated. So, yeah. And then the post-credit scene seems to be a little bit of a flashback to Tadpole, or Tadpole's family. They're off in a friggin' location. They're often like a white void type location after they go over to try to hunt something. The family, for some reason, doesn't like Tadpole. Doesn't approve of Tadpole, right? It's just unfortunate. However, the older brother of Tadpole does say that they accept them, which is nice. And then we end up having the transition as they snap into the reality where they're sitting at the lake, and then there's kind of nothing going on. Again, stories are being set up. I absolutely think there's not too much for me to comment on it, because there's not too much that's happening yet. You know, this is a what I like to call a slow burn. This is a slow burner type show. Where things are like definitely being let in, right? You can see the evil attacking from a couple of different angles. The relationships are building in a couple of different avenues at the same time, right? You can see them kind of like get stronger or weaker, right? Like you see this stuff going on, and you can see the backstories kind of start to fade in here and there with a character, another line, right? Like the worries, or like the happy, like you can see all these things are kind of starting, like there's a foundation being built, but I can't comment too much on it. And even the fact that I can't comment too much on it, I'm definitely commented way too much on this episode because I'm talking too much, so I should probably move on to the next. The next episode of AUSA is entitled Castles and Conflicts. From now on, the episode length increases dramatically, and it pretty much doubles. So AUSA 5 is entitled Castles and Conflicts. Go. Alright, that is episode 5 of AUSA. It is the next day. Let's see, will I be able to watch all of the episodes I want on this day, all the 4 remaining episodes? Probably not, because they're 4 hours long. But, like, we'll see. Either way, Castles and Conflicts. Yeah, things are happening. Things are definitely happening. The show's evolving in paths which I'm not sure I'm quite understanding, but this is but I feel like this is my bad. By the way, shout out to this team, to the Wise Ones, for just being the worst team I've ever seen in terms of just challenge ability. Like, they're right up there with that one team in WoEs. You know that one team in WoEs with like the rainbow gummy worm fella? Right, like that team is horrendous at challenges. This might be up there as one of the just consistently most terrible teams at challenges, right? Like Beanie was like, alright, I'm the leader, I'm gonna solve this team, and did it like decently, right? And then Jar was just immediately like, I'm gonna do it again. You know how I lost for our team? I'm gonna do it again. And it's like, okay, bro. Alright then, Jar. What do we do? And then Beanie doesn't freaking battle Jar on any of it. Doesn't actually try to wrestle back the leadership position. Like, what are you're throwing, dude? What are we doing? But anyways, we'll talk about that when we actually get to the challenge, because there's a couple of hours of content in this episode. But we end up having ourselves a Stick be gone. We start off here with the gag about Stick not actually being dead, right? Because they're in the eliminated contestant era in the ECA, which is of course the eliminated contestant place. Now we know this, so I'm not sure why the characters are doing that. But yeah, the Stick zombie. Even after Stick's eliminated, we can still take advantage to do a couple of Stick dying gags. I mean, obviously, why wouldn't we? But then we eventually end up going over to a different area where there is Paper and like a Tamagotchi, which are just kind of adventuring the forest. They're apparently looking for Paxi. They're looking for Paxi specifically, which is relatively interesting. In the meantime, Paper finds one of the glowy mushrooms that we know are in the area, or at least in the cave, and are apparently trying to investigate. So this is interesting, and they're going over. There's a missing Paxi poster, which is apparently made by Sticky? By Stick? By Stick. So that's interesting. Alright, Stick, I don't know what you're doing, but I mean, if you want. But they're gonna try to apparently go over, which they proceed to eventually do. In the meantime, Potion pops out of the hole he fell into to go down another hole in the forest, where they continue to get led astray by our little fella. Now, to be honest, I don't really know what our fella's doing here, our puppet fella, because they end up just like, they lead Potion into a hole, only to like lead them right back to like where they were before. But I mean, I don't know. It's okay. All right then. There's some mysterious like motivations going on. But anyway, magnifying glass, which is starting to grow fungi on one of Bro's eyes, which is, I would probably get that checked out, has found a demo, which they think that they're lower class detectives, which is look, magnifying glass, it might be kind of goofy, but either way, Paper is getting successfully rage baited by this. Paper is very distracted, very easily distracted. But either way, some fellas, they do gain the information that the Paxi was here, but it's currently not here. So that's relatively interesting. So they're gonna do that research. I guess there's a lot. Again, okay, so that's the thread. We gotta kind of follow the threads, right? Like, what's going on? There's a cave with mushrooms that's possibly dangerous, right? There's a couple of researchers that are trying to look out for Paxi for some reason, right? They're here to investigate Paxi, so we'll keep that in mind. Let's keep those threads on the pin board, because there's a lot of things to put on the pin board. We start off here with a post intro with the drawings of course the team. That was just kind of, I guess, as a bonding exercise. We end up having Boombox draw the cool ass let's go, and we end up having the elimination get hosted here by Tadpole with Hologram, which has officially gotten the speaking update. Yes, they eventually got the speaking update after getting connected to the television, which is pretty cool. I'm like, okay, part of me did find it relatively charming to have like the kind of how do I best say this? To have like the hologram talk in other people's words. I think that was relatively charming, but it's also tougher to write and way more limiting, especially if you're gonna have hologram be a permanent co-host, right? Because it doesn't really seem like Paxi's busy, so like hologram ends up being the co-host, right? Rather than the co-host to the co-host, to which is now the host, right? So all of these things are kind of happening, but we end up having the elimination with 119 total votes, which is way more votes than last time. Now, I'm just gonna say it. I do personally think that you can do this plot point, but it's still really, really silly to go do a plot line about all ratings are going down and then have the host freak out about the fact that ratings are low when they're actually increasing objectively every single time. like the show just has doubled in votes every episode. And Pexy's like, oh no, it's going down. Like, I get, like, this is probably a pre-planned plot point. But the show's doing well, we gotta rewrite it. I don't know, like, something, like, it's not true. This is an incorrect plot point. But, like, alright then, somebody's gotta show. I guess Pex hasn't been here in a while. Maybe Pex doesn't know that the show's actually popping off. Or maybe Pexy is gonna, maybe Pexy would see that the show's popping off and see that, oh god, I left and it's doing good now because Tadpole's here. Like, there's avenues you could take it, but I think just the avenue of saying their show's doing bad ratings is just not true. But, either way, you get pieces of dirt. Crayon, he says, at least we get to stay together, which is a curious sentence. But then we end up having Blue be quite upset because, of course, they end up getting left behind by Cotton. And Blue proceeds to lash out at them, being like, "Of course you didn't care about me. All you care about is your girlfriend." They're just kind of rather upset. And then Pill proceeds to, by the way, get eliminated with 67 votes, which I don't think that was funny back then. But haha, make sure play the laugh track. All right, so Blue gets eliminated and proceeds to get out. Of course, they're rather upset about this, and then Cotton feels very, very bad about this, being like, "No, I didn't listen, I didn't hear you, bro." Which, okay, is this Cotton's fault? Whose fault is this? Because I said I was gonna vote for Pill or Blue because Blue didn't make enough of an effort. Neither of them made enough of an effort. Okay, Cotton did help out somebody, helped out Flag from the other team. After Cotton went up, there realistically wasn't much help that Cotton could give anymore because Cotton was very distracted, right, by doing the whole battling the evil thing that they're doing, right? So from that moment on, there's definitely not a thing happening for sure. But from before, I mean, they could have, but also Blue didn't call out enough, didn't call out anybody specifically, only called out Red, right? Could have maybe tried to get help from somebody on another team, maybe, right? There's more avenues that probably could have been taken, but unfortunately here, we do end up seeing a pretty rough one here, as Cotton yet again is getting just decimated by everybody. So I guess we keep on moving as we end up having Boombox still feel a little bit, Boombox is feeling a little bit iffy about Cotton, okay? I don't know. Still feeling a little bit weird. Potion is here with the money bag for some reason. Money bag continues to be a comic relief character for a million. Blue proceeds to hang out with Stick, I guess. And then we end up going over to our elimination area. So, the elimination area, technically supposed to be the one that's kind of like an underwater, fish tank bowl thing, it still only has Mirror Ball in it. Right, and then our little evil fella who has no name. I don't know what do we call this fella? What do we call this, flesh and bones? We'll call him. What the hell can we call it? Because they kind of look like a calculator to default state, but I don't think that's a threatening enough name. The defulator. I don't know. What do we call it? Well, let's call him Jim. Mirror Ball proceeds to get, of course, jump scared by Jim, and they eventually hear the help as Jim's out here trying to convince Mirror Ball that that they are actually Stick, and that Stick has been turned into an unrecognizable figure by Pexy, of course, because Mirror Ball has the greatest very scared about Stick, and Mirror Ball will obviously believe this immediately because the characters in this show do not doubt the evil entity that speaks extremely differently than all of them. So that's interesting. Either way, we don't really take advantage of much of that because we just end up fucking beating up the Mirror Ball. Anyway, so something's happening. I think they dead, but we'll see. Majority of people are missing, and also Magnifying Glass has been eliminated. Yep, it's of magnifying glass is being eliminated because he has been continually absent from challenges. Is this true? Kind of. I mean, he was present for the last challenge technically because he did go up. He did go up the cliff, right? Which means that he did show up in the last challenge. He dipped off in challenge number 2. I think, but like, yeah, he has shown up enough to where I probably would have kept him around, right? Because it's like, okay, I mean, you're not here for challenge starts, but if you eventually get the challenges done anyways, then I guess you're fine, right? But yeah, I guess it's over for Magnifying Glass. Is officially eliminated. They don't know this, and Oliver is now just kind of on their own. Oliver's on their own, which they think is pretty cool, bruh. And we end up having the challenge be tower defense. Basically, capture the flag. If you get if your flag gets caught, you lose. There's no actual destination for the flag. Like, this isn't capture the flag, because you don't need to get the flag and bring it. You just need to literally touch the flag, right? Like, there's no additional requirement. Which makes it a very probable. It's probably way better to do defense in this case, because it's such a thin line between failure in this challenge that, like, it's probably better to kind of hold your own and just try to survive rather than probably launch an attack, right? Because if they notice that you launch an attack, you're making yourself very, very vulnerable, right? So that's probably the better idea, but I don't know. Jar continues to be leading, and again, Beanie is entirely not gonna doubt this for some reason. We end up having the idea of Jar doing the flag. The idea of putting flag as the flag is not an actually bad idea, because again, the brains in this show they're not very braining, so like there will be probably people that would get baited by having the flag there, but the problem is that they need to hide the other flag. And also, by the way, if you can just move the flag anyway, couldn't you have just like hidden it underground or something? Like, couldn't a team have just done that? Like, if they could already deplace the flag from their original location, then it's like, alright, then, like, okay, cool, I guess. You just hide the flag, bro. That's way better. As I say, hidden is always better than, hard to get to. But, yeah, Wheel proceeds to get upset, being like, yo, what the hell are you doing? You're not the team leader. And then eventually they proceed to freaking disappear, being like, okay, well, you're not the leader, so screw off. And they proceed to dip, and they're rolling over to Team Mech. So they end up having a quick little plan. We end up having Lantern and Mouse be like, yo, go attack. Lantern is still, of course, kind of surprised, be like, oh shit, I actually gotta do shit with Mouse. A Flashlight and Clapperboard defend, and then Leaf will try to stop Wheel. This doesn't actually, like, it takes about 10 minutes for us to get to the scene where Leaf stops Wheel, even though it theoretically would happen about 3 seconds after, which is, of course, an interesting question about, like, how sequence of events gets played in episodes like this, where there's so many theoretically things that would be probably happening around the same time, right? But, like, I do think that was probably the most awkward cases of that happening, right? Like, the fact that Leaf was totally, like, Wheel was so close to Leaf already, but the fact that it takes us, like, up until when? Like, when does the confrontation actually happen? Like, the confrontation, between Leaf, yeah, it happens like 29 minutes in. We don't get to see these two again. It takes 15 minutes for us to get to something that would have realistically happened immediately after. Right? Like, there would not have been much of a time gap between this plan getting formed and the other thing, right? Like, it would surely have taken longer for, like, the entire battles that take place in between them, right? But for some reason, Leaf takes a look at a Wheel after. So, like, I don't know about that personal order of events. I probably would have put that scene way, way, way earlier, to be honest. But, like, I guess we move how we move. Anyways, we end up having Clapperboard's idea being like, yo, all these friends that keep fucking around with me for no reason, let's just get them in here. Let's make a proper army. They proceed to fetch a proper army by, bigger stick diplomacy, aka just scream very loudly and they'll say yes. And they proceed to form. They do good. So all right, then we proceed to go over to Crayonic, who goes over to hang out with Cotton, of course, because Cotton feels bad, and don't worry, Cotton will feel worse, because we end up, of course, having the attack drop by from well, they were gonna attack, but they end up getting stopped because because Lantern and Mouse are getting there, right? So Lantern and Mouse see to come in with the attack. Of course, Lantern was the old friend of Cotton, so it's pretty. So it felt like a little bit of a bastard, being like, "Come on, you're gonna go after my team. You're gonna try to pull our team out for elimination, really now, right?" So that felt, a little bit mean, I guess, which is fair. In the meantime, Magnifying Glass is still looking for Triangle. They end up finding, apparently, their olden friends. Triangle is still there, but they end up finding their olden friends from something. This show has a heavy basis of, I feel like I should have watched another show before this one, but I don't think I'm supposed to. But it gives off the vibe that I probably should have. But either way, we end up having ourselves the puppet appear. Now the puppet here drops by. They've apparently been acting weird. They were also apparently old friends of the fellas, and they do successfully base the puppet being like, somebody needs to be holding it. So who's holding it? Want to find out? Yeah, they want to find out, because of course Magnifying Glass is a big fan of mysteries and loves getting distracted every 3 seconds. So they proceed to go over and do that. Again, this is not suspicious in the slightest. But I will be honest that I am surprised at just how open we are to the theory. Right, because we're leading them, of course, to the door thing, but it's again, I'm interested at just how unbelievably open we are to actually getting things over to the door. Because it feels like it would be a secret location that you wouldn't buy the showcase. Be like, oh, don't worry about that. But no, we're just like, yo, the Texas, you want to go check out my evil ass door? Yo, you want to go check that out? Let's go, bro. And it's like, all right, that's interesting. I guess. But, all right, then in the meantime, Jar continues to be hella useless. But as we do that, Potion has now decided that they're going to hang out with Stick. They're going to try to do a murder on Oliver for some reason. And they tried to do an Oliver. We end up having a montage, a pretty cool montage. I like how this montage is animated. It's a little bit smoother than majority of other scenes. And I approve. There's also the return of Watering Can, which is one of the greatest characters of all time. They end up keeping it moving. Then we have the actual Lantern scene that we were on about earlier. If you're curious, Lantern, of course, needs to, protect their team with Mouse. So even though Cotton's being hella mad, be like, yo, nobody's helping me. Everybody hates me for some reason, and it feels bad. But unfortunately, they end up utilizing their secret fire powers that they now have, and they proceeded to just fucking petrify them. But Mouse liked it, so it's now good. Boombox is upset about this and proceeds to manage to hella solo Mouse, because Mechanical Mind defeats Mechanical Mind. So GG's to Boombox for managing to do that. In the meantime, Oliver proceeds to get to hear a little bit of a glitching sound coming in from the background, and they hear them, and what shows up, they get jump scared by a couple of the glitchy things until they eventually realize, hold on, one of these is a cat, and then they proceed to get the cat, and they do seem to actually get mildly along with this cat. They end up being called Scraps. Now, they seem to have they seem to glitch out what they touch, maybe? Because they don't glitch out all. I think they have the choice. I don't think they're just one of these things where if you touch something, you get glitched out immediately, right? Because that is kind of what I was thinking might have been happening here, right? But I don't think that actually is what is happening, because we end up having something going on where they can touch Oliver and be totally cool and be totally fine, but other things is then already a no. So I don't really know what's going on. But you know what? Scraps does look pretty cool, and they also look a lot like triangles, so I guess we'll go with that. In the meantime, the clapperboard army is coming in because Boom Boss is coming in to attack. Now, okay, I do want to admit it's not the greatest tactic here from Boom Boss, because Boom Boss is just, okay, 2 of their teammates just died. And then they just like, okay, you know what? We're gonna go attack the team that has like 6 people around their tower protecting it by myself instead of, I don't know. Nothing ever stated that you can't just go to the recovery center. And you might be wondering, okay, well maybe we can go to the recovery center. Well, why can't we go to the recovery center? You're leaving post anyways. Your tower is entirely 100% from that moment unprotected because the other 2 people are dead. Or at least, was Crayony dead? I don't know. They were at least unconscious. And then, like, the other things, going on. So, like, Boom Boss is leaving the tower hella unprotected to go attack, like, 6 people at the same time and not caring about trying to recover them when I'm pretty sure that is something that you can do in the challenge, or at least it's not stated that you can't, so I don't see why you wouldn't try. So, it's not exactly a great idea here from Boom Boss. I must admit that they are kind of throwing. But, we end up having Clapperboard instruct Flashlight to go get some weapons, so they proceed to go do that. And they end up going to their underground factory, which they have, by the way. And it also seems to be potentially where they're, like, it seems like they might have, like, sort of deflected their building business thing that they were doing, right? Because they were kind of building it out in the open. But now they're here somewhere. You might hear some water in the background. But, like, some here, because like it does seem like that exact type of machinery is there, and there's also scrap metal on the floor. It does seem like, so they're working on stuff, Flashlight, it does seem to, and they also have a personal robot assistant, which you know, is pretty cool. They're called Helpa, or like Help Zero. And they apparently see that the Flashlight is stressed because, you know, they don't have time to get this done now. So, alright then. Helpo says that they believe them. So, you know, that's nice. At least the personal robot assistant believes in, you know, their owner fella. But yeah, like, this is also something that's happening, that we have to remain on the pin board, right? It's like, Flashlight is worried about a thing, so it's currently constructing something. It's getting distracted by the fact they need to follow up on the challenge because they're not as dumb as a magnifying glass, so they don't just dip off to do that, to go to random forests and do that. So that's going on as well. There's also, of course, the thing with scraps that we don't technically know what those things are or where they're coming from, right? Like, they're just kind of glitching out. Pexi glitches out, but like, do those have any type of correlation between them though? Pexi and these glitching out people like scraps? Maybe, I don't really know, something along those lines. But like, that stuff is kind of a little bit complicated. We also find out that Clapperboard is a romantic. To be honest, I'd be scared if you weren't. But do we end up having the weapons officially get given? A lava gun, one like one like laser gun, and also one like bazooka gun, which ends up getting given to some dubious people. I like the pumpkin holding it with the tongue though, and you know, the magic hat's just like, I don't need to, like, the wizard hat, no, because I already have magic, so that's fair. And then in the meantime, they end up using the arm gun for Flashlight themselves. So they end up getting into position. A chainsaw ends up getting used by Yo-Yo, I guess, like just the character itself. In the meantime, Moneybag, Earth, and Dynamite are also in the forest because there's nothing better to do, I guess. I don't know. Like, going into the forest. Dude, this forest is way too dangerous with these characters to just randomly walk in them. Like, do they not know? Like, have they not done this before? As, like, these forests are not safe. We're just kind of walking here. Oh, no, bro. Moneybag, what are we doing? And they end up accidentally finding, way faster than Mr. Detective, by the way, but they end up finding here the door that seems to be, you know, a bit suspicious, and is also, in fact, where some of these bug fellas are dropping by. So they do seem to have some correlation to this kind of, like, goopy evil stuff. So that stuff's kind of ongoing. Now, of course, goopy evil stuff is a common thematic amongst things that seem to be evil around here, right? Because goopy evil, like black goo, right, is a lot of what makes up our Jim, our little evil fella, right? That's like, like they're kind of goopy. You can see it from their eyes, right? Pexy as well. You can tell when they're glitching out. They do heavy goopy black. This thing's very goopy, right? In the way that it looks. Scraps and stuff when they were doing the jump scare also very goopy black goo looking, right? Now, so like all of these different things feel like they're kind of interconnected because of this kind of shared design across them. The shared design of like thing that's glitching out, thing that's not normal, thing that's kind of ongoing, right? These feel like connected details, but it's weird because like what is the core? What is the root? Right? Because like everything is kind of like just like they're dispersed, but we don't have any clue about what the root is, which makes it difficult to kind of follow a train of thought here, right? Because it's like we can follow a line, but it eventually just stops at, okay, this exists, right? But we don't find out the root of how it exists or why it exists, because there's no root of where it exists, right? Like this door. Like, I mean, this looks like a door, and it's like unleashing the bugs, so maybe it could have something to do with that. Maybe like, like scraps and stuff would like pop out from there, right? Like that type of thing. But like there's a lot of, I just don't know, right? Because there's no core. But whatever is the evil here, they're doing a pretty smart job, which is just kind of attacking at all angles, Like I think I said this in the coverage of the last episode, but they really are. Right, like whatever evil is doing, like they really are just like attacking really everywhere, right? Because they're like attacking at the elimination area, they're attacking people that are clueless like Potion, they're attacking the detective, but they're also attacking who's on the show itself, right? Trying to do that, like they're like every single category of person in this show is in some way interacting with the evil, right? So like all this stuff is kind of happening here around it, and again, we need more knowledge. We just need more knowledge right now. But like it's intriguing to, I guess, kind of see it in the way that it's going. But yeah, in the meantime, Wheel proceeds to show up here with a Leaf, and as they have this battle that realistically should have happened about 10 minutes ago, Leaf successfully wins because you can just grab Wheel and yeet over to whoever knows where. Boombox finally arrives after taking a very brisk walk. Again, I'm telling you, the amount of again, it's just like I don't know. This is kind of the issue that sometimes happens with the pacing in high action, and I feel like they do suffer from it. I feel like it kind of does, right? Because it really does feel like, hold on, they saw Boombox walking over, and they had time to get Clapperboard to go ask Flashlight to go get weapons. They proceed to walk over to their underground facility, have a chat with their instructor robot thing, fetch weapons, walk back, successfully supply all of the weapons to everybody else, and then get in position, and then time for another entirely unrelated scene to happen before Boombox walks over. How slow is this walk? Like, you see what I mean? I feel like certain action elements are not being timed remotely correctly, and it creates like a little bit of a dissonance, right? Because it feels like certain action elements just get paused for the sake of plot to happen, right? When it's like, hold on, you would not have time for this. Like, surely not. Right? But, either way, like it's more of a nitpick, but I do think that like when you're trying to kind of analyze, like writing in this case, I do think that like the slower writing, like I said, it's very chill writing, but like to racked up with higher action as it's trying to do in these episodes, there's a little bit of a distance that I think could probably get worked on to be fixed, but like it's not like that bothersome watching it, but I think re-looking at it, you kind of notice it. Like I am right now. But either way, Boombox needs to, survive. And these people are very bad at their job. Like, very, very bad at their job. I mean, Boombox is like fucking doing the Matrix, like doing the, and dodge and everything, right? Which is true. But, yeah, these are also not the greatest set of soldiers of all time. Like the lava gun that just gets shot at the wizard hat and then they fucking die and then everybody misses the shot. Like, it's not a great move there from Boombox, to be honest. But either way, Jar's team gets attacked by Oliver and Scraps, which is certainly there. Also, again, I would just like to remind you, this base is not being defended. It never was debatably being defended by Oliver here. Like, the only people that dare to attack Oliver's base, you know, the guy who's alone, is for some reason Stick and Potion. Like, they're the only people, and they didn't even attack the base, they just attacked Oliver and died on their own trying. And it's like, dude, what is these tactics? These people don't know how to tactics, bro. Like, because like even the other, no, because like what? Caution fucking wanting to go after Team Meg, by the way. The team with the most people. Like, just get Oliver out, come on. Like, what are we doing? And no team decides to do that. But either way, apparently Jar has a cat. Ooh, this is new knowledge. But yeah, the cat proceeds to dip off. They get mad about the fact that their cat dipped. Their cat proceeded to decide that they were going to glitch out the entire universe. And they proceed to do that. They lick a flag, which proceeds to glitch out flag themselves. But again, they can lick Oliver and be fine, which is interesting. They proceed to grab the flag, but they don't actually grab the flag. Now, apparently there is a photo after of Oliver grabbing the correct flag, but the flag that they celebrate being like, we won, was definitely flag the character, not the flag of the challenge, which I am going to say, I don't know if they were supposed to be, but like, it's kind of interesting how it's a little bit of a dubious thing, but they did apparently grab both, so I guess it's fine. But yeah, you'll pay for this. Then this a little bit worried. The entire tower eventually ends up dipping off. Oliver is also gone, and Oliver did eventually proceed to grab the flag. Speaking of flag proceeds to apparently go to the hospital, which exists. And yay, the day saved, and they're up for elimination. I do gotta admit that yeah, no, again, this team just sucks. Like, not in terms of, like, entertainment. Like, I think, like, this is an entertaining team. Like, don't get me wrong. I enjoy watching this team. They're just really bad at their job. You know? Like, there's, like, this is what I mean when I say this team's bad. Like, this is a bad team in terms of challenge performance. I'm actually personally enjoy having a bad team quite a bit. Because it's just honest. Right? Like, when you're having this type of competition, not every team is going to be perfectly balanced majority of the time, right? Like, majority of the time, you're going to have a team that's better and just keeps winning, and you're going to have a team that's laid out worse and they keep losing, right? So by having a team just consistently lose a lot, right? Whereas, like, instead a team like Team Mac, which is overall a very organized team, it's a very nice team, Team Mac, I'm not gonna lie, right? Like, they kind of keep winning. This team keeps losing. It makes sense because this team is unorganized, right? We have they are giving their leadership to somebody who is not a leader, right? And the only person that can save it is just allowing it to happen. Flag and Wheel don't protest correctly because Wheel's definition of go solo is just go over to try to attack Leaf and bite her arm, right? Like, it doesn't work. And then Flag just proceeds to, is obsessed with trying to be useful to the team, so much so that they will literally just do whatever is asked of them, even if what is asked from them is to literally stand still. So there's no protesting for Flag and Wheel, or at least no correct protesting. Beanie doesn't protest either and just proceeds to resign the ownership to Jar, and then Jar is just Jar. So like, I mean, like, by this point I absolutely do gotta say that Jar deserves to go. Jar is the #1 leading figure in the losses of this team. And by Jar getting eliminated, we by default make Beanie allowed to do leadership. So Beanie should be hopefully capable to at least steer this team into 1 or 2 challenge wins, because like, they do have that capability within them to actually pull that off, to actually do that, right? Whereas, like, they don't. So that's kind of what I think here. So, yeah, that's interesting. In the meantime, we're having a scene later where we're almost there, which is interesting. Apparently, they were the other fellas, the friendos of a magnifying glass, were in an object show, and apparently the recovery center died. It was destroyed. And they all died at the same time, so they got recovered back in the city, which exists. But we're getting just pieces of information. I mean, to be fair, that's the most obvious piece of information of all time. Every object show of all time that is set in a grassland will have a city like 3 miles down the block that for some reason the contestants just don't live in for some reason. Like this is every object show. Like that is the most common trope in object show history. Like, from watching a hell of a ton of objects, that is the biggest one. Like, it's not even close. Every object show does it. It's unbelievable. But we end up having Triangle chilling out. But as Triangle's chilling out, they do seem to glitch out, and apparently their fellas appear, or at least the glitched version of their fellas appear. So, like, Triangle is definitely involved. Yet again, I'm still 100% true in my statement. I 100% believe in my statement that the fact that Triangle is actually up to no good is more so a lucky guess by Magnifying Glass rather than him having any proper judgment. Because, like, yeah. And in the meantime, we ended up going over to the other show. Remember the show that Wizard had teleported the other fellas way too far away from? Yeah, we ended up going over to the other challenge, which is apparently the final challenge of that show is let your beat go through your phone, which is interesting challenge, but they don't have to do it because Pexy proceeds to murder that host and then glitches out and says the work here is done, and then proceeds to dip. I think what's happening is that we're maybe trying to get rid of competition, maybe, right? So, like, maybe Pexy, it's like, okay, if we're trying to, get our ratings up, because, the show that's increasing in vote count every episode has a terrible rating. Fucking hell. Is managing to, like, if I get rid of the other shows, then mine will be the only show by de facto, so we'll get hella good ratings. I think that might be what Pexy's doing. I don't really know what Pexy's doing. But, like, that's my closest presumption. And also, I mean, like, obvious question, do they not have a recovery center in that show? And they just revive the host? Or do they need to go to the city? Like, what is happening? I don't know, but, like, the stuff is going on. Apparently, that death is a big deal. Yeah, there's like there's also definitely a little bit of a kind of like a distance also between death value, right? Because it's like, okay, there's a recovery center here, but apparently there's not necessarily a recovery center there. So, like, are these the only two recovery centers that exist? Is there a recovery center here, the one built by Clapperboard, and there's a recovery center at the city, wherever that is, right? So that makes dying at any other point a big deal because they need to get recovered at the city, right? So, like, for example, over on the green grasslands, which is where the other show is being held, dying there means that you're, like, not necessarily dead permanently, but you can't go back. Like, you can't easily continue because the character goes over there, right? Which also would make sense to why challenges in a show like that would potentially be significantly easier, right? Like, just, like, if you actually look at that challenge, right, there's no technical danger in that challenge, right? So I guess that would make sense to why challenges in that show would be potentially less dangerous at the same time. But then it's kind of like, okay, I see, but can't they build their own recovery center? Is Clapperboard just a genius? Is Clapperboard just like the one person? Did Clapperboard build the recovery center in the city? Is Clapperboard like just the genius, like god inventor of the recovery center? Is the only person who could build them? Like, I don't really know. But, like, there's some... But this is important because, of course, it depends. Like, because in the show itself, dying is considered such an irrelevant thing that we have literal gags of sick dying and recovering over and over and over again. But as soon as we get to a different area, it's totally a big deal, right? So, like, it's interesting, and it's something that we're going to need to find out. But anyways, I think we've chatted and tatted about AUSA 5 long enough because we're going to go over to AUSA 6. AUSA 6 is we still don't know what AUSA means, by the way. But AUSA 6 is entitled The Blade Case. It's longer than this episode, so let's go. Alright, so a little while ago, I watched episode 6 of AUSA, and ever since I watched episode 6 of AUSA, my mind has been invaded because the amount of things that happen in this episode, the amount of things per minute, might be earth-shattering. It might be a world record amount. I do gotta be honest here. Okay, so like, here's the, you know those like roast of blank videos that appear that like format where like it's just kind of non-stop, people like just a different person and it just starts roasting a person or just roasting a different person, right? And it just bat up bat. Like, this is kind of that feeling, right? Because it's like nobody is safe, everybody is getting decimated on both sides. It's actually tremendous. And to be honest, I think I can only remember about like 15% of what's happening from right now in my brain. I need to, this is one of the most necessary times to do the run through. Because we hella need it. So we begin here with Oliver, who's trying to find scraps. They end up going over to the two other researchers that just ended up kind of stopping there in the field and never going further, even though they didn't find anything in the field. And they seem to be intrigued because, of course, Oliver describes scraps as relatively glitchy. So, you know, that's kind of interesting. They decide to keep note of that for their potential investigation if they find a glitchy cat. And they proceed to be like, yo, cats like trees, so you should check out trees. Even though Oliver did just tell you that they checked out a part of the forest, and forests have trees, so like, it's not necessary. Like, I don't know if it's the most useful piece of advice, but we are gonna move on. From that, in terms of the technical aspects, I mean, we'll discuss some of the more audio technical aspects later, because a thing does happen in this episode, but in terms of general animation quality, as I said with AUSA 4, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, there is like a significant change in styles. There's even more, I think, than there originally were in episode 4, and that does cause for a little bit of variation. Now, and also, but again, as I said, I kind of like that in this specific scenario, because that inconsistency when you're just looking at the screen does make it better to see. The only thing that it is bad, though, the only thing that's very, like, and it's very, very bad, and it does happen a couple times during this episode, is that difference in style is fine. However, difference in timing absolutely cannot be a fix, because we, like, that needs to be a defined rule. A text needs to be on screen for a blank amount of time, depending on how big it is, okay? But that just needs to be straight up a rule, because otherwise we gonna have problems, right? And you can see that from different styles, some of the text goes by faster. It just simply goes by faster, and also some variations in how the text gets displayed as well, because sometimes it gets shown in and like, cause sometimes it moves as well, but with certain people, they make it move alongside the character, right? Like the like, which I don't know if I'm necessarily agreeing with. So like, which, I mean, it's fine, but it's different rules. The text should absolutely follow standardized rules, I would say. However, I think visually, if the styles are different, that's fine. But text should follow the same rules, because that's the most important thing of the show, by quite a bit. So, like, you do need that to sort it out. But either way, the characters are chilling. We end up having a conversation between the trio, where they end up, of course, asking how Leaf was feeling about their hand, and it'd be like, oh, I mean, it feels better. And we end up having some you know, like, do we have some foreshadowing? I don't think we do. I almost say that it's foreshadowing, but I don't think this is foreshadowing. Yeah, just like, yo, you're some of the best friends, but basically they're friends, okay? They're friendos, they're friendly. It's a cute scene, I like it. I don't know, I was remembering, I think I was getting confused with the like the scene from the last episode, right, with like a flashlight. But either way, Moneybag exists. They left the forest with the other fellas because they're the ones who stumbled across the door. And the other guy proceeds to go back to their stash. In the meantime, Earth proceeds to hang out with Lantern and proceeds to get the scoop. They proceed to get the hot, fresh new information about what's going on between. With Lantern and with Mouse, yeah, we can see the Lantern's feeling bad because the Cosmo is also doing that, and then we end up having the question asked here from Earth that how did you get your crush on Mouse? So it was a long time ago, again, probably from before we knew they were apparently there, and they weren't talking to anybody because they could because. No, not because of anything. They were just sitting there. And one day they woke up and they just couldn't see. Like, they just slept one day, woke up, cannot see. Something happened. I don't know. But basically, and then they started just kind of crying. And then Mouse came over and saw them. And I was like, what is going on? You're just kind of crying on this tree. So then Lantern proceeds to stay, and then Mouse goes like, yo, I got some glasses that I can do that, and then Lantern proceeds to get the glasses, and suddenly can see very good again, and also sees Mouse, and as soon as they saw Mouse, like, wow, you hella pretty, and well, you said that in nicer words, but, I'm summarizing with my own language. I don't think Lantern would quite say it like that, but, but yeah, Earth is encouraging, so that's kind of the crush story. I like that story. I was a bit worried that we were gonna retell what happened in episode 1, where it was just like, oh, so you see, I was walking one day, and then I just randomly spotted the glance, and it was love at first sight, and it was like, okay, bro, this is like love at second sight. It's like a third one, like it was, at least you saw somebody act really nice to you, and then you saw them and you found it really pretty, so then there's 1 + 2, and then it works. So I get it. I see why it happened. This makes sense. Anyways, Mirrorball gets recovered, by the way, which I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't even know that was like allowed for a character in the Illumination area to just be recovered. But they do get recovered somehow. Also on their own, maybe? Because, like, who recovered? How does this recovery center work? I thought you needed to input a thing. Do you not need to do that? I thought you did. I thought somebody need to go recover them. But no, they just kind of get recovered. Okay. Because it's like nobody tried to there's no way somebody tried to recover Mirrorball. Is this one of those recovery centers where you like press a button and then it just like recovers everybody that's dead? But then if it recovered everybody that's dead, surely it should recover some additional people. How do recovery centers work? Again, this is very important information because of because of the way that this show makes recovery centers exist, but also not everywhere and not all of the time. And there's one in the city, but if people die in the city, they can't get recovered. If they die in the hometown, they don't get recovered, but in the city they can get recovered because they have a recovery center in the city but not in the hometown. My prediction, my presumption is that I think a recovery center works as long as you have inputted that person into the database. So that means that the people in the city can get recovered because they signed up to the thing in the city, and the people in this show can get recovered because they are in the vicinity of this clapperboard recovery center, so they've been in the database. But if somebody else, it theoretically wouldn't apply here. I think that's how I'm gonna treat it as working, okay? But they come back and then they proceed to just kind of find Stick, and Mirrorball goes like, "What the hell? That Stick? Thought you were evil." But either way, Stick is just kind of there, and it's acting very Stick. So I guess Mirrorball's like, all right, then questions it for less time than I was expecting, to be honest. So they just kind of eventually accepts their fate. Their mysterious fate. But yeah, we proceed to have a relatively interesting scene. We have some scenes with smooth animations. And in the meantime, Crayoni tries to find Cotton. They do find Cotton sitting there, sadly, next to one of the challenges. And then proceeds to Go over to Carlton. Carlton's still sad because nobody likes Carlton for some reason. Because they end up there's a bad thing just keep happening. Blue doesn't like them. Red dipped from the team. This is true. Magnifying Glass never listened to command. This is true. And Lantern, of course, did the deathly sabotage. I will admit that was pretty harsh from Lantern. It was kind of excessive. They didn't need to do all that. But Boombox and Crony are doing that. I like kind of what's going on here because you can see that Boomboss. I think you can see the good judge, you can see the goodwill sort of pop through, right? Because Boombox was doing this thing in a couple of episodes back, right, with the scene oh, do you ever care for something, protect someone and you see them with somebody else, right? The quote that Markery that Crayoni said, Boombox, I think, was definitely feeling that, right? Boombox was definitely feeling that towards the cotton candy, right? And was kind of I don't know about you, you're getting a suspicious vibe. But, when you see, what is happening, you can see kind of the goodwill shine through, where it's oh, you really aren't deserving this, and you can see that you feel bad about this for this reason, right? It makes sense. It's understandable. And eventually Boombox's okay, so no, you're just kind of a people pleaser and you're kind of failing, but I'm with you, man. If Crayon feels happy with you and stuff, so this is all good. In the meantime, Bean has decided we've had enough. It's taken a bit, but they end up trying to chat over to Jar and be yo, you are making us lose these fucking challenges. And Jar is just not somebody that can be reasoned with, right? Because Jar just kind of has this proper, I don't know, how do I describe Jar? I gotta find the words here to describe Jar the best I can. I think the best words to describe Jar is very dumb. No, I'm kidding. The best words to describe Jar is just so utterly oblivious, right? They're the type of character that ends up being so utterly oblivious that they just won't listen, right? Because the answer to, oh, you're doing bad is no, I'm not. Right? And it's about what can take them down, because you're telling them won't take them down. Losing a challenge will take them down because they can play something else. Getting eliminated might do that. However, for most characters that are in that type of archetype, when they get eliminated, they just leave. So right as they're maybe about to realize, they don't. And then, from there can go in two directions. You can either continue delusion, right, and have them be I got eliminated unfairly, or you could go into the other direction of them realizing, being oh damn, they voted Myakusa sucked, right, and all these things. There's these two paths that can be taken, but currently we're seeing Jar kind of pull through with that. We have the intro. Hello, intro. And we proceed to host the elimination. Flag is not here because Flag is in the hospital. Now, I do gotta admit, again, I do not really know why the Flag is there when we have a recovery center. Right, it's kind of the question if, it's probably faster to just get chainsaw or something, I don't know. So, it's there, the people seem fine using it, so yeah, we ended up doing that. A cool, interesting scene here going on in the background, as by the way, 108 votes. I don't know if that was more or less than last time. I think it was mildly less, so maybe the show is falling off. Maybe Paxi has a good reason, but, we end up having one of those little bug fellas get squashed down, and interesting enough, colors definitely drop by in various colors. Looks like electrical wiring, for sure. So we gotta kind of keep that in mind, because as you can see, it's the same kind of looking electrical wiring as the wiring that connects the hologram to the television itself. So that's somewhat interesting. So yeah, we end up having the eliminated contestant be Jar. Jar's out. Jar is eliminated. Because yeah, they in fact threw for the team. But eventually, after they realize that nobody backs them up, right? Nobody backs them up. Everybody keeps trying to tell them what's going on, and then Jar's damn, but I was so good though. But it ends up kind of being a little bit of an issue. But they do get the opportunity to still compete in this challenge, because they can have fix the wrongs with the rights or something, because of course Flag is not here, so Flag needs to get replaced. Also, that brick is glitching out, the one on Flag's thing. I'm not sure what's going on. But either way, Oliver is going to try to, well, Oliver's trying to find scraps, but you know who they find? They find Pexy. Yeah, Pexy is here, bro. The Pexy from the show AUSA, you know, the host, is back, and it's back more animatic than ever. Oh my god, I mean, like, yeah, that's the best way to describe it, right? Like, there ain't no better way to describe it. I know that Pexy, right, doesn't qualify as an algebraian, but in terms of algebraianistic behavior, yeah, duh. Right, like, it's almost different because there's almost a new category, right? Because animatic is algebraianistic in nature, but it's we've almost invented a new character called animaticistic, where like characters just end up kind of acting like animatic. And absolutely, the default state of Pexy is that Pexy strays away when faced with different hurdles, right? Like when Pexy is sort of dealing with pushback or like things get dealt a little bit differently, you know. Like Pexy's significantly more angry in confrontation, I would say. Like in confrontation, is significantly more severe in confrontation. Is significantly more also kind of like the Crashouts are more real. Like the Crashouts are more crazy, even though animatic can do that, right? However, challenge explanations are more kind of, I guess and challenges are a little bit less like personally based, right? So that's kind of what I would say. It's a bit different in certain situations, but when placed in a default scenario, right, I would say that Pexy and animatic act very, very similar. It's very, very similar, right? Like gets attacked, gets attacked by a magical beam, but you go like, wow, that tickles. Your turn, and then they just die. Right, don't tell me animatic would not do that. It would hella happen. So, in certain cases, yeah. Tadpole is not too convinced by this. The first thing that Pexy tries to do is just get rid of the hologram because, of course, they don't like it. But Tadpole tries to continue it, and they end up being upset about it because they have their own fella, which is called Algorithm. And Algorithm is here to apparently help. They're like a weird little robot fella. They just shove off a lot of people who apparently live there, the recommended characters. And they proceed to put the eliminated contestants back, and then some new information ended up doing the thing. Of course, Pexy's upset because the eliminated contestants aren't in the eliminated contestants, the place where they're supposed to be, even though apparently they're literally not allowed to be there. So, like, all right, then, cool. Though, like, Tadpole is literally not allowed to send them there. For some reason, you're upset that we didn't send them there. And then also, of course, they're getting mad about the fact that Magnifying Glass quit when that's not allowed, apparently, because, the rules, like, that is true, that does put the show in significant amounts of jeopardy, because, of course, Pexy is entirely reliant on the fact that they are forced to do the show. So, like, the fact that somebody can quit is kind of dumb. But either way, Moneybag proceeds to come to pause the show again to do an advertisement and ask to join. And yeah, you joined. Good job, Moneybag, on joining the show. And then Jar proceeds to get allowed here to be with Flag. So that's what's kind of happening. But then the main thing that happens is Oliver was watching the show, and apparently it has such hella good ratings. Which, by the way, again, I'm sorry. You're telling me that every single time the vote count went up. Does the vote count work in reverse? Like, it shows up when the vote count go up, Pexy like, no, rating bad. When the vote count go down, rating good. It's like, what do we do? But anyways, we end up having the copy. So this copy is a cop. I don't know. We end up having the most unbelievably overwhelming minute and a half of exposition where they introduce us to an entire alternate show's cast, right, in just speed fashion, and you're kind of supposed to know what they represent at the same time, and it's like quite a mess. But we end up getting all of these fellas to show up in about 10 seconds, and then their host, the blue fella, the bluefish, which do I remember what you call? No, I don't. But basically, our fella Pexy is not happy about this, okay? Pexy is not happy about this. Also, I do gotta admit, Oliver's amount of bruhs have definitely increased. Now, I do gotta admit that the word bruh has been heavily ruined by letter tile, or words with friends tile in ITFT. So now any other character utilizing a heavy amount of the word bruh is in fact going to make me do that comparison. But I'm only going to point out this one time because, yeah, it's not the show's fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's my fault. I'm the problem. I'm sorry. But I will have to point that out as a little bit of a detail. But yeah, Pexy's upset and and apparently wants to sue them. Yeah, they want to sue them. And there we go. We have the everybody's in court. The challenge is apparently to win the court case. But we're now having some people that know each other. Actually, a couple of people that know each other. Apparently, Cotton has some olden friends, which is interesting. And then we end up having some other fellas. So, we end up having Sharky. Okay, Sharky's your name. Sharky and Puffer. These are a brother of Tadpole, and apparently they're here to pick them up. They're trying to save them from Pexy, alright? Oh, apparently. Or from Fishy, of course. And hologram, I guess, which is mildly mean. But, yeah, they end up, of course, being upset. Here you can see kind of the confrontation, right? Where, like, you see as soon as Pexy gets attacked about something, you can see that they're immediately wanting to resort to physical violence, right? Which, or at least, they're making a direct threat in a way. So, like, they're a little bit more aggressive in confrontations that are non-violent. All right? That's kind of what I would say. But either way, we end up having some lawyers here. But, like, to be honest, this, like, the order in this court case dies about as quickly as it gets brought up. I'm not gonna lie, the judge here is not doing a very good job at doing anything. But this door fella, bro, but we end up having Oliver. Now, Oliver apparently finds a Steak. Now, apparently Steak was an old classmate of Oliver, who manages to be even more assertive than Oliver is. And Oliver, for a second puts down the facade, of being like this cool guy, bruh. We end up having our little Steak fella be like, oh, what's wrong? You're being mean. And then Clapperboard has to go try to defend him. So then Clapperboard ends up defending them, and then the other the money purse thing ends up dropping off and also doing an attack on Moneybag, and then Moneybag is arguing with the purse, right? So Money Purse would be like, damn, you're just a scammer. And Moneybag's like, yeah, that's what sells. And then the Money Purse is like, oh, so you're struggling, eh? And Moneybag's like, you got me there. And then we end up having, I don't even know, what is this debate? You don't have a point to make. Like Oliver, you're weak. You were trying to act all-knowing and clever because of this show. Maya! Clapperboard built the recovery center. These are high-stakes things. These aren't easy things to build. Like, half of the towns don't have them. I feel like this fella is pretty intelligent, oh my god. But like, you are arguing with the wrong person. Or just being yourself. So what's the point? Are you even listening to our arguments? I'm not convinced. You should be positive. You're proving how the show only worsened the whole problem, which is for some reason the thing they're trying to prove. So I prove, oh, this show has made you worse, which is interesting because I mean, of course, it's not what the court case is about, because you see, kind of what's happening is that like, again, this shouldn't proceed as a court case, obviously, because like it's going in the inverse direction. It's Pexi who made the court case. Like, they're the one who should be arguing a point. You know, like a little clapperboard. It's like, what's your point? They're supposed to be defending themselves, right? So like they're coming in with it. Like, it's not them suing this show over the fact that they're hurting the contestants, right? But like, okay, well, whatever. But let's treat it as such, because that's how the show treats it. Lantern is getting just poked by this blue fella. And then Boombox Bros have an epic argument, proper ace attorney with the slime fella. Then the other advertisement guy proceeds to show up, because everybody has to show up in this episode at some point in time. They proceed to just kind of leave with their co fellas, which also speak, I guess. But in either way, we end up having the next argument, which is between Beanie and Jar, who talks with the plastic bag and the plug from the other fellas. So we're not having to attack. This scene is the best example of like the text just being off. Right, like this one, I'm not gonna lie, I had to lock in to read anything in this scene. It goes by so unbelievably fast. The text is enormous. You have to look at the entire screen to read it, and then it leaves in 2 seconds. So you have to like lock in, and then the text isn't even appearing half the time, because this one uses a different method of appearing text, where instead of putting the whole text up there at once, no, they put some of the text, and the last 2 words just appear for like 0.30 seconds. Right. Like, this is kind of this is the criticism. It's a little bit different, right? Let me, like, here's the deal. Like, let me try to read this. All right, let's see. Can I read this in time? You always have to be the center of attention, don't you? Face it. If you don't have someone behind you, you're nothing. Okay, that worked. Okay. All right. Maybe I'm knocking it. Maybe I'm knocking it down a peg. And here we have her, the follower. Say, weren't you dead upset on being a better leader? For what? To show her that you're better than her? I mean, I do the same if I don't care for it. Not like he even shows any concern. Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't. How do you read it? You talk fast. These plastic bats talk hella fast. And then Jar comes in to try to defend him. And then we end up having, yo, why do you care putting on an act? You don't know how to feel at all. But basically, this sort of poking at the stick at Beanie ends up just sort of activating Jar, being like, hey, I feel bad, so I'm gonna try to do that. We end up just having we have the ultimate dependency of Plug just sitting there and they'd be like, am I right? And then the Plug just says yes, and it's like the most useful thing ever. But yeah, either way, order in the court, but Jar at least got to say that, you know, they care for Beanie a lot and they feel bad and they're sorry, so that's nice. In the meantime, Cotton apparently sees that the other fellas joined the friends. The friends are still friendly. Cotton's olden friends. The calendar fella, what is it called? To do the thing, the icing on the cake. What is that called, bro? The item to put the icing on the cake. Yo, I don't know what that's called, but. Either way, and doing that in the disc, so those are happening. In the meantime, Lollipop, Fun, and Friends, and then eventually Folder is here again to try to prove the point. Now, the point is that the show causes problems, apparently, because they're making this point now, and they proceeded to try to go over and attack Cotton. From what I have seen, you have been showing a lot to be a good team leader. 2 members of your own team switched to another, and from what I see, they look happier. Now, I mean, like, you do gotta admit, well, hold on, 2? Wait, what was the second one? Wait, hold on, because Magnifying Glass left the team. Wait. Hold on, yeah, because Lantern left the team. It's not up to Cotton if Lantern's crush is on the other team. But, like, who else? I guess, I mean, Magnifying Glass did go switch team, but Magnifying Glass doesn't seem happy because Magnifying Glass is not here. There's not, Magnifying Glass is not here. No, they seem happy. They got a fun guy on their face. Like, what are we doing? So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Blue never left the team. They just got eliminated. Red left the team, but they just left the show. They just don't care. That's not Cotton's fault. I mean, I don't know. Well, whatever, but of course, not to mention Crayony, your shyness is your biggest weakness. Okay, and the other fellas are trying to do that. Hey, I see you're tired, you're being cheated badly, and then the other fellow goes like, "Shut up!" I like me when the character from the other show just starts defending Cotton, me like, "What are you even doing? What is the point of any of this?" And it proceeds to shut the folder down, which is kind of interesting. So. Yeah, that happens. What I think of that argument, the Cotton's in the right, because, like, again, like, you gotta look at the context. Yes, again, Lantern left the team to be happier. You gotta look at why that happened. Cotton has no way to solve that. You know, Cotton can't, like, unless Cotton got mouse to their team, there is no possible universe that Cotton could have made Lantern happier than it would have been in the other scenario, right? There was no scenario, like, that wasn't working. So, that's a little bit of an issue, but either way, we end up having the trio who ends up arguing with the Rockfellas. I see you call yourself a trio, but I barely see you three together. This is an interesting argument, yeah, because but again, what this trio has in terms of power, it's that ability, right? It's that ability to leave and regroup, right? That is something that this trio has as a power. So this is actually, I would say, an incorrect statement, right? Because yeah, they're barely like. I guess hanging out close to each other, and you can say barely. I mean, I've seen them together nearly every single time that there hasn't been a challenge, right, at the start of the episode and stuff. Like, I have seen them do that, but otherwise, no, it's just the power of like that capability, which makes it a very good team. But like, I guess maybe they should try to tackle more things altogether. But I know it's just that, again, that ability to send people off in different directions, but be on the same page while doing that and not needing to kind of hope, right? Because they just kind of naturally understand, right? Like it's very valuable, right? Quite a friend, I would say. Master, do I remember you talking face to face with Flashlight since what? I can't even tell. That's kind of interesting. I've been seeing that you have left many times to work on already. It only stopped because your friend came. Would you just continue to leave them in the dust? Okay, that was a low point for Flashlight. This is true. That was quite a low point for Flashlight, just dipping in the middle of the challenge to make a thing that is a mysterious thing. And for some reason you were making it in the open instead of making it in your underground factory. And also your underground factory, are the other people not allowed to go in your underground factory? Is Leaf not trustworthy enough to go in your underground factory? Is Leaf not trustworthy enough to know what you're making a device about? By the way, that is still very mysterious. Because as far as, like, we have no knowledge of Flashlight being any involved in goopy evil stuff, right? So like, we don't even, so like, that machinery that is being built, that's like a whole different game of charades that we don't know yet, right? So that's kind of interesting. But like, yeah, they seem to be busy with do that. And then we end up having Leaf be like, hey, you guys always leave to be with others and you're barely together anyways. Yeah, I mean, like, look, it's just, they're wrong. This other show's wrong. This other show doesn't know what they're saying. Alright, this other show's wrong. You gotta get them out. But then, you know who shows up? Blade. So, Blade is, apparently the cousin of Leaf, okay? And this cousin of Leaf is just kinda, like, straight up like a serial killer. Like, there's nothing around it. Like, there's no, like, they do murders. Like, they do murders, I'm not gonna lie. We get the backstory on Leaf that they're a very small and poor town, barely food and no recovery, with Autumn, who's a tree, and apparently they eventually left off to do that. Now, Autumn apparently left over back to the town to go check out with the local police, and then of course we get to find out what eventually actually happens is that, well, Blade obviously did the murder and kept it as a souvenir. It even shows it. I will always find you, Leaf, no matter where you run. Now, I do go, okay, look, here's the I'm gonna give it the pass because you can tell it's really trying. It's like the way that, especially these like VFX that are being added on, these like DaVinci Resolve glitch effects that are being added on, they do look what I would probably describe as corny. I do gotta say that, but and like some of these camera angles, they're very much so hype moments and aura, but it's trying. Does it deserve it? It's the thing. I think the reason why it feels like that, and it doesn't just instantly feel hella cool, because like the angles are interesting, right? Like for example, the angles are interesting, the shots are interesting. I think the reason why they maybe don't land immediately, right? It's because to have somebody like in a way sometimes be worthy of that, you need them to be somebody who we know, right? Like they need to be somebody who we've thought about before, so that way when they show up and act cool, we're like, oh shit, right? But like the fact that like this fella's getting all the cinematic shots after we just found out and got the exposition on what this guy's about like 2 minutes ago is like not like, I feel like we haven't connected enough with the danger of this guy to be able to successfully consider him cool yet. And cool as in like the badass murder, like with the knife and with the shroud, right? And maybe we're not supposed to consider that, but with the angles that is doing, right, with this guy pulling up the knife and twisting it so that half of the face is his face and half of the face is Lee's face, and be like, I'm gonna get you, right? And then like the thing from the Brawl of the Objects episode, right? Like all of these things, like these things are happening, and they end up being somewhat interesting. So that's interesting. In the meantime, Sharky's trying to save Tadpole from Pexy, okay, for a different somewhat reasons. But before that happens, we end up having a little bit of a cutaway because we end up going over to the fellas. Now, the calculator is a little bit bored, so we decide that it's go time. All of the figs, including our mushroom fella, by the way, which does seem to also be aligned with the other fellas, which I'm not sure if I actually like that. I kind of didn't mind that there was just kind of like a different species going on in the cave. Like if that was distinct, I probably would have found that cooler. But no, they're aligned with the goopy people. And eventually Triangle proceeds to glitch out, and Ven proceeds to dip over. But we'll do we talk about that in a second? Do we go about this episode in order? Let's go about this episode in order because it's easier. So that's kind of what's happening. And Triangle successfully, glitches out and shows the eye, right, and everything. So we definitely knew that they were a part of the goopy thing, but they are a part of the goopy thing. Apparently they're upset, and Sharky proceeds to realize, none of you have a choice, right? None of you have a choice. Your brother Fishy is gone. All this guy does is bring misery to people. You need to let go of this fella now, because you can't. And Tadpole is, hella upset at this. Paxi is about to beat him up until there's a sudden time stop thing, and this time stop thing allows, Triangle to go over and talk to Magnifying Glass, who can talk like this, with vocal cords and stuff, which officially brings audio into the equation now, and it obviously does also make for an interesting point here to make, which is how can the usage of audio be used in a show like this to kind of bolster up, because you see, this does work. This is a good scene because there's a rare circumstance, right? The fact that there's no voice makes the sudden appearance of voice of these villain fellas, of our fellow Magnifying Glass here, it feels deep, right? This feels like a big moment. It feels like a bigger moment than the moment with Blade, because the moment with Blade, we learned all about it, and the rules of how this guy works like 2 minutes ago. So then he shows up and it's like, okay, you're like murder guy. Okay, God. But like we've known about the rules of how voice works, and it's like, okay, if your text to speech thing, it doesn't work. Otherwise, every other person, every other entity is just like doomed to sort of like be talking to text. Okay, I get it. But like all these things are there. And like when a rule gets broken, that's like, okay, it's a big deal, right? So yeah, this scene, I'm gonna be look, here's the deal. I'm gonna be omega honest when I tell you I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not gonna try to know what's going on in this case because I don't actually know. Like you're just like because it won't tell me. They're evil. Nobody will believe you. You saw me. You're trying to figure me out. I'm not gonna tell you. You're not accomplishing anything. Nobody's gonna believe you, and you're gonna dip over. Bye. So like, all right, you've actually learned very little other than Triangle is definitely involved, which you technically didn't know yet. But yeah, we eventually stop time, and Tadpole is very, very upset about this. And Tadpole gets like both upset with both of you, cause dude, Sharky, you're like mega mean to me, so I don't know what you're trying to do. And then Paxi is like, you're also mega mean to me right now. So, like, both of you are over. Now, Paxi is, of course, an interesting theoretical because you can see that Paxi is very clearly supposed to be fishy in some capacity, right? Because you can see that, like, Tadpole is, like, almost treating, like, this fella as fishy. Right, like, and the other fella's like, you're not, like, you need to get away. This is not fishy. Fishy's gone, right? And like something like that is going on, right? So like, maybe this was fishy and got glitched out because you can see, because again, to be fair, a lot of the same artifacts that are seen in the goopy glitchy people are also seen in Paxi, to be fair, right? So like maybe it's glitch, maybe Fishy glitched out and turned into this eldritch being, which for some reason changes its name to Paxi, and then Tadpole just, and you know, as the only friend, proceeds to kind of stick around. I mean, like, this almost makes sense. The only thing that I made me notice is that the Paxi design doesn't, however, line up with the Fishy design, because the Fishy design has like this little one, like, antenna. It's not really an antenna, I don't know what it's called, but like thing, and Paxi doesn't, although I guess when Paxi is utilizing an arm, they technically are, so I guess maybe something along those lines, but it's kind of interesting. But they proceed to just leave. Hologram eventually tries to go be with her, and yeah, it ends up being a little bit of a mess. By the way, the other fellas have teleported into the city, the puppet people, and Magnifying Glass, and they get caught by the mayor, who just happens to be there, conveniently, and they're apparently bringing them to the right place. The judge will have both of them arrested. Blade proceeds to get a little murder on the judge, but then they get arrested. Leaf is quite, upset about this happenings. I mean, the amount of people that died in this court case, in this courtroom, is a significant quantity. But at least the friendos are there, and the other friendos, the ones of Cotton, are definitely want to hang out, except Disc, or Vinyl, but we'll take it. Cotton accepts this. Paxi eventually just dips away from Sharky. I like the other fellow, the pufferfish. Goodbye. That's a fun line. The challenge ends up being won by everybody, so GG's. No more challenge there necessary. In the meantime, yeah, I think the other fellas, they're a little bit, confused. They're kind of thinking it through, right? Because of some of the things Sharky said, right? Like the fact that Sharky has now definitely drilled into their mind, right? Like, you do not have the control. You are forced to be here, right? And then when you're forced to do something, you kind of start being like, damn, should I like try to not be forced to do it then, right? Like, there's more protesting ideas. In the meantime, Paxi decides that it's rejoin time. So the rejoiners, who barely know what's going on, proceed to do the rejoin. Not Jar, though. Jar doesn't deserve it. And also not Magnifying Glass. Well, actually, Magnifying Glass is technically not eliminated. So, yeah, who's rejoining this? I have no idea. I like a watering can shows up again. The watering cans are going to show up in every episode. I kind of love that. But a mirror ball, triangle, stick, and pill. This is a tough one. This is a tough one because it shows so much shit going on. But first in, first out might not apply here, right? But at the same time, it's like I don't. Do we want triangle? I feel like we should. Like I would want triangle to get back in person. I think that triangle getting back in would be the would be the play because interesting things would happen. If triangle will get back in, right? If triangle will get back in, things would happen. And otherwise, I think that like the other contestants would kind of be a little bit normal. But I would I would personally want Triangle to rejoin just to cause shit to happen, and it does seem like Triangle is down to rejoin because of the other things. So yeah, and then we end up getting a flashback about a tadpole hanging out, doing some gardening, and then for some reason Sharky just hates flowers and crushes all of them. Tadpole is sad about this, but then of course Fishy proceeds to go over and help because they've always been there to help the fellas. And then we end up getting admittedly very cool cinematic shot of it changing to Tadpole and Hologram walking over with some different camera angles. Where do you go from there? Well, apparently you go over to the mayor because the mayor proceeds to fetch out both Tadpole and Hologram, and apparently they're being brought over to the base. I don't think Pessy will be a big fan of this, but yeah, things are happening. Things are happening. I hope I managed to digest that episode in a decent enough way because it's definitely one that definitely throws you like a shit ton of information, right? And it's one that like if you're paying attention, I definitely think this is one of the best types of episodes that you can have because there's so much stuff going on. So that way it's high energy. The time passes by pretty quickly, but you're hearing a lot and a lot of characters get developed at the same time. I hope that I qualified as paying attention. I hope I understood a good amount of things. But yeah, generally speaking, it's getting more and more inconsistent. The arts, the styles, and thus making the text timing changes clash a little bit more. So I hope that will get fixed. And otherwise, I'm kind of just hoping for the best out here for the show. I'm hoping to see the lore develop as there's so many things that it's just kind of not telling you, right? It's just kind of progressing. It's playing a lot on the mystery of like being very slow at telling you when anything ever happened. So yeah, we'll hope for the best. Episode 7 of AUSA is entitled Building Up Big. Here we go. Ultra quick note to say that it's called the Auto Recovery Center, so it works automatically, and I don't know how I didn't know that. I'm very sorry. Okay, next. Alright, that is episode 7 of AUSA Building Up Big, which I have watched here in the nighttime. Now, okay, we gotta talk about team speed for a minute, alright? I'm sorry, I want to talk about the tactics of this team, because I feel like this is an interesting team, because this is like the top 7 like worst team members so far paired up together. It's like blending the two teams that ever lost and then just kind of putting them in together. So like this team is like, what is going on here? So like you end up having a triple leadership divide where Cotton Candy was trying to be the leader on their team, but eventually just had the people sort of back out from them. Rio sort of is tired of getting like both leaders on every team weren't exactly super useful, so they're trying to kind of separate themselves and be indicative. Clapperboard is just very loud, so therefore ends up acting as a team leader. And then the other fellas, however, are just very bad to lead. Right, like they're not that capable, like Flag and Mirrorball, like they're just, it's not their fault majority of the time, but like they end up in that type of position where like they're just kind of not that useful. So yeah, this team just ends as a very complicated thing, especially because there's no planner, right? There's nobody that can work around it. It's a team that does not have X factors, but despite the fact that it doesn't have X factors, it ends up being like there's nobody to plan around the shortcomings of the team like in terms of physicality, so it just ends up being that there's nothing there to work, right? And like there could be things here, absolutely there could be things here that could be done. Like if one person actually agreed to lead, I think it could be fun. Like Cotton Candy probably could lead the team to decent results, and someone like Clapperboard probably can. But there's a reason why I was referring to Team Mech, right? That I pretty much never actually consider actually like talked about Clapperboard in the reasons why Team Mac is a good team. Because the reasons Team Mac was a good team is that Team Mac worked around the problems rather than with the problems, right? Like the functionality of Team Mech was directly outside of Clapperboard, right? Clapperboard, again, acted as a random wild card if we felt like doing it. But overall, we just did our thing and let Clapperboard do the Clapperboard thing. And if Clapperboard helps, cool. If Clapperboard hurts us, we'll try to deal with that, right? But, like, it's a non-factor. But this team... like, it doesn't treat people as non-factor. Everybody has to be involved all the time. So you can't just ignore it, right? Because, like, you could maybe, you know, say, okay, Clapperboard and we are blabbering, so I'll just go hit up Crayoni and Boomboss and Mirrorball. Crayoni, Flag, Mirrorball, and Boomboss, and then I'll, like, say my plan to them, for example. Like, see, like, kind of ignoring the problem. But, like, this team doesn't do that, which kind of makes it for a heavy amount of issues. Especially because Clapperboard is just so bad at debating it. Because, like, by the way, Clapperboard is objectively, at least for this challenge, the challenge of this episode, probably the one who should lead. Like, this is true. You built a recovery center, for crying out loud. You can build things, but you just make the point so wrong. We'll talk about that later. But let's actually start at the beginning, where for some reason they're doing a play about Flag, and then Flag actually comes back, by the way. So Flag is blue, but they apparently got some glitchy virus, quote unquote, and they are glitching out. They're glitching out. You can't really touch them, and you know, the glitches are still being felt. Probably, I mean, okay, I do gotta admit that the glitches do stop happening after like 10 minutes in the episode. We don't see a single additional glitch on Flag, which isn't actually a problem. You could just argue, okay, it's not happening when Flag's on screen. However, the fact that Flag, for example, gets invited to help and then has to bring over tools when the Flag specifically didn't want to touch things for fear of them glitching out as well, because Flag is currently glitching out, I do think is a very, very mild continuity error there, that I don't think quite applies in this instance, to be honest. But oh well. Either way, some other people are doing fine on the Beanie. On the Beanie team, Jar is trying to be selfless, quote unquote. The other people are trying to explore the surroundings there with Record, by the way, which I've called both Disc and Vinyl, so I got it wrong both times, which is unfortunately. Record is just kind of very interesting character. I just play something. I need footage for my next review. They're like a reviewer. They're like the maybe they're the angry video game nerd. Like, I don't. it's the angriest record you've ever heard. Is the angry record nerd? I don't know. Like, it's but he's not. I guess he's not won't be recorded stuff. Yeah, but there's apparently a park up there in the background thing, and there was some people showed up. The trio ends up being invited to leave, so they end up leaving. I guess goodbye. Cotton gets upset about this, but you know, we have a renewed intro that shows people in their natural environment, I guess, instead of just kind of in a random void, which you know, I think fits pretty good. They all continue the thematic of having not different fonts. Majority of these are now hand drawn, but you know, their own like stylistic logos. Also, of course, the addition of algorithm into the intro itself, just like how last time we had the updated intro, it was to introduce hologram. So the amount of hosts are increasing exponentially, and we should be worried for episode 10 if the show is of course ever to come back. I know that we're talking about a canceled show here, but I'm making a joke. Let me make a joke about how there's gonna be new host in episode 10 without you going, I'm in the show, not getting the, I don't care. I want it to be funny. Okay, anyways. We end up having the rejoin results, where, by the way, the rejoiner is Mirrorball. I mean, we've talked about Mirrorball enough already to where you could tell, but yes, 52 votes. Mirrorball does actually rejoin. So yeah, first out, first in. Mirrorball makes sense, especially if you want to feel sympathy for Mirrorball, right? Because, of course, Mirrorball was just kind of sitting there with Stick and eventually got baited out by Calculator, fella. I still would have brought on Triangle for the vibes. You know, like, I would have brought on Triangle for the vibes that it would have been funny, and you know, I think it causes more lore to happen, but I guess not. And Mirrorball proceeds to dip over. Something's going on with this fella, to be honest. Like, however Mirrorball is coming in, something is kind of definitely, like, something's definitely up. You know, like, they seem to be kind of out of their mind. They're just in their own head. They're spinning around, and like they get hit in the head, and they're suddenly fine for a little bit until they get like hit again, and then until like, they pass out again, and then they immediately proceed to go back to just being completely oblivious about anything that's going on ever. So it's like, okay, what's going on here? Because, like, you died and got brought back. You should theoretically be in your neutral state, which is causing a little bit of a confusion about how you're so unbelievably worried about this. I mean, like, I understand. It's a bit confusing, I guess, because, like, it's you seem to be fine immediately post the respawn, right? Like, you seem to be in a relatively logical state of mind immediately post the respawn, you know, when you had the conversation with Stick. So if you were mega worried about, like, whoa, what's going on with Stick, the nightmares and stuff, right? I feel like that would have been, maybe there would have been a more direct conversation, but the fact that this happened after the sort of going mentally schizo, it's a little bit weird, right? So it's like, I'm not sure if I'm quite catching. I feel like I'm missing something here. I'm gonna be honest. I probably won't be talking about it, I guess, more because you know, I might be doing things wrong here in this instance, but we end up having the rearrangement of the teams. Now, we end up having some teams. By the way, Clapperboard, look, I know that it's the thing with Clapperboard. I get it. That's what Clapperboard do. But, like, we are getting into, like, comically over-exaggerated levels of just unreasonably crass angry at everybody all the time. You know? Like, I get it. That's the point. But I do feel like it's somehow increased in amount. You know? Like, I'm sure you can experience calm. Like, give them, like, at least to 5% of the time. Right now, it's only 2.5% of the time, you know? Like, oh, come on. But, alright then. Of course, the other fellas staying together. Let me see if I can, let's go back. So, yeah, team speed. We've already talked about team speed. Of course, when at the beginning of the session, because it's what I wanted to do. But of course, yeah, Mirrorball, Flag, Wheel, Cotton, Crayony, Boombox, and Clapperboard. This team sucks. This team will lose every challenge. Then we end up having the other team, which is the Money Cashers. This would be Mouse, Lantern, or fella here, Moneybag, and then Oliver, as well as the not the trio, as well as Bean, Flashlight, and Leaf. So this team is just very strong. It's a good team. It's a team where like 5 of the people are very reasonably aligned, right? Like the trio is fine. They're reasonably aligned with Beanie, who, you know, understands things. And then of course Lantern is gonna follow Mouse, who's gonna follow the trio, right? So as you can see, there's 5 people that are perfectly aligned. And having Moneybag as the kind of wild card here that's gonna be a little bit more. Like in the mixer, I guess, and then there's Oliver, which is gonna follow what you tell them to do, but isn't gonna do it probably correct. It's gonna be a bit chaotic, right? So you need to like give them something with a bit of like juice, you know, like you need to give someone a little bit of leeway, right? Where like if it goes wrong, like you're still fine, you know, like something like that, right? Okay, yeah. And then it's the challenge. Then it's the challenge, all right? Because our challenge, as I said, it's to build a thing, just kind of in general. Then they'll be rated by our fellow host. Now, we end up having Beanie take the leadership. Beanie is pretty alright at actually leadering things. Now, Beanie's plan is to form a couple of groups. The plan that they come up with is to build a statue for Pexi, which seems like a good idea. But they do end up, of course, having to bow out Leaf from this challenge. Leaf, which is, of course, feeling very distraught after finding out officially what happened to, I guess, Autumn in that case, which is, of course, not making him feel very good. So they end up, I guess, just sort of, like being there, and they're just gonna kind of take their own time, metabolize things in a way, right? How to digest it. Metabolism? Metabolism? Is that a word? That's a thing, right? Digestive food, is that? Yeah, but they're gonna no, they gotta digest it, gotta get through it. I know that we're not at that point in the, I guess, like the recap through, but I will say my favorite shot of the series right now is definitely that credits with with holding the tree branch, and then kind of the ghostly figure of Autumn appears. That was so good. That was so good. Damn. That was really good. And you see that works because, you see that, that works because it's been a bit. We haven't seen Autumn at that moment in about, an hour of a total screen time, right? Because it happened, 20 minutes into the last episode, and here it was 40 minutes in this one, right? Or, 30 minutes. So, it's, 40 to 50 minutes. It's been a while, so we know who it is. It's, sung into our mind, and now when an interesting shot happens with them, it appears it works. It hits harder once you give it a little bit of time to get in your brain, right? You introduce it and then you do it, right? But yeah, either way, Beanie tries to help out Moneybag. Moneybag wants some money, which ends up being a little bit of an issue. So Oliver proceeds to go over to the park with Lantern and the other fellas. Moneybag eventually then gets sent over to hang out with Flashlight at the underground factory. We end up having our fella be relatively interested here. Moneybag, of course, did think that maybe they could build an advertising robot, but not yet. The robot does not want Moneybag to touch any things, but eventually we just get some tools and we dip off, so that's pretty cool. They also end up fetching some additional things, including their little machine thing that they were building. I do gotta admit, this little machine thing, now that I'm actually paying closer attention to it, it's looking awfully like Leaf, which is very interesting, because I don't know. Our Flashlight fella tries to turn it on, and it doesn't work, but it's the fact that it's designed almost, I would say, certainly after Leaf, definitely comes up here with some interesting theories, some interesting things that it could potentially be. And maybe it could actually be something useful for Leaf in the type of situation, right, where Leaf is in. I mean, of course, it was getting built before we knew about Leaf, but the fact that Leaf is in this kind of bad position could make Flashlight possibly use this as a potentially good tool for Leaf, right? I don't know, something like that. I feel like there could be some ideas brewing in that department. I would definitely say. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. We don't know much about this machinery or why Flashlight's building not anything. We just know that for some reason they didn't want anybody to see it, and then they kind of moved their thing to their facility. But they were finding it very important to work on though, because they were ditching a challenge or two for it until they eventually were like, okay, fine, I'll stop for now. So things are definitely happening. But then, as I said, we end up having the clapperboard and Cotton, who was gonna do it. Clapperboard dibs, and the other thing did. Yeah, Clapperboard is upset about splitting up plan because it doesn't work. Now, again, the reason Clapperboard is upset about this plan is because the plan never actually involves Clapperboard in any type of relevant way. The plans always were basically the trio goes off and does the challenge properly, and then Clapperboard gets left with Moneybag, right? Because then Moneybag comes in and freaking harasses Clapperboard, right? That is how the plan tends to usually go, right? And I get why Clapperboard doesn't like it, but yes, it does get the team to usually win. But yeah, so that's kind of the situation. They're going to do it. However, Wheel eventually decides to take over, and they decided to eventually try to do that. But it just ends up being a gigantic disaster here, because Wheel wants to do it. Now, again, as I said, Clapperboard is 100% the leader for this. Clapperboard knows how to build. Clapperboard probably knows what to build. But it ends up being but the problem is that clapperboard doesn't say the right words, right? Like, cause clapperboard, like, Wheel is like, why should you be the leader? And instead of being like, I built a fuck ass recovery center, I'm gonna talk, like, give me a sec, I have to channel in my inner clapperboard, you know, like, instead of saying, yo, build a fucking recovery center, no, instead of clapperboard proceeds to go like, well, it's cause I'm fucking cool and I fucking know how to do everything and I'm the fucking great leader who won stuff. You know, and I fucking protected us that one time in the challenge where we barely defeated, where we almost lost a 5v1. Yeah! Right? Because, like, it's like, if you pull in the reasoning that you built the thing, it makes sense, and Cotton would probably be on your side. But no. Alright. Wheel, by the way, overhears the plan from the other team to build a thing and decides to make that his grand idea. Just steal the plan from the other team. As if that's not bad to look hella weird because they're making a plan on a hearsay so they have less time. But we already understand that Wheel is not very smart. Like this I don't need to debate. But, we end up going over to our little park, which by the way, I do really like how this park looks as well. By the way, the actual backgrounds for it, because it's very nice. It's a nice usage of like turning the background, which was just kind of there, into a location, right? Like especially with the usage of these electricity poles in as they're lined up, right, and them actually being a part of the core element of how this park looks. I mean, it's actually really nice, right? And it of course does one of the things which I find the most important in object shows, right? Which is the advent of location, right? The advent of additional locations is, in my opinion, one of the biggest things you could do, because every object show starts with the most generic possible location, grass. So then we have to solve that. Now, Fish Show already, of course, had some places to be, right? Like there was the hill, there was of a forest, right? There's a lot of things going on in the forest. There's like a couple of course, important relevant locations within the actual space itself, like the money bag pile, the kind of like the recovery center, right? Like there's a couple of different locales there, but like now we're branching off into what's like in the surrounding in the past few episodes, right? Like what's literally around the grasslands, like further away, right? Because you can see that, for example, Leaf has walked to a little lake, right? In the outro that I said was really good and is really good. Shout out to that scene again. And then there's this park, right? That we get to see more in depth, and then we're also seeing a little bit more of the city and how that's like, and that's always, I think, very useful because the house build the world, right? And I think it's the right time to do that, right? As we're kind of learning about things or another. So like I think it's very nice. I think it's doing it in the correct way, it's doing it in the correct time, and I actually do like it quite a bit. So I'm gonna absolutely give it his flowers on this one because it's doing its stuff quite well. But I think I'm definitely talking about this episode significantly too slow. Oliver proceeds. Okay, well let's kind of speed through this. Oliver meets a fan and they eventually cannot apparently sign their fan art, but we do end up just getting them to help, which is pretty cool. They will now proceed to go on a whimsical adventure with Oliver from the hit show AUSA. In the meantime, as I said, Flashlight tries to turn on the weird machinery, which means that Flashlight was confident enough in it almost working to try to give it a go, which is interesting. But yeah, then Flag proceeds to have a conversation with Crayoni. This, by the way, okay, I guess, hold on. We do need to talk about this. Like, this is also, of course, one thing about the technical aspect. As I've been saying, the technical aspect of, in my opinion, tech should be 100% consistent between them, is unfortunately still kind of not true. This scene and is a little bit more complicated. And also, by the way, I think the scene that does it the most actually isn't even this one. I think I'm remembering wrong. It's the scene where Lantern is talking to a mouse. Like that monologue goes by hella fast, to be honest. And it's like, I think I understand roughly, because like, as you saw me kind of pull through the example with the thing in the office, it's roughly aligned to like, if a character were to speak this, it'll change roughly after. But I do think you need a buffer, right? Where like if a character speaks their sentence, right? Imagine how they're speaking their sentence and it cuts immediately after. It's like, okay, I get it, but you gotta get like a 2-3 second buffer because reading is like a different story. I might read the thing slower. I might just not have started to read the thing as soon as the text showed up, right? Because you need that a little bit of leeway, right? Because otherwise it's not gonna go down well, right? But yeah, we end up having Flag to actually have somebody treat them mildly nicer for once, which is pretty interesting. They proceed to eventually get helped out a little bit, of course, from Boo Boss and Crowny, because they kind of have to do things on their own because the other fellas are just bickering the entire time. And they end up building the statue for lack of better ideas. On the other side, in the meantime, Oliver proceeds to go to a store, and therefore Mouse and Lantern proceeds to sit down. As I said, this is in fact the thing that is happening. The chat here about Mouse and Lantern, as I said, text by here scrolls relatively fast, but it's a nice scene. I like the Lantern scene. I will say though that maybe the Lantern focus, there's probably more things that you can do with Lantern. I do find the Lantern and Mouse scenes really... there are cute scenes, but I don't think they're very consistent scenes, to be honest, right? Because there's certain scenes where, like, Lantern seems so unbelievably shy, but then you kind of lose the shyness a little bit, right? It's kind of like the shyness is very dependent. It feels very dependent. And we've also never seen the Lantern that has the fire off again. Ever since that... it first happened to encourage the first discussion between Mouse and Lantern, it never actually happened again, which is really interesting. As like a one-timer event type thing. We're like, really? But like in this scene, it's like, it's really interesting because Lantern like was super awkward, but like, oh man, I'm sitting down with Mouse, and then the Mouse says the thing, and then like Lantern proceeds to lock in, drop by what I can only describe as absolute wisdom, and then proceeds to immediately, right after dropping that, go back to unbelievably socially anxious. Right? Like, I don't know if I'm necessarily the biggest approver of it, but it's cute, it's fine, I don't care, nitpick, okay? Maybe I should set up a soundboard that plays like a sound effect, right? That goes like doo-doo-doo-doo, and then as soon as the doo-doo-doo-doo plays, you know that I'm about to spit the greatest nitpick in the history of the lands. I can't about to go like the font too wide or something like. you gotta draw something like that, right? I gotta do that, but either way, yeah. Again, the other fellas are they're bickering. Watering can shows up. Shadow watering can. I'm bored of these two bickering already. And in the meantime, they proceed to go into the evil get stuffs for free store, which seems to be kind of mysterious. Now apparently, Oliver doesn't actually watch horror movies, but apparently they don't know the horror movie rules. Now, the horror movie rules are apparently no splitting up, no scaring each other, and also never say I'll be right back because you'll never come back. Now, I do gotta admit, these aren't the rules that I think are the rules, but we're gonna go with it. Okay, we're gonna trust here. I don't watch horror movies because I am a scaredy cat. In fact, this is true. I am like Oliver. But the thing about Oliver is that Oliver doesn't watch scary movies because Oliver is cool. I don't watch horror movies because I am not cool, specifically. But I could go on a side tangent about me watching horror movies, but I'm not going to do that because we're like half an hour into this conversation. And I feel like the last thing you want is to hear me go off into a 5-minute tangent about horror movies. And now I'm going into a 5-minute tangent about me not going into a 5-minute tangent about horror movies. Let's keep moving. So we end up having... the other fellas just kind of run away in fear. By the way, shout out to the fact that both Clapperboard and Oliver, for some reason, don't say dollars, they say $1. I love it. What, dude? This line was so funny. Wait, what did you say? Why'd you drop this, bro? It cost me $2. I don't know why. They used to the word dollars is making me laugh, but eventually, the fan is pretty upset. I don't know if it will be Oliver's biggest fan after today. But eventually, we end up having some fellas go over to try to of course, Clapboard and stuff tries to take stuff from the pile. We end up purchasing things off of the pile, which is interesting. In the meantime, Oliver is about to go get some wood. Now, while Oliver's about to go get some wood, something actually relevant happens. So, Oliver's about to get some wood with Oliver's dad, which is like a cleaver. And then this traffic cone, which happens to be evil and also has a red light, because all of these evil things look the same but also different. But of course, Oliver, just like the other fella, is not threatened at first. But this other fella proceeds to successfully get baited out by taking the cleaver, and then they proceed to attack our fella here. Now, our fella proceeds to just kind of run away with a tree. We're not going to question how like, this is the lightest tree in the world. And, like, everybody is capable of fully lifting it up and nobody passing out. We're not going to question that. But yeah, they proceed to dip over here, and they end up going into the Incarnate Bro Super, into the Investi Bro Super Van, which happens to exist. I like this detail, though, because it's, of course, an outdated team for a fan that's probably a couple of episodes behind, right? If you consider how airing in TV shows work, which are, like, 2 weeks behind. So I actually like that. I think that's rather funny. But away the cleaver, which is apparently Oliver's dad, it gets hidden away, which is rather interesting. And then a shot comes back of our triangle fellow turning around, and then we end up seeing presumably triangle with a lot of evil, spooky purple things. Again, we don't know. I feel like at a certain point, you gotta throw us a bone, bro. Like, I don't know what's going on. It's just evil thing doing evil stuff. Like, damn. That sure do look pretty evil. Like, what do we want? But, like, alright. Yet again, our little fella is getting psyched out of their mind. They eventually, of course, lock in after getting bonked on the head. They proceed to try to help their team out by sort of speedrunning, I guess, the rest of the build. They do speedrun the rest of the build. The build was already not in the greatest position for itself to be in necessarily. Anyways, the other fellows of the build, they managed to build very quickly, actually, and despite, of course, the stalling of getting materials. And it's also made entirely of metal, which means shout out to Oliver for really helping out, you know, getting many of the things that was necessary to get on that journey right there. But we end up having the ratings. Pexy is a great fan of the first one, which is the one made of wood, which is not fair. And then the other fathers be like, what the hell, you see yours? And then Pexy gets upset because it's also a statue of you. So then they try to figure out, hold on, who made this first? Because both of them had the same idea. That means that somebody stole the idea from somebody else, right? And they eventually, even Clapperboard eventually proceeds to realize that, oh wait, it was Wheel's idea, and hold on, Wheel definitely stole it. You see, Clapperboard, you're smart. I don't know. I've never seen a character be dumber and smart at the same time. Clapperboard is it, because like Clapperboard is dumb enough to just go with it, but also smart enough, or like, you know, dumb enough to just be bickering literally the entire time and just not care, but then also smart enough to like immediately recognize that the fact is Wheel's idea probably means, oh yeah, you're right, there's no way you stole it from Wheel. Wheel definitely stole it from you, right? Which is like, okay, yeah, I mean, this makes sense. It's like, bro, you didn't pick this up anyways. But no, wait, the money fellas end up getting an 11 out of 10, which means that they win. Beanie gets a bit confused at how Wheel stole the idea, but, you know, they did eventually manage to win. And the other team proceeded to lose. Mirror Ball gets an immunity token. To be fair, they were unconscious for nearly the entire episode. It's not a great look, this first episode for Mirror Ball, because, you know, a fella just rejoined, and we've pretty much made them entirely incapacitated for the entirety of the episode, which doesn't bode well for what we'll actually be doing. Right, like, it doesn't give me a great deal of confidence that we're here, we're taking this character, we're giving them a second chance, you know, we're giving them a renewed personality, we're giving them a renewed chance to be a main figure in the show. No, this fella just come back and has just been fucking, like, beat into fucking dying. He just sat there, he's just fucking spinning around, like, there's literally a scene. Mirror Ball was literally spinning around. You spin me around like a mirror ball. Yeah, like, what are we doing? You can tell that I've been on this coverage for like half an hour because I'm starting to spit bullshit, and it's also midnight, so that's probably why as well. And third of the eliminations, the vote to save now because the host decided, the algorithm decided that is better. But in this vote to save, Mirrorball has the immunity. Who is the least liked here? That's an interesting question. I think the vote to save is probably a good idea, especially for this type of elimination where we have both Clapperboard and Wheel here, which are two, of course, very historically kind of dumb bully characters. I feel like Boombox is probably the character that would go in this situation. I feel like Boombox hasn't had too much of a development in the past couple episodes. You can see, in the early episodes, Boombox was kind of having this thing here with Cotton Candy. However, a couple of episodes ago, like kind of 2 or 3, Boombox proceeds to just kind of accept Cotton Candy after Cotton Candy gets kind of sad, and then Boombox just sits there, right? There's kind of not a lot going on here with Boombox anymore. Now, I personally, for the health of the team, would eliminate Wheel because, like, you need one of Clapperboard or Wheel to go for this team to become functional, right? Because Cotton Candy could just kind of like step back for a moment and just let the dumb idea be the dumb idea. But one of Clapperboard and Wheel will need to leave, and out of the two, Wheel is obviously dumber. So like Wheel needs to go. But will Wheel go? I don't think so. I think Boombox is probably going to unfortunately go. But again, we've never done a vote to save in the show before, so I don't have any actual recognition about who's the fan favorite or not. I'm guessing that Boombox isn't the fan favorite, but we're going to need to see. Then, as I said, we have the credits. Such a good scene, dude. This is such a good shot, bro. This is the greatest shot I've ever seen. But who made this shot? Who made this shot? I need to give them a personal shout out. Let's pick out an animator at random. Let's close our eyes, spin our finger, and we're going to credit whoever shows up. La 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 la. This one. Okay, it pointed me at Curb. Curb. I don't know if you animated it, but I'll give you credit for. But there you go. Then we have the post-credit scene, which is, by the way, the news of the mayor. Apparently, there are reports that mysterious entities have been going around. This mayor is not exactly being a very convincing mayor, and just proceeds to say, "What? Say what? Say what?" And then proceeds to just kind of like be like, "Oh no, there's no threats in our cities. We're fine." And then the episode ends, which is pretty alright. Anyways, okay, I've been doing this character for a while. You can tell that I've gone like I'm turning into Mirrorball, bro. I'm turning schizo. So I think I'll come back tomorrow morning after having watched the AUSA 8, which is of course very. Okay, I do admit. From right now, at least how I'm feeling today, right? I do admit that the fact that I'm about to say, we're about to watch AUSA 8, the last episode of AUSA. Very unfortunate thing for me to say right now. That does kind of bum me out, because I'm into this show. I'm into this show a lot. You can tell because I'm not talking about technical elements as much. I'm kind of just talking about the story and how I'm feeling about it and the characters. You can tell that I'm invested, right? Because like, I'm sorry, hold on, give me a second. But like, you can tell that in this, like, because how I kind of work with coverage, right, is that on average, right, I'll try to discuss the technical elements, but overall they don't change too much. I won't talk about them, but you can tell that the more I'm invested into a show, the more I'll talk for the characters, right? And you can tell that I'm really invested in the show because like I'm really talking about the characters and their mentalities as well, right? Like the fact that I'm directly discussing not only Clapperboard, but how Clapperboard does things. Like, I'm not discussing how Clapperboard is written. I'm discussing how Clapperboard is, which just means that I like watching the show, right? Because it means that I'm, like, directly, like, thinking about the characters' actions directly, right? Which is really interesting as a thing that happens. And it's happening in the show a lot. I feel very kind of, like this show, it's very long, but that has really, like, in terms of average episode length, is one of the longest shows I've seen. But, like, it's one of the it does really work at getting you to kind of like give some appreciation to the characters, because it does show you the characters along and kind of connecting them and how they're written, because the writing is relatively consistent. Again, there's a couple of characters that are a little bit weirder. As I said, I feel like Lantern with Mouse is always a little bit random, and some other characters, like I think also Clapperboard is again a little bit over exaggerated. I don't think any person ever would act like that, but like it's nice, and I enjoy it. So I think it's unfortunate that I'm about to watch the last episode of AUSA tomorrow morning, but we'll see you then for what I think of AUSA 8, which is entitled Beauty from the Heart. Go. Alright, it is the next day, and I have watched episode 8 of AUSA, Beauty from the Heart, which, as far as is concerned, it's currently the final episode of AUSA, and there's a lot to talk about, both in terms of what happens in this episode, in terms of what, and we'll do our general checkup on kind of like what I generally think of the show, I guess, after, but overall, in terms of this episode, this is a really clean episode. You can see that the writing has definitely, I would say, gotten a lot cleaner in terms of getting this type of episode where it doesn't actually do a lot of plot progression, it does some plot progression, right, sprinkled in the midst of a general challenge, right, like that is kind of what this show does very well, because it's doing it in a little bit of a faster way, right? Getting the episodes in about half an hour, where it can still do a lot, but feel relatively clean, and feel nice, and have all of these things like placed here together, right? But at the same time, still progress the plot line somewhat, right? It maybe, of course, breaks the pace a little bit in those episodes where it tries to like progress more at the same time, and those ones are a little bit more like debatable on how they're paced. But this episode, at least, right, in the way of like light progression with mainly competition, is done very well. It's written well. And we end up having our fellow Leaf, who woke up where they were, and apparently Mouse and Flashlight were there to keep them company, which is cute. So they end up going over to, I don't know, just hang out. They're not big fans of hanging out, but it's already elimination time, which is, relatively interesting. We end up having the intro very early. It might actually be the earliest time the intro has ever played, like 1 minute into the episode, because the intro of the show does not play very early into episodes, but here it plays 1 minute in, and we end up having the elimination. Now, what the fuck happened here? So, remember that one time I said that Boombox was gonna get eliminated last night when I watched AUSA 7? You remember how I said that? I don't know anything. You see, again, like, this is the best possible way for the classic thing that I always like to say, is that I don't know anything, okay? I talk stuff, but like, I try to reason logic, but it's gonna be the complete inverse. And it's like, okay then, I mean, I guess Boombox the fan favorite. We have learned now. Like, I don't really know why. There's not, like, Boombox hasn't done much in the past 3 episodes. Like, I still fully agree with what I said in AUSA 7. I don't see it, right? But it is actually really interesting to do stuff like this, right? Because, like, I've watched the show, and I have no idea what the general community perception is around it, right? Like, I don't know who's the fan favorite, who's not the fan favorite, right? Like, I take a quick look through comments, but not that much, right? Which means that, like, on average, the way that I'm actually thinking about it is a little bit, it's entirely independent, right? It's entirely independent from how general fan views it, which means that my perception could go in the complete opposite direction of what the general people that watch this show did, and that's absolutely what happened here, because it's pretty much the exact inverse. I thought Cotton and Crayoni were hella safe. No, they're not. They're actually bottom 2 in this case, and the safety, I think, goes like Boombox, Wheel, Clapperboard, and Flag, which is an absolutely absurd to my standards when it comes to how, on average, these types of characters tend to be treated in object show voting. They don't tend to have a lot of support because they're characters that have less screen time naturally due to having more handicaps to them, and also tend to have and also meaner characters, of course, tend to have they have some fanatics, but not as many. But in terms of keeping Cloudboard and Wheel around, I definitely thought the vote to save was going to do that. But I'm surprised that a character like Boombox and Flower also really, really affected positively by the vote to save. and I gotta admit here. So like, yeah, I mean, there's not much to say here. I was wrong. I still think my reasoning was fair for what I believed was gonna happen. But no, yeah, I was hella wrong in this case, and I will fully accept that was a bad call for me. But yeah, we end up having the plushies of Paxi get given out to each person. They end up saying their famous quotes, which is just the threats, and we end with. And I like the one that lands on flag and it just glitches out and it just screams in agony. But Cotton gets eliminated rather than Crayoni. Cotton feels sad, but it's like, okay, it's fine. I accept it. Now, is the Cotton elimination fair? I mean, like, I guess. Cotton is too nice to deal with like the loud personalities, right, that end up being dealt with Clapperboard and Wheel. It's technically their fault for not dealing with them, but they like didn't work around it, right? Because it's like they didn't do the thing. Like they didn't work with them. They couldn't override them, but at the same time they didn't want to stop working with them, right? Which just meant that nothing ever got done, right? Like there was no like sort of plan B, right? Like how Crayon and the other fellows, they were making the thing that Wheel said as a plan B, because those fellows were just bickering the entire time, right? Like it's Cotton was in fact struggling to like find alternatives as a team leader, but like, I mean, do I think this deserves an elimination? No, but like, we end up going over to the elimination area where Blue is still hella pissed at Cotton, and it's just kind of very, I don't know, doing their best Clapperboard impression, and in the meantime we end up seeing something very important. Cotton looks outwards from their little aquarium, and proceeds to see an absolute sea of other glass panels going over, presumably maybe other aquariums in the distance, which is really interesting, and definitely does probably bolster up the theory. What theory does it bolster up? I mean, we know from Tadpole's sentence back when Paxi originally dipped that I can't handle another reset. I think it was a different word, or like another wipeout. It was somewhere like that, right? That we heard Tadpole say, right? I don't think I can handle it, or I could even see it, which implies that, I mean, this is a show that has happened, right? I mean, like, of course, certain people do seem to have memories of the past. All of us seem to have memories of alternate universes, but like, we do see a semblance of the fact that Paxi, is very much up for the show, wants to see the show do well, and seems to have already failed to make the show function in the past to some degree of success. Like, something is going on, right? Yeah, there's kind of there's a thing happening there, and it seems like those aquariums, they could be from prior renditions of the show, maybe. That would make sense, but it's somewhat interesting. But anyways, the show has apparently been sponsored, and the special guest of the sponsor is incoming, which is none other than Perfume. Hello, Perfume. You are apparently a super omega popular model, which is pretty nice. Now, I do gotta admit, this Perfume asset is very good, and I like it a lot. So shout out to this one. But they end up saying hello, and they eventually find Earth, which is apparently that's who Earth was DMing all that time. That's who Earth was. That's what Earth. That's who Earth is with, which we never knew. So we have now discovered that Perfume and Earth are the ones that are a thing, which is nice. I think that's the right dynamic. And then we end up having those fellas be the challenge being a beauty contest. Now, I don't know if this is any tier intentional or not, but it does bring up to my mind that beauty contest was the challenge that was actually brought up in Sharky's show, was it not? Was it not? Like in that one when we got to see the snippet that Oliver showed on the iPad of the rip-off, quote unquote. They did a fashion contest, right? And Wheel won and the Slime won the fashion contest, right? That definitely happened, which is somewhat interesting. I don't think it has anything, like, I don't don't know if that has any symbolic value to the fact of the way that it's actually utilized here as a fashion contest, right? Like, I don't know if there's any, like, lore implication that we watched that and then we're like ripping off the rip-off or something, right? And like that could lead to something, but I don't think that actually leads anything. But it's interesting detail that it is like that, right? And I'm personally rather curious about it for that reason. But we end up having ourselves, of course, the challenge. Now, apparently, Lantern is capable of making clothes. This is new knowledge and a new piece of lore that we know on Lantern. And Lantern proceeds to be like, oh, hey, I can make clothes. The Lantern is going to go get their materials to go make clothes. They proceed to do that. In the meantime, Beanie offers Flashlight some help with, the weird piece of machinery that they're doing. In the meantime, the other team, Team Speed, is continuing to just be an absolute disaster. Okay, here's the thing. Alright, so, like, what's happening with Team Speed? Do we talk about more Team Speed tactics? What are you thinking? Vote in the chat. Do you want more Team Speed tactics? I know you do. So, what's going on here is that we end up having Crayoni, like, actually speak up for a little bit. And we end up having the idea given by Crayoni be that, okay, nobody knows how to make clothes. Flack has some of them, but then ends up being like, hey, how about we get some clothes that are, symbolic to us, right? And then we can make this kind of, like something that works for us, right? And has at least some sentimental value, and maybe we can win based on that, which is an interesting idea. Everybody agrees, except for Wheel, who'd be like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Just like, I'm just going to go to the city and get some clothes. Which feels like a possible idea. I mean, if Wheel yet again argues the wrong point here, that's what drives me insane about Wheel and Clapperboard. They have they have almost reasonable things, but they argue the wrong point. It's not easier to go to the city and buy clothes rather than get clothes that you already have. That's not the point. The point that you're supposed to be trying to make to the other people is that buying clothes from the city allows you to buy clothes of the same style, and therefore you can have a more combined team dynamic in terms of clothes and how they are, right? This is an actual point that you can make that might convince the team. It might actually be reasonable as a counter argument, not just it's easier. You see, this is why Wheel and Clapper were driving insane, bro. They have ideas, they cannot express them at all. It's unbelievable. But yeah, so like now what this team is suffering from, and why of course they end up yet again suffering from a loss here in this challenge, is that is the other sector, because like what we've known is that this team is very weak in terms of leadership, right? They didn't have any like conjointed self, right, which makes actually following to a structure tough. But the second part of it is that this team just sucks in terms of physical capability, right? Like, they don't have characters that can do stuff, like to a certain degree, right? Like Crayoni literally asked, can any of us make or deal with clothes? None of them could. None of them have that capability, right? Which is unfortunate, right? So like here, for as much as they eventually agree on a rough plan, it's a plan that almost more so highlights how dissonant they are from each other than the inverse, though, because of course of their picking personal clothes, it just shows how different they all are. But like this is so like beyond that, right? They're incapable of pulling less plans, right? Because you not only need to pull through a plan, but you need to pull through a plan that works around the technical fallacies of the team, right? Which is something that Crayoni tries, but it's not easy to do, right? And it's more so that you can't win against something that's just like naturally talented. Like, realistically speaking, this team cannot win against Lantern. Just can't happen. Alright? Like, it's not really their fault in this case, because there was at least an attempt at a strategy, right? But like, there were other physical challenges where it was reasonable, right? Like losing the statue creating challenge is very rough, considering Clapperboard was on that team, right? Like for example, like that one's very rough, but like in this challenge, it was almost reasonable. In the meantime, Oliver proceeds to drag Leaf along. Leaf is still kind of pissed, but I mean, I guess you got to do stuff with somewhere. Mouse and Lantern proceed to work together to design some epic clothes. Lantern admits that, oh yeah, you win plenty of fashion contests because you're very pretty, which is nice. And in the meantime, Beanie ends up asking the question, why are you making Robot Leaf? Flashlight is apparently making a Robot Leaf to keep Bro company. Alright, because, yeah, I don't know. Now, Beanie does put on an interesting question. Would Leaf like the existence of a Robot Leaf? I mean, there's definitely some, debatable things that you can argue with there, right? About, like, how good of an idea that might be. Right, because it's like, the team the trio spirit has been challenged at the court case for sure, right? About, okay, how much do y'all really like each other? So then Leaf being like, what, you're replacing me? I feel like that could go down bad, right? Like something could go, there's an alternate, I don't think it's the timeline that would happen, but there is a timeline where Leaf gets upset about Robot Leaf, for sure. Right, like that's totally possible. Is it what's gonna happen? I don't think that's what would happen. However, it's interesting to sort of think in that avenue. And I know by the way, I know I'm talking about this show in like Will Wood sense, right? I get it. I know. We'll take this show as it is, because for as much as this episode isn't a finale, okay, this episode still is leading to things, it's not like those other things might not happen, but it's still leading to things. So I'm still looking at this episode in the way that you're supposed to look at this episode, which is an episode 8 that leads into an episode 9. If the episode 9 doesn't exist, it's not the fault of the episode 8. Okay, got it? Alright, we'll talk more about the show later. But anyways, the robot doesn't quite turn on yet, although they almost say hi, so which is there. You would think that Flashlight might be better at this, considering just how unbelievably advanced the Helpo robot is. It seems very, very good. But oh well, progress has at least been made. In the meantime, Will proceeds to go fetch some clothes. They get kicked out from the bag, which happens to be there. In the meantime, they're gonna go back home. However, Moneybag for some reason trolls them and proceeds to give them a map to a different place. Hell yeah. I mean, good job, Moneybag, on that one. I guess. In the meantime, Leaf is hella upset about Oliver, because Leaf is like, bro, I'm not gonna use literal garbage. And, there said that Oliver was kind of trying to be, right, like goofy to them, and then Leaf's like, what the hell? You just get to be goofy and like hang out with garbage, and then I'm out here doing this whole and I'm out here dealing with all this shit, right? It's a little bit like upset, but either way, Oliver proceeds to give one last gift to Leaf, which is a little bow tie thing. And Leaf goes like, fine, I guess I'll use it. In the meantime, Oliver proceeds to use the hat. They do like I think like what is it called? The Walter White the same. I haven't watched it. I'm sorry. My media literacy is as good as a dumpster. Say my name, right? I am the danger. Right, is that how it goes? It goes listen up. Something like that. I promise. I know. Also, there's a Star Walker character that just shows up like 2 times in this episode. I mean, they're called Floor, but like whatever. In the meantime, yeah, Oliver and Leaf show up. Leaf actually does kind of pull off that bow tie like hella good. I ain't even gonna lie. We end up seeing the clothes that get made from our fellas here, for Mouse and the other fellas. They're very, very glittery, and they're very, very good. I mean, of course, one does have to ask how the hell you made them that quickly. Man, you pretty talented, I gotta admit. But yeah, in the meantime, Perfume decides, how about we go hang out with Earth instead of Paxi? Because I don't know about Paxi here. And I do want to hang out with Earth. And Earth goes like, why don't we just like stay here, no? Like we get to like hang out. And Perfume goes like, yeah. Sure, we can do. Like, I guess I can take a little vacation, right, while the show's ongoing. And Perfume proceeds to go tell Pexy. I think this happens right like at the end of the episode. Pexy is like, that wasn't in the contract, but then Perfume's like, well, whatever. I'll give you free sponsorship if I get to be with my with what they call them, honey. And Pexy goes like, okay. Okay, all right then, sure. In the meantime, oh yeah, still more lore happening. So Will eventually gets delved off into the forest by the epic map, and they accidentally throw the map at one of the mushroom evil people. Now, the mushroom evil people, well, at least kindly ask what the map is before proceeding to try to do a murder. Now Will proceeds to escape to a solid degree, but they end up escaping to so they fall down a cliff to discover a statue that ends up getting hella punched by the mushroom fella after Will dodges it, and this one proceeds to spawn an algebraian, just straight up. This guy is 9. This like 9 fella, I don't even know what that is, 9 with 2 extra eyes, one of them which isn't even an eye, and now this fella which is acting like evil Leafy because they just kind of teleport around. So do you understand what I'm describing right now? A 9 algebraian with 2 extra eyes that has been spawned after the breaking of a statue after falling a cliff that is acting like evil Leafy, making Will escape from a forest after probably being for some reason aligned with Triangle's evil parade. Like you understand what I'm describing right now? What is happening? Like what? Well, Leo escapes outwards into the world, and I'm gonna call you 9. I don't know what your name is. Wants to chase him, but they at least have better judgment to probably not delve themselves into the open. Triangle proceeds to stare at them quite angrily. And then that's the only thing that happens with the goopy things. I really wish we knew more. I'm not gonna lie. Right? Because it's like there's just not like it's starting to like not really hit as hard. I'm not gonna lie, because it's like, okay, bro, I get it. You have like 400 different types of evil entities in your forest which just try to do a murder, and that's about it. And then they just sit there again until somebody else drops in the forest. Then you try to murder them. And then you go like, yo, I'm evil, and you do not understand. You cannot comprehend. Right? And so, like, I'm sure here's the thing. I know they got something interesting going on. I'm sure. But we need some information at some point, right? Like, it's like 4 episodes where that plotline hasn't evolved, really, right? It just kind of, like, again, it just remained, like, the amount of knowledge that I had on these people by episode 4 is roughly the same as the amount of knowledge I have on these people by episode 8. Right, the only thing that changed is that one triangle scene with fucking magnifying glass. Other than that, the amount that has actually been learned by me about these entities, not a lot. Right? But they keep kind of appearing and being a general nuisance. So, like, I feel like I should have a little bit more additional information about them by now. But whatever. Whatever, bruh. I'm out to like Oliver, bruh. But anyways, we end up having the results here of the contest after the fellas proceed to pop in with their clothes that apparently represent something sentimental, except and Wheel, who tries to act as there's a name to this exact outfit that Wheel's having. I don't know what it's called. It's like frat bro or something, but like it's like something like that, but like it's not that, but something like that. But anyways, we end up having the judging. So the judges is judged by the judges, and also Watering Can, who's here also, and we end up having the first team, which is Team Speed. So, I mean, you can argue that, like, there's something interesting that you can probably gain out of these outfits, right? Because, of course, there's something symbolic. Crayoni used to wear a scarf, which is interesting. There's double top hats for Boombox. There's just kind of an interesting little dress for Flag. Then, I don't really know what crayon ball? A crayon ball. What the hell is crayon ball, bro? That mirror ball is wearing, I think it's like a beret. But like you can see some interesting things. Like obviously, you know, the clapperboard wearing a soldier helmet, in the fact that they're wearing clothes that have value to them sentimentally, definitely obviously gives like I was in the army vibes. Which I mean, clapperboard gives I was in the army vibes all the time. Right, but like you didn't know if that was because like you know, they just wanted to add that, like when they're ordering up like soldiers. Like, was that because they just wanted to do that, or is that because they have army experience? They seem to have army experience. A clapperboard probably has, in some capacity, been in the military. Okay, which we know is interesting. I like that. A little bit of a detail, but of course Pexi, who's not allowed to feel things, doesn't like the sentimental value, but at least the speech given does end up getting our fella to think. I don't mean watering cannons have feelings either, but you know, at least like Perfume gets a relatively fair rating, being like, hey, I like the sentiment. I can't give it too high because, you know, the fashion itself on the fashion show is quite important, but it's a 7 out of 10, which is pretty alright. And then we end up having the other outfit created here by, of course, our other team, Team Money Catchers or whatever they were called. This team ends up quite nice. To be honest, I like this team. It's nice. Again, there's a rough outlying theme going on here. I mean, there's one or two pieces that doesn't fit, but like Oliver and Leaf end up actually matching quite good. Mouse, Flashlight, and Lantern end up matching quite good. Beanie is the only one that kind of just doesn't fit, to be honest. Like they have a beanie because they're a beanie, but like the other than that, it's like okay. But anyway, the dresses are pretty. If you're curious about my ratings, I would probably give a 6 to Team Speed and probably like an 8 to Team Money Baggers, which I think is reasonable, right? Like they're way closer than the results I end up doing, but at the end of the day, right? Like they do have absolutely a leg up with having sewn the clothes and then just being generally pretty, and it is a fashion show at the end of the day, so yeah, it's pretty solid. We was hella upset, be like, bro, this is your fault, which is unfortunate, but Lantern comes in from the other team to console them, being like, hey, you got a good score for Perfume and stuff, right? And like Kata would be proud of you, and at least you did something, right? Like it wasn't like, well, of course, for as much as, you know, Pexi is quite upset about, I know as much as Pexi tries to rub it in, be like, wow, what a spectacular failure. It's not that spectacular of a failure, right? Because there was at least a combined idea, right? Like they pulled through a strategy, it didn't work, but there was a strategy, you know, rather than in multiple of the past few challenges now, where, you know, like the team has just like not had any challenge at all. But yeah, it's a vote to eliminate again, so we don't have quite the vote to save shenanigan. Now at this point I'm afraid to make a prediction. I mean, like I'm afraid to make a prediction, but I guess we won't find out who gets eliminated. If I were to say, I mean, like, I feel like it's Mirror Ball's time to go again. Like, Mirror Ball has just kind of joined. Like, Mirror Ball was very loud as, like, being annoying kind of leader type figure in the first couple episodes. Got eliminated. Came back, and it's like, okay, what happens here? Because you were kind of loud, you were kind of trying to be overprotective of Stick. But when Stick is gone, Mirror Ball just hella fades into the background. You can argue that there was that kind of thing going on with, like, you know, them getting beat up memory loss. Like, something was happening with that in the last challenge. But in this episode, Mirror Ball is fully present and just kind of doesn't do anything. Right? Like, just kind of stays in the background. Right? Which means that the amount of time that we've actually written Mirror Ball ever since the Mirror Ball rejoin is barely any, right? Which means that, like, it doesn't feel like we have a pathway to this character for very long. To be honest, I don't think that, like, this character is gonna evolve much, right? Like, there's no, like, this currently kind of going nowhere. And I feel like it's probably a better idea to just keep it like this, to just kind of kick him out, unfortunately, right? I feel like Mirrorball came back, had the chance to prove to be to be a more interesting character. You're a different character than you were before, but not in an interesting way. And generally, just kind of, I don't know if I'm too convinced here, to be honest. Right now having the post credit, but by the way, like I do gotta admit, whether the post credit is after the credits or it's post the elimination screen, it's very random. It depends on the day of the week and how we're feeling. But so the two researchers found that Pexi is around, but didn't actually get Pexi, and Mayor is like, bruh, what the fuck? And then I need to go get him tomorrow. 24 hours to get him. So the researchers got a speed run, bro. And the mayor gets upset that the fish is doing this. Now, I mean, all this is definitely interesting things that's going on. Of course, because yet again, I mean, it's like, what is happening in with Pexi? Pexi is a very sort of dubious figure, right? Because they do share a lot of traits with the glitchy groupie people that have been hanging out in the forest, right? The Triangle crew, right? But like, are they aligned? Because the Triangle like team seems directly in a way like trying to definitely do an attack on whoever's dealing with the show, right? Like the people in the show, like they're being attacked, like shit's happening, you know, right? Like, and by the way, now that I think about it, didn't Pexi want magnifying glass back in the show? They want magnifying glass back. Oh no, he replaced them with money back. Oh yeah, okay, no, never mind. No, I got confused. Oh no, it was Jar. No, it was Flack who he replaced with Jar. Okay, no, sorry. No. That was nothing. I got confused for a second there. But like, yeah, because like all these things are happening, but like, you know, is Pexi aligned with them? I feel like no, because the Triangle people are, you know, in a way directly sort of different to, like, you know, they're trying to murder contestants, they're trying to like do attacks and stuff. They're definitely trying to do something, right? That's like not good. to the Pexi crew, when Pexi would obviously want their contestants there. So I don't think they're aligned, but then like, what's going on? The mayor is probably, I guess, counting of Pexi as the source of the problems when it's actually the Triangle people, which is interesting, something's going on. But at the same time, I mean, like, we do know that AUSA is a show directly, right? So it's like, Pexi is interesting for, of course, the basis of the fact that this is a show that you can watch in town as well, right? So Pexi is a theoretically known figure, right? From the fact that we know that Oliver has a super fan who watches AUSA all the time, we know that AUSA must air somewhere, which means that the contestants, which means that the people around must know of Pexi. But the fact that the people around must know of Pexi also means that Pexi isn't that weird of an entity. That's kind of the interesting thing, right? Because like, Pexi doesn't get treated as a total complete outcast. Right, that's the interesting thing. The way that Pexi acts has some degree of normalcy because the contestants go like, okay, you're weird, but like you're still a thing, right? And you know, it doesn't seem like the people in town are too bothered, right? So like something is going on. Pexi is accepted as an entity despite the way that they act, right? And we've seen that they've acted and that they act very different than a normal object. So like that's kind of happening. At the same time, but like the good Triangle people, they act different and they act mean because you could tell as soon as like you know, like magnifying glass at the end of the day managed to spot it based on just kind of vibes that something was off with Triangle, right? Which again is interesting. I don't know, there's definitely more things there. Like there's development that needs to happen. This show's does its development very slow. With like the main plot point, it's really playing the waiting game. It's playing the hella waiting game in terms of actually progressing the lore in like a relevant plot thickening way. In this case, I think it probably what I would say it does is it probably introduced it too early. Like I think like the point of the show in which it's probably gonna do the, you know, Triangle attacks and more people, like the moment where that's probably gonna take over the plot would be a reasonable moment. But the thing is that the plot itself got introduced probably a little bit too early, right? So there's kind of this filler filler moment where not much is actually happening with the plot, but it's still sort of lingering in the background, so we see people deal with it, but then it starts to kind of lose its pizzazz. Like, okay, alright then, Evil Leafy, like, what are we doing? Right, in the same way that Evil Leafy, you know, after the first few films were hella scary, but, you know, time passes in BFDI, you start to lose the pizzazz. I'll be like, oh, hi. You know, like, that stuff is kind of, like, it has a similar type of energy going on. But, yeah, so, that is the last episode of AUSA. There's no more AUSA after this. Yeah, I mean, what do I think of the series as a whole? In terms of what I thought of AUSA as a whole, it was really nice. It was actually really enjoyable. I actually really, really liked watching it. It was, very, like, nicely put together, I would say. It does, like, because sometimes it can be a little bit complicated with the text-only series, because, you know, if they didn't time the reading correctly, it can always be tough. But this one, 90% of the time, absolutely had that on point, right, where I could read a sentence, then I switched to the next one, right? It had that nice buffer period, right? Whereas I've been, because, like, you know, in the past couple of episodes, I've been pointing out that sometimes it's inconsistent, right? There's a couple of scenes here and there that take you out of the experience, because it's like, oh shit, this text going way too fast, right? But, like, they take you out of an otherwise good experience. It's there 90% of the time. It's the one or two that isn't, right? Like, but, like, it's there 90% of the time, and it feels really nice. The characters, I really like how they, how the character dynamics end up kind of being done here, right? It manages to overall fit in characters of very different personality styles, right? Like, the fact that Clapperboard and Wheel don't get Omega ostracized immediately and do actually get to live in the show in the same headspace as somebody like Crayoni and the other fella, right? Like, so we have clashing personalities that do actually manage to fit, and they do have a nice hero development. I like how the trio is overall impacted. I like how the general, like, duo dynamics is. Lantern and Mouse are cute. I like the what was going on with Cotton and the other fella, right? Like, all of these dynamics are they're relatively nice, and the building, and the fact that the show is slower paced, absolutely. As I called it in the first couple of episodes, absolutely, those first two episodes felt like some of the most chill episodes I've ever watched of any object show, because, like, at that moment it was just kind of chill characters interacting, and then here, as the lore starts to kind of pick up and the things get more serious and more into it, it loses its chill, but by keeping the same energy, because, like, it keeps the same energy, but higher stakes stuff is happening, so it loses its chill, but, like, it keeps itself but, like, it keeps the very smooth pacing that made it chill in the first place, right? Which means that it's overall very nice, right? Like, it does itself a good job. However, it definitely, I mean, but, like, it does arrive, obviously, with a degree of unsustainability, right? Like, for as much as the way that the show's paced with the 30 to 40 minute episodes really help. It really helps you get connected to the characters more, while also having lore and different types of lores. And this show, it manages to, like, the plot lines just enter in and it just works, right? But that arrives at the cost of episodes need to be 30 minutes, right? And yeah, you're earning time by, you know, not doing voice acting. Yeah, you're earning time because you have like 7 or 8 animators. Yes, you're doing these things, but at the end of the day, you need to write a lot. You still need to spearhead your project. You still need to be the charge. You need to make sure that it makes sense, right? And all these things need to be done always, all the time, for big episodes all the time. There's never a chill episode, right? And that can definitely be a daunting experience, and it can be a tough one to sort of survive, right, through it. And you know, from AUSA 8 taking, I think, a very long time in production, it ends up absolutely, you know, suffering from it in this case, which is, you know, definitely unfortunate, because this show is really nice. And as and you know, I always like to ask the question about shows that are currently, you know, concluded or are currently done for their journey of should it ever come back. Like I say, like, you know, I even did it for like Object Madness in the last episode, despite that show being like 10 years old. Like, in my opinion, should this come back? I mean, from the avenue of a viewer, it absolutely can, and if it would be very nice, because it's a very nice show that holds the test of time. It starts at a high level of production, and you know, at a relatively high level of production. Like, the first episodes still feel relatively clean, and then it gets cleaner while retaining its style, and it's a very smooth watching experience. It's a long one. I mean, we're 4 hours and 25 minutes into this catch-up, but like it's still a very nice experience here overall, and it's one that I do see that I do see myself wanting to see more. I would absolutely love to see more AUSA, absolutely, because it would be nice. It would be a good experience. But of course, in terms of production, if we don't want to, well, of course, follow AUSA through, and we can't do it in any sort of, you know, more sustainable way. You know, I read that it was a little bit, you know, it can be mentally draining to, I guess, push yourself to kind of continue on with episodes like this. If it's not possible to bring AUSA in a sustainable way, I'm kind of getting it completed here in a second, and yeah, I understand. I'm sorry if I just said bullshit. I just got somebody came in. Sorry, this what was I saying? Hold on, no. I'm sorry. I was just kind of continuing the sentence filler because somebody came in and pointed something out at me. I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm gonna be I'm honest. Hey, I'm honest with you. But yeah, basically, if AUSA can be continued sustainably, I would of course never demand it to. I don't really know what the situation is on the LunarNobee ecosystem. Hopefully, of course, we'll discover it in the future Keep Up episodes, right? Where we'll watch other shows. But right now, I mean, like, I would like think that it might be possible to do so, right? Because like we kind of do have smaller episodes being worked on. I mean, if I look at the channel, there's a couple of small episodes, 1 minute, 4 minute, 4 minute, 3 minute, right? And it's something that can definitely sort of be possibly used as a little bit of like a tool here, right? Kind of having smaller episodes that are less for real, right? So that way, maybe, you know, work on those when not getting consumed by the AUSA. But at the same time, those were all ongoing when AUSA was getting produced, and we were still suffering from the same fate. So, like, in general, I think it's just none of my business. You know that one fridge in the court case, like that one like Samsung fridge thing, and it was just like, hey, it's none of your business. You know what? It's none of my business how AUSA did its thing. Okay. Like, I'm giving here a general speculation because I think it's interesting, but like it's not. At the end of the day, the creators decide what they want to do. But in terms of AUSA, I found it a very enjoyable experience. I liked watching it a lot. And if it comes back, I'll be hella down to watch more of it. And give it the coverage, because I do really like I do like these characters a lot, and it's definitely a show that would be in the top end of shows that I've watched. Because yeah, it was just really nice. It's, you know, a little bit of a different style than the other ones, but it does the thing that it's doing, I would say, really well. And you can tell, as I always like to say, if the episodes are good, if the episodes are getting better, and if the show is getting better, that will be noticed by YouTube, and you can see how the view count goes up. I'm sorry, I hit the microphone. You can see how the view count goes up with time. What do you mean the most watched episode is episode 5? No show that works like that. Right? Like, you see, 6.8K, 6.7K, 6.8K on 4, 5, and 6. Isn't that crazy? Like, the most popular episodes are in the middle, because, like, you can tell we paid attention to the fact that the show's quality increased. The viewers took notice, right? So yeah. Anyways, I've had, I guess, my final chat about AUSA. It was really nice. I really liked it. And if it doesn't continue, I will at least, you know, commend it for having done its job. It ended at a point that, you know, you can still speculate, you can do a lot of theories. It unfortunately doesn't give you enough information for me to really make a lot of theories. because it was gonna, of course, continue with its slow burn. But like, it at least sets itself in a good spot where if in the future anything's gonna happen, it'd be nice. But like the way that it ends up as a nice series to watch. It sort of closes off its chapter there, right? Like you leave feeling good, you know. Like despite the fact that it just kind of course, ended that episode, I leave feeling pretty nice. I feel pretty fulfilled. I mean, I got to see 4 hours with the characters, right? I got to see, you know, more than majority of shows give to a character in just this 8 episode stretch. So I can't complain, right? I can't complain. I got a lot of time with the characters, right? And I guess it's time to say goodbye. So, goodbye, AUSA. See you. Never. Bye. Alright, and just to make this video not entirely AUSA, let's cover one more thing. So JNX has made a couple of special requests to recover their series, which has 2 seasons. They're not that big, so hopefully we can cover them, have this video be roughly 5 hours long. Yeah, it's entitled Battle for Bagel. That's the primary series that JNX has been on about, and we're just gonna watch it. I don't know anything about it. Let's head into it, starting with BFB1. Yes, Battle for Bagel, of course, narrows down to BFB. It is entitled BFDI Crashouts, but it's Battle for Bagel. Here we go. Okay, this is episode 1. There's a couple of things I have to say, so I have to do this quickly because this episode's not exactly very long. First of all, yes, so this is a special request made on community post, has some really nice artwork attached to it, so I decided to cover it. However, this is not an indicator that you can just make art and then I'll immediately cover your show, okay? Remember the rules that I stated at the intro. I'm only covering things based on YouTube comments from now on, okay? You understand? Alright. Second thing, we have here our show. Very, interesting in nature. Feels kind of joke show style. The characters are a little bit random, a little bit joke show. We have ourselves the host, which is SpongeBob, based on an AI voice. Yet again, I'm not a big fan personally of AI voices, especially based on real voice actors. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I'm a big fan. I don't think you should do it, but it's very normalized. I'm not gonna judge it too harshly, but I personally would recommend against that. But we end up having the contestants be the scary PNG of a shark that I don't think I ever tossed. Bull that is very SpongeBob in nature. The bow tie, good one. Marble, Beans, Tree from Teapot, and then also Card. So these are the characters that exist. The challenge ends up being to get a basket, and Marble apparently just has a basket and just fucking spits it out, and then they proceed to win. Everybody else is up for elimination. Who's gonna get out? I have no idea. Maybe the scary PNG of a shark. I do like the one or two. There's not a lot of time for gags, but there's 1 or 2 gags which I enjoy. I like the gag there at the end of the card being like, "I'm a crash out," and they just say stupid. Right, and so that's kind of fun. I enjoy that, but yeah, okay, that is episode 1. Let's keep it moving. Let's go to episode 2, which is entitled Eating a Burger with No Honey Mustard. Here we go. Alright, that is episode 2. So SpongeBob gets shot by a mysterious bullet, and we end up having our father be like, "No, what are we gonna do? We're battling for nothing." They do the battle for nothing gag. Unfortunately, they don't commit to the bit of the battle for nothing gag. The battle for nothing gag is supposed to have the host not there, or something not there. This is just the exact same intro, but the text is over it, so it doesn't quite have the same spirit. SpongeBob should be removed, but oh well. We end up having our Marble fella, who, by the way, just speaks in echo, like, you know that, like, that one guy from, like, Non-Gone from, like, Animated, like, "Hi, what quote do you say? Hold your horses, I will be the guy who does the stuff." But yeah, Marble takes on, I guess for having won the challenge, they hosted the next episode. Maybe this is like a Russian roulette, maybe, like, if you win the challenge, you host the next episode, and the current host dies. But the eliminated contestant seems to be Card after getting 3 votes, and then we end up having the challenge be to find out what the secret sauce is. Now, we don't technically state that this is a Krabby Patty, but it would make sense if it was a Krabby Patty. So they try to do that. The Beans voice is really interesting, by the way. It's it's not a voice that I've heard very often. It's an interesting sounding one. I think it's unique. But I will wait. They end up getting a lot of guesses until eventually Shark with a PNG ends up guessing with it. I don't actually figure out what the answer is. I think it's honey mustard. That's like why the title is. So like honey mustard is the secret sauce, alright, that made the Krabby Patty extra special. So yeah, everybody else up for elimination. In the meantime, an evil knife, you can tell that it's evil because their face is red, is arriving to invade. Now, will they successfully manage to invade? That is the question of the day. Well, I don't know what they're trying to do. I think they will eat all of you up. I don't know. Bowtie sees it and will have to go warn the others. So, we're going to need to, I guess, see. In terms of the elimination prediction, I don't know. Tree from Teapot is going to leave. That's what I'm saying. All right, because they did the battle for nothing gag or something. I don't. How am I supposed to know who's going to get eliminated here, bro? Like, what? Like, huh? Alright then. Okay, let's go to episode 3. Let's keep it moving. Episode 3 is entitled So Much Swag. Let's go. Alright, that is a battle for a Bagel 3, and I mean, this is one of those shows where it's like, objectively speaking, there's not a lot going for it, right? But like, it's kind of stupid, and I kind of like it. It's kind of funny. Like, there are, here's the thing. It does input like, it's a blend of, like, actual gags that it wants to do. Like, this would be funny. As well as just kind of general surrealism gags, right? Which makes it quite a fun combination. Like, the characters just kind of speak in ways that are kind of, like, interesting, to be honest, right? Like, the thing at the start, right, with the gag of, like, the bull doing a blink but only on one eye and then it goes off screen, like, that's very clearly, it's supposed to be funny. That's supposed to be a gag, right? And so, like, that's nice. It's got its own written gags, and it's not just relying on being dumb all the time, right? But, like, it does also do being dumb quite a little bit. First of all, it's benefited by the voice acting a little bit, and also how things are written. Like, Bowtie being, no, I didn't warn him. He's pretty evil. Like, what do you mean? He's pretty evil. Alright, yeah. Yeah. Alright, so I feel like you're not, like, this is an interesting level of the show. Or, like, but, like, there's still the surreal gags of, like, having, like, just like a crazy transition effect. Just the word later comes in, Like, it's just kind of like, bro, what is happening? Or, like, Marble just just monotone over-explaining everything. Wow, I like that you put burger instead of beans. And I think that's a good detail that you put burger instead of beans. So I'm going to give that, like, a 5 out of 10. By the way, the challenge is just be swag or something. It's to be as swag as this guy. And then we show a picture of a guy that I'm presuming in this context is very swag. So we proceed to do that to various degrees. Now, most people, I don't know, I think they're just kind of treating it as like a costume challenge. It's like a Halloween challenge in disguise. But the bull manages to successfully become swag because they got the Jordans not fully colored in on one side. I think that just makes it cooler because that's the rare variant. And getting there with the long limbs, making them look like the character from Cuphead, right? Like all these things being paired together, and boom, we got Swagalicious, right? He's got, and the Marble makes sure to say that, oh my god, he's got too much swag, he's got too much swag, he's got too much swag, right? So, we keep moving towards the elimination. They actually get it correct. Chief and Teapot, they get eliminated. Who's gonna get eliminated here? I don't know. I'm gonna say that it's gonna be Shark, PNG, but actually, because I don't know, they got like bowed out from in the post-credit scene, being like, "Get 'em" or something. So yeah, I don't know why for some reason Beans is rallying up the troops, being like, "We haven't been immune." Well, yes, it's an individual immunity. Why are you rallying troops? What are you doing? But yeah, overall, this is an interesting show right now. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of low effort, but at the same time, it is writing its own gags, and the fact that it is writing its own gags paired with just general kind of surreal, like weird way of making of jokes, it's doing a combination that is making it pretty funny right now. But there's more to see. Episode 4 is entitled "The Debut Episode." Go. Alright, that is episode 4, and that's unfortunate, isn't it? So remember how I said this show is doing pretty good at doing gags and stuff? Well, this episode decides that the way that it should do it is by just doing the slowest elimination ceremony of all time at a pretty nice 3 minutes, pretty much entirely involving of our fella over here reading out the name of the character of the commenter and then the vote, which like is funny for like a little bit, because you know Marble does this whole like monotone echo voice thing, right? Which, by the way, I don't know if it's monotone on purpose. Bob Zarf is not meant to be, but it really sounds like it's supposed to be monotone on purpose. But like it does that, but like at a certain point, after like 30 seconds, after one comment, right? It's like, I get it. We need to read out every comment one by one, and it's just kind of wasting time, right? Because it's like, hold on, since the votes are super close, I'll ask Bull. I was like, okay, so the votes are tied, and Bull's gonna decide who gets out, but then it's like, no, Bull chooses who they want to get eliminated before, for no reason, because the votes are not tied. Somebody just simply gets eliminated, which means that the vote that Bull cast is entirely irrelevant. Okay, the character which Bull voted got eliminated in the end, yes, but that doesn't have anything to do with the actual fact that they chose that character, right? Like that doesn't have nothing. That don't want nothing to do with nothing, right? But yeah, I mean, like it makes sense for the voting to be relatively tied. The characters were on relatively even playing field. No characters really had the opportunity to kind of rise above, right, and do and like try to necessarily and have a more iconic scene than another, because the show's been playing relatively fast and it's kind of dispersed scenes without like too much like basis or too much here. So like it's not necessarily like, you know, had any characterization too much here to deal with it. So it makes sense why the votes would be mega tied. Some people like the shark PNG because it's a shark PNG. As you can tell from the commenters themselves. So I think it makes sense as well in this kind of more shitposty show. I haven't been picking them to get out because I think it makes sense when giving kind of the consideration that something... Like, we give the consideration that in a lot of shows that the character that's a PNG gets out, but those are more serious-y shows. This show, where that's very clearly kind of shitposting in nature, is kind of continuing along the lines of having a... you know, how to best point this out, like more shitposy characters I do think fit pretty well sort of in that mixture. So yeah, that makes sense. And then Bowtie needs to get eliminated. Now I already understood that Bowtie for some reason just gets unreasonably disliked by the people in the show, because you can see here our fella Bull was like, well, actually, yeah, they first go like, and then they say, oh, Bowtie is getting eliminated. But like, yeah, but even then in the last episode, we were like unreasonably mean to the costume that Bowtie pulled through for the last challenge. Be like, oh, I hate it. It looks like a black licorice. Well, actually, you know, it's Marvel says it. It looks like black licorice. I do not like it. You know, something along those lines. So like it just ended up giving me a 0 out of 10, which is a little bit unfortunate, you know, for this case for sure. But yeah, shout out to the commenters that have now been you know, placed in the landscape of history by, you know, being in this show. This is, by the way, why you put voting numbers, because otherwise, you know, technically, just because somebody wrote a comment saying "shach," doesn't technically mean that they voted for the shark. Maybe they really like the shark and were like making their stamp on the world, right? But yeah, whatever. Either way, we proceed to go on after Bowtie's elimination. We have no challenge because we have a debut. Here we have a debut. By the way, whether the aspect ratio of the show just kind of depends on vibes. I don't know. It just doesn't choose anything. This is a relatively classic style debut. Now, I do want to admit, it was looking pretty classic. We do have the appearance here of Timsy Pooh Jr. And also, I do want to admit, I did get caught off guard heavily by Tyler, the creator. with a Texas beat that I don't even think has anything to do with it. So, I do gotta admit, I might have to vote for Tyler. I think Tyler, the creator's gotta join. Too funny. You know, it's too funny, and it fits thematically, right? It fits with the show. So I think Tyler, the creator of Chromacopia, should probably join Battle for Bagel. But let's see if that's gonna happen. Let's jump into our next episode, episode 5, which is entitled "The More the Berries." Go. Alright, this was a quick episode. It debatably has more content than the previous one, but this is a short episode. So, we end up we're for some reason in BFB landscape, and Tyler, the creator, joins. Let's go! And then, about 5 seconds later, Tyler, the creator, gets eliminated. Let's anti-go! Aww. Alright, then, they were just about to sing their song. They were about to go. What were they gonna do? My name is Tyler, and I like to rap, I like to sing, and I like to chromacopia. I don't know, but oh well. They got eliminated, and then Marble is not feeling up to it anymore. Marble is tired of hosting, so we're gonna need to find a new host. Beans finds a new host, which is that one cat from that one thing. I don't remember what it's called. Like Chikawa? That's a random word that pops in my head. I don't know if that's what it is. But, wait, they're apparently hosting, but our host Marble is like, okay, murder me, because I'm not the host anymore. So they proceed to get murdered. Now, yeah, I do think that Tyler, the creator from Chromacopia, should have probably been the host, to be honest. Like, I think that probably would have made more sense. But, because, you know, that way you can make the debut vote, instead of being a debut, it could be a host, so that way Tyler, the creator, can, you know, host the show and maybe make a Chromacopia team challenge. But unfortunately, that was not the way that it went down in this landscape. So we have to go over to the episode 6 landscape. This is a short episode for a reason. Is it a reason? Now, I don't know. But we're moving on to episode 6, which is entitled Giveaway Lifestyle. Here we go. Alright, that is episode 6, and there's a little bit of a lore happening. So, we're in a room, alright, a very inconspicuous, mysterious room, where our eliminated contestants are. It's like a jail, or at least like the failed debutants are here in the very minimum. They're apparently all trying to help out Tree from Teapot because, I don't know, there's no more water. There hasn't been water for a little bit, so Tree is kind of dying. They always don't need to drink water, only Tree does. The Bowtie is checking in with Beans, who is their resident fellow there, and they proceeded to give the information that Marble got killed. How did Marble get killed? It's a long story. No, it's not. What do you mean it's a long story? The story is Marble didn't want a host, gave ownership away, and then asked for the new host to kill them. That's the story. That's a 10-word story right there. Come on, Beans. What are we doing? We're trolling, bro. We're trolling, brother. And what are we doing? But, the new fella's pretty powerful, and they're apparently trying to use it. Tree is officially dead, and then we end up having our new host going over to host. However, unfortunately, Bull asked if they got a new haircut. Now, this makes our new host pretty mad, so they drop an atomic bomb, which is very normal behavior. Now, this atomic bomb proceeds to drop by, and somehow our fella, Beans is still alive, which is pretty nice. The host proceeds to apparently be getting brought over to home by a new fella that comes back down with a spaceship. And now the new fella that comes back down with a spaceship is suddenly gets attacked by Beans, Shark, and Bull at the same time for some reason. And then we eventually reveal that it was actually Knife, that one guy who's pretty evil, according to Bowtie. And then they realize that, oh yeah, we kinda fucked up. So then they all proceed to die. They do the inanimate insanity thing where they lose their consciousness, and then they offer the hand to get brought back. And now, again, I don't like what. We'll bring you back home. I don't know. I mean, they seem like they wanted the host. For sure, they seem to be down to do that. They didn't seem to be too against the idea of hosting the show, a little bear fella. But to be fair, as soon as they got dealt with any type of pushback, like asking if they got a haircut, they immediately proceeded to, drop an atomic bomb. So it's looking, so maybe it's not the best idea for them to host. Like, now that I'm, like, thinking about it a little bit more in depth, I think that makes sense. But, yeah. Anyway, it's going to be continued in episode 7, which, again, that makes this a 6A and 6B, basically. But the next episode will be the one that has the points on it. So, Battle for Bagel 7 is entitled 12 Sets of Markers in One Box. By the way, I have no idea what these titles have meant nothing. I don't know. Like, what is, whatever. Episode 7 is upon us. Here we go. Alright, that is episode 7 of Battle for Bagel. So karma waits him, alright? I mean, of course, we saw in the last episode that we have some heavy II inspo, but yeah, here we decide to take our own approach after the karma waits, which is something that we have seen done from time to time. In fact, even Object Point, I think, might have done that. There's a show that did this, but yeah, I'm always down for some Karma Waits. The last song I did in my Sigging 50 songs. That, by the way, re-listening to that cover of Karma Waits that I did after 2 hours of singing, dude, my voice was so tired that cover is genuinely kind of really good because it just has such a harrowing destroyedness to it. But anyways, what was I saying? We end up having, however, a degree of lore actually take place. So we end up discovering that apparently SpongeBob, proposes to this knife fella the idea of doing this competition, right? And for some reason they're trying to get some people for the competition, including Marble, including some other fellas, right? Eventually, however, SpongeBob is lashing the fuck out. He's being very mean to this knife fella, not liking the knife fella. And eventually, the knife has had enough. They decided, I'm evil now. And their face turned red to signify that they are evil now. So, after they have become evil, SpongeBob is like, God damn it, they turn evil, and then proceeds to freeze them alive using one of those freeze ray thingies. But then, of course, SpongeBob proceeds to dip, proceeds to leave the show or get quote unquote murdered. And then eventually they hold back. Marble hosts the show. Then they eventually wake up again and decide that they're gonna morph into the little bear thing to kind of hide, be like, oh, I'm not SpongeBob. No, I'm not SpongeBob. And then eventually, presumably because of the nuclear explosion, we had ourselves the unfreeze of the knife fella, who eventually is like, I'll take you home or whatever, right? Because they know about SpongeBob. So like that's kind of what's going on, I think. In terms of the actual usage of Karma Weights as a mechanic, again, this show is kind of shitposty in nature, so I'm going to allow it, of course. And it at least takes the opportunity to not make it even though it uses the entirety of the song, which I always think that you don't need to use the entirety of the song if you're gonna just take another song. But we do take it, but at least we do, utilize it to its correct effect to actually showcase new scenes. In the meantime, Knife, which by the way, I'm sorry to Knife and SpongeBob, right? What the fuck are these voices? These are these are the great, they're vocoded so unbelievably hard that they turn omega quiet and I can barely hear them, right? And they also obviously make them look unbelievably unserious. Like, how am I supposed to pay attention to this evil knife fella when I talking like this? Like, well, I'm gonna murder you. Like, what am I meant to do? I can't take you seriously. But anyways, they get instructed on where the eliminated contestants are. They proceed to go there and be like, hello. Well, actually, hello, I'm gonna murder you now. And then they proceed to do that to everybody. Now, I do gotta say, it's very unfortunate that we didn't bother making an inanimate object variant of Tyler, the Creator, and the Timothy Pooh Jr. and they just kind of disappear. That is very disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. I think that we should have done the effort to try to invent something for them. But yeah, but eventually they leave. And definitely they're lucky that basically Card was just not there. Card was like doing something else in the corner of the room. So that means that they end up collaterally alive, and they and therefore they have the chance to pull in a sneak attack against the fake knife. And they do that. They grab a massive shovel and they just bonk, and then our fella dies. And it's, yeah, they're quite annoying. They proceed to say hi, SpongeBob. They watch the karma waits, I guess. So they do it, and they officially win Battle for Bagel. Yet again, audio mixing is rough on this one because of the way that the vocoded voices are. Again, you can't just drag in a filter and be done with your day. You go balance out the audio now. Come on, we should know this. But you did manage to win, and you end up winning the Battle for Bagel, which is pretty nice. So yeah, they won. So the first character to have been eliminated is then becomes the winner. Isn't this just so sweet and melancholic and wisdom and adorable? But yeah, Card wins. Is this a deserved winner of the series? No, not really. I mean, they win the show based on the fact that they were like on the correct corner of the room when like the other fella murdered everybody else. I would probably say that Beans deserves to, right? Because Beans has is pretty relevant involvement to other things, right? Or Tyler, the Creator, who got scammed. I'm not even gonna lie. But yeah, overall, that is of course the first season of Battle for Bagel. What I think of it, I think that it's fine. It does like a thing or another. I really liked how those like kind of early episodes were built, because they had jokes written in, but also jokes that were just kind of based on the shitposty nature of the show. But I feel like as time passed, it sort of stopped writing a lot of jokes, and it kind of just started to play on just kind of the plot aspect of just doing II again. So I feel like it lost a little bit of that charm near the finish, but overall it was perfectly fine. I don't have nothing. I don't got nothing against it. Let's see how it does it in the Again season, okay? Because Battle for Bagel Again is upon us, and the Battle for Bagel Again 1 is entitled Self-Centered. Here we go. Alright, that is episode 1 of A Battle for a Bagel Again, Self-Centered, okay? So, here we have ourselves what definitely feels like a somewhat natural evolution of the concept. Basically, if you want to turn it a little bit more serious, quote unquote, a little bit more legit, not necessarily serious, but a little bit more legit, right? Where it can be more feel like a more proper show. How do you do that? What do you need to do that? You need to do a little thing, which is of course the standardization of characters, right? As I even remember saying in one of my what I talked about in Battle for Bagel 3, right, is that the characters themselves didn't feel like they were too distant from each other, right? Because scenes were just kind of handed out to characters, but the actual actions of a character didn't necessarily impact too much on the broader thing, right? On the broader scope. things. A character's personality didn't change too much what a character could do. In this case, it's a little bit different. Characters, as you can see, they're given more distinct flavors, right? Both in how they're designed, how they look, and also in the format itself. It also receives its own thing, right? And you can see it from the way that the characters talk and the way that there's like already consistent through lines throughout the episode. Like, for example, this thing with Chalk and CD. CD hella hating Chalky. Chalky just like, I'm a rage bait, right? Like, both of these things are like, okay, this is a consistent through line throughout the episode. It will be interesting to see if it's a consistent through line throughout the show, right? Like, how consistent are these relations going to be through different episodes? But at least for right now, it's building a solid line. But anyways, we're here in a little bit of like an environment. This is kind of like the BFB environment. But yeah, apparently CD's setting up a picnic and Chalky's bored, and then CD starts to be like, damn, you're such a bad friend. You suck. You're a terrible friend. I don't like you. You bad. You right? You bad. You do no good and stuff. Right? And it's like, okay, then all right, cool. And then we end up going here to Timsy Poo, which is the Timsy Poo Jr. is still there. In the meantime, Beans proceeds to chat over with Blue. Now, apparently, okay, what happens is that Marble and Blue are a thing. Okay, I got a little bit confused because Blue's voice is mildly high-pitched. But as far as I'm aware, I think what Blue just kind of hangs out with Marble. Because, like, Marble doesn't really feel like moving. So, just kind of decides to chill in Blue. And then when Blue's doing that, Blue can't really talk because there's a marble in their mouth, right? But then, like, if they need to talk, they need Marble to be off of there. So that's kind of interesting. That's not a new character, I guess. I mean, Blue was already there, but wasn't necessarily super relevant. Yeah, in the meantime, Carrot's there. Beans proceeds to go have a chat with Bowtie. By the way, all the voices are different. Like, the characters are given a mild new basis of identity. Beans, for example, doesn't feel hella dumb. Right? Beans was kind of like the goofball of the Battle for Bagel. Not really the goofball anymore, I would say, after seeing this episode. I think, we've changed a little bit. We've done a little bit. Bowtie's voice is also a little bit different. And then in the meantime, Beans has had this brand new idea of being like, yo, let's revive Tree. Because remember, Tree died. If we plant a tree, then this means that Tree will come back. Is this true? I don't think that's true because the background has trees. Those trees are not the tree. So if you just plant a tree, that doesn't mean you'll plant the tree, right? Like, I don't know. It's looking a little different. You know, I'm not sure if I'm too convinced about this. I'm gonna be honest. But, like, alright then, there's a lot of even timing gags in this episode, by the way. A lot of gags of that have to, of course, be audio edited in, right? Like, due to silence and other little segments, right? Which is also interesting. I find that to be something interesting. Like, multiple times it shows a gag of, like, somebody says, like, hey, you know what I mean? And then there's, like, a silence. It's like, what did you mean? Huh? Like, something like that, right? Like, it's intriguing to see it like that. But yeah, in the meantime, we have Bull, who's apparently like Omega studying now. So like they've just become hella smart now. And a couple of people find this a little bit weird. They're apparently friends with Ice Cube, who just kind of speaks like Ice Cube. I don't really know. There's not too much about Ice Cube. But then in the meantime, Tyler, the creator, is a little bit confused about how they're here. The one from Chromacopia. And apparently they're got an appointment from the OSC where Card is like the ruler of the kingdom, of course, because I guess they won the show, so they're ruler of the kingdom. I don't really know. But wait, Orb arrives here, okay? We're in a different location than the previous one, because why not? And they end up offering like a golden bagel as the prize. Everybody is down for a golden bagel. Now, the Orb asked to form 2 teams of 4. This is incorrect. We actually end up forming 2 teams of 6 and 1 team of 1. So I'm not exactly sure how the hell we got to these numbers. But like, alright then. Alright, sure. We'll go with that. I think we can go with that. But, yeah, Ice Cube and Bull obviously stick together. Blue and Beans decide to stay together. They invite Bowtie in there. And CD wants to join this team too. Chalky, of course, decides to troll. So, therefore, joins the team with CD on it. And there we go. That's the 6 out of 6, I think, right? Oh yeah, I guess there's also Marble, right? Who's like just chilling with Blue. So yeah, and in the meantime, Carrot they refuses to team up with Tomato. They'd rather literally be on their own than team up with Tomato for some reason. I guess they don't respect fruits. So like, all right then, but then they end up joining the team with the Shark. Tinsy Pooh Jr. and Tyler, the creator. So those ends up kind of being the situation. And then the team challenge is the team naming. So yeah, Orb is going to take a walk, come up with a team name. Tinsy Pooh Jr. tries to do the tactic that always works, which is just being like, okay, if you're this, and you're that, and you're this, then we are, and then you just come up with a team name automatically. But Tinsy Pooh Jr. is finding out that that's not actually how that works, because when you have Shark and Tyler, the creator, and a bowl, and an ice cube, and a tomato, these things are not too connected to one another, so that does end up causing some big problems overall for the situation here. I can't lie, because yeah, things are looking a little bit complicated, but yeah, they end up kind of just being stuck on a name here. Nobody else has a name either. To be fair, I don't have a name either for them. What the hell would I call this team? I would probably call this team like after like Chromacopia. I would call it the what the fuck do I call this team? I would call this team the Cornucopia. Alright, that's what I would call it. Alright, why not? The other team needs to think of a name, but Marble from within manages to spit out a team name, which is pretty cool. And yeah, Timsy Poo tries to come up with a team name last second. They end up inventing the team name worse for some reason. The other team name, the team name that Marble came up with, is apparently the Baggies or the Bagels or the Biggies. And Carrot's team name is just Carrot, but that makes sense. So yeah, the worst eventually gets over, and then they end up voting. By the way, big fan of the usage of the I guess voting booth or confession room. It's kind of Bean Show-esque in the way that it functions, where we don't really have confessional talk, but we do have ourselves kind of like deciding who to eliminate talk, which also, by the way, means that there's no viewer vote in the show, which is interesting, because you know, in its nature, it does still give off viewer vote vibes in the way that the show has been operating. Like, I don't like, what lore is this show trying to tell to where it needs to not be viewer vote? But I mean, okay, fine, I hear you. I'm gonna allow it. There's yet again a couple of gags here with like the tomato who's still distraught about the fact that Carrot wasn't on their team, and that's just become kind of like so yeah. In the meantime, when having the voting, yet again, look, we did this for the fucking Marbles eliminations as well. Like, dude, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna be honest. I don't know if you disagree, but I think that intentionally making the host stumble and therefore having the elimination take ages is not funny. It just takes away from any type of suspense that it could have, and it just makes it kind of lame. I'm not gonna lie. It makes it kind of lame because like it's just kind of like, okay, get on with it, right? But yeah, Tinsy Pooh Jr. does end up getting eliminated here on 3 votes to 2, which is not a very high bar, but in terms of how the contest around the thing, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, Tinsy Pooh Jr. is the one that tried to spearhead the charge to survival and proceeded to that, right? Proceeded to spearhead the team. But I'm gonna come up with a team name, and then they didn't come up with a team name. They didn't do what they needed to do, and that just can't be possible, right? So yeah. Bowtie plants a tree, and that's episode 1. Let's go to episode 2 now. Episode 2 of Battle for Bagel again is entitled Bowl for Dream Island. Here we go. Alright, that is episode 2 of Battle for a Bagel again. And yeah, you know, what's really surprising me about this is just like how much of a focal point this has on the timing guy, right? There's a lot of effort put here on audio editing, which is not where you usually see the crux of the effort going, but there is like a crux of the effort going into the audio editing phase to actually get these characters to like have a reasonable amount of gas between speech, and it feels relatively like and it feels human, it feels varied, and it's giving a lot of fresh air to the series. I'm not gonna lie, it's being one of the absolute powerhouses here of it, absolutely here. Like I gotta admit, but even then in the animation department, like it's it's simple, but it's clean, right? Like it's simple, it's very simple, but like at the end of the day, it's getting the job done. The only thing that like it's severely missing out on is any type of background work. Like the fact that it's on a very low res BFDI background is the one thing that's really kind of holding it back, because if it just spent some effort to like get a proper background in the game, right, like it would just be a very nice looking show, you know? Like, the background's the other thing that's keeping it kind of shitposty. Because other than that, it's doing its job in an interesting way. But yeah, like, I'm a really big fan of this shot over this, like, first-person POV at the beginning here of Orb looking down at the giant tree. Because apparently, Bowtie, like, over-watered the tree, and that makes it grow to be enormous, and it fell over, right? So that's kind of what's going on. Orb proceeds to revive everybody. Everybody has now been revived. Beans, of course, wants to keep Blue in the game. I think this is like I think this is a crush situation, right? Like Beans, like you could hear it flash and wonder, wow, such a way with words, but you couldn't quite tell if that was just a one-time gag because Blue literally said gibberish, or if it was like, wow, I am enamored. But no, it is wow, I am enamored. So, all right, Beans, I see what's going on. I see you. Of course, also enamored with each other, Bull and Ice Cube, who get along nicely. And they're also just, relatively chill between them. CD's rather upset and proceeds to go like, Bull, Bull goes like, immediately, like, yo, you've been acting a little bit weird. What's going on? And CD's like, yo, what's 1 + 1? You don't know what 1 + 1 is. I know you're like a nerd, literally, like objectively speaking. But what's 1 + 1? And then Bull goes like, it's 2, bro. And it's like, oh, my bad. I apologize. And then we end up having ourselves Tomato, who's still, by the way, the shot about not being a carrot, still has like just Omega. The challenge ends up being to go make a tall stack. Chalky, as idea ends up being to stack up on top of each other, and then the bees proceed to do all of that, which is pretty nice. In the meantime, we end up having Bull hang out with Ice Cube. Now, apparently Bull, I don't know, planted a big tree or something. Because like there's just like an enormous tree behind him, or like just an enormous thing behind him, right? That is apparently his. So, Bull is doing this, alright? And Ice Cube's like, okay, no, let's do that. So then they go get Ice Cream, and then Carrot goes like, I'm about to take this. Yet again, there's the whole shebang with Carrot. I'm always going to say, I mean, it's especially worse if you're a vote, but, like, I'm always going to say, under my personal opinion, I would never make a team with only one person in it, because it feels rigged if they win, and it feels not rigged if they don't win. In this case, it feels kind of rigged, because Carrot suddenly has the superpower to carry this entire enormous structure, right? And it's like, okay, I mean, alright then, so, yeah, we end up having ourselves go over to the towers after 30 minutes. We end up having the stack here from CD. It's a pretty good, well-made stack, to be honest. They were pretty smart in the construction of this stack, which is pretty nice. In the meantime, Bull wants to surprise their team beyond just surprising the host for some reason, and there's nothing there. So they proceed to just try to speed stack something, and they do manage to speed that something, but the fact is on the freeze frame that Orb decided to snapshot. Ice Cube is actually in the air, so that means that their stack is technically higher. Also, to be fair, Shark and Tyler, the creator of PNG, are also relatively high just of their own accord, so that does end up working out in their favor. And then Carrot's stack, I still don't really know what it is. To be Omega honest, it's like, what is that? Like, I have it's like a ender dragon. I don't know what that is, dude. Like, what? I literally have no idea what I'm looking at, but it's an enormous thing that has been stolen and is apparently the one that was gonna win. So Care wins, and then the stack, due to having the throw here, due to having like Ice Cube be in the air, does count as being a little bit higher. So that's interesting. And then we have ourselves the voting booth. Now, I am a little bit saddened about one thing that happens in the voting booth. The voting booth is not accurate. What do you mean? I can't trust what the character's saying in the voting booth? I was just saying, okay, everybody voted for Bowtie, but City definitely didn't vote for Bowtie now. Come on. That's like the one thing that didn't happen. Like, what? They shouted it in the voting booth. Oh, like, I'm gonna vote. Like, get Chalky out. And then you voted for Bowtie? Ain't no way, bro. But yet again, as I'd like to say, good job on audio editing. For example, you know, here on the scene here where, they're talking about where Bowtie went, and there's faded, muffled in the background because we're hearing it from the POV of inside the location. Like, all of these things, like, it's a really interesting. But yeah, Bowtie gets eliminated. Does this make sense? Yeah, I mean, they were ditching their team severely to try to go upon this vain hope that the tree would come back. Right, like that tree would return alive if you just plant them again, which is when it's not even how that works. Now, to be fair, the person to have placed that idea into their mind is not Bowtie himself. It was Beans who had that idea, and then Bowtie got, however, over obsessed with it. So that's kind of unfortunate. In terms of the challenge, I mean, it's Chalky's fault for not going to get materials, but like, to be fair, nobody goes to get materials. Like, one of the teams that also did the stack, and the other team had an enormous thing already there. So like, I think it makes sense as an idea as well. Their team just happens to be kind of small with the construction of of especially Marble and Bowties and not being very tall. So like, it's just kind of unfortunate for that team that their stats doesn't end up very high. But yeah, Bowtie dips off, and that is episode 2 of Battle for Bagel again. And now, episode 3 of Battle for Bagel is upon us. It is entitled, episode 3 is entitled Playing Fortnite Lazer Edition. Go! Alright, that is episode 3 of the show, and I gotta admit, like, this show does definitely start to feel in the way that it's written. However, for as much as I like it, and it does, of course, the timing gags, I do, it's very, very systematic, right? Like, all episodes of this show has followed a very similar procedure of like, there's a couple of like, there's one or two interactions before, right? Then the host shows up, we do the challenge, we announce what the challenge is, say I'm gonna leave, right? Then we watch the first sort of ideation phase of the challenge. Then we do the time skip to when the challenge is basically concluded. Our host Orb proceeds to review the situation. A team loses. We get to hear about 2 or 3 of the characters in the voting box, right? So we get to do that, and then we end up hosting the elimination, which is all hosted the same way, right? And then the guy goes to sleep. We have the credits and one post-credit scene, right? Like, it's extremely systematic. It's not very the structure of an episode at all right now for 3 episodes, which you know, if this does proceed for the entire series, maybe it'll get a little stale, but I like the system, so I don't really mind it right now. Which is cool. But anyways, we end up going to the thing here. Wait, what? Oh yeah, we for some reason are cloning of a mystery thing, and it apparently only took Bull 1 second to do. 1 second, man. This guy pretty good. This guy made it in 1 second, and he keeps making it. What do you mean you made it? This guy got telekinesis built-in powers, bro. I didn't, and apparently it's because he stayed in school. Now I do gotta admit that I think more people would stay in school if they, learned how to telekinesis construct things in 1 second, which I don't think they currently do in the school curriculum. But I'm happy that it worked out for both. In this case, yeah, we end up having the host. But what is this song from the intro? I remember it from something. I don't know. This is a show from something. Is this there's something that had this song. It's a banger. I don't remember what it was but anyways, Orb has bought a co-host off of eBay. Okay, they're called Bookbag. I'm pretty sure. They end up saying their initial line. Unfortunate for the this show is really good at audio, at audio editing. Crowd. This host is only hearable on the right ear, which is tremendously unfortunate. I don't want to lie. So I guess that's a pretty big L. But either way, basically the challenge is laser tag, except they have laser tags at each other, and also our fella Bookbag also has a laser tag between each other. The problem is that they're not in a laser tag maze. They're just in a empty room. Like, they're just on a straight line. They're not placed in a maze. They're just on a straight line, which just means that like the top idea ends up just being Bookbag, who can't get tagged back. It's just gonna pop, right? And it's just gonna absolutely destroy literally everybody, right? And there's nothing that nobody can do. Right? Like, there's literally nobody, there's nothing that can be done here, right? Which ends up causing a little bit of a problem, right? So we eventually end up having time skip yet again. We need to try to figure out how to get Carrot not out. Carrot has to try to survive. We end up having Shark Fella try to talk to Tomato, being like, yo, I know that you've been like this for a while, but we're here for you, alright? And Tomato decides to successfully take that. They eventually do need to run anyways, because their fellow Bookbag is looking a little bit crazy. So they do end up running away alongside the shark until Orb stops them and be like, hey, You be mean to my people. So they proceed to get this the co-host to neutralize. They turn them into stone, which they can apparently do. Yeah, there's not a lot remaining, but Shark and Tomato remaining, so that team wins. Carrot remains, and this has a more higher percentage of people remaining than just CD on the baggies. So we end up having Carrot survive. And in the meantime, CD, who is teams up for elimination, ends up desperately going over to Chalky, being like, we need to form an alliance, because they're like, hold on, Chalky has social power. I don't got social power. I need to do something, right? So Chalky proceeds to go, oh, you'll do anything for an alliance with me. Yeah, what I can only describe as the most elite rage bait is about to occur in the next episode, but for now, we will end up having Marble be the one eliminated because the alliance ended up working. Now, by the way, Marble sucks in this show. I can't lie. Like, okay, here's the thing. Marble is, you can really tell that Marble is the only character to have not received the blessing of the show, right? Because the show, of course, in episode 1, in its thesis statement, directly wanted to, bring characters a little bit more personality, a little bit more situation to them, right? So, they just speak more. They speak more, but they speak in different ways than each other, right? And Marble's the only character they didn't do that, which means that Marble just ends up fucking silent. Marble will just tell you like 3 words, because I think that they tried to make Marble the kind of like generally I don't give a shit character that just speaks an echo whenever they do speak, when they say like 2 words at a time. That doesn't work with this context of show, because it's too short, and also Marble isn't even like, it's too short, and Marble is too uninvolved by just being hidden inside Blue majority of the time, to just really not be useful, which is unfortunate, because of course Marble was extremely talkative in a Battle for Bagel as a host, right? And I mean, it does start to make me think of some potential theories, like this Marble acting so unbelievably different to the Marble from Battle for Bagel does start to get me to think that maybe this is a different Marble than the Marble from Battle for Bagel, if that makes sense. I don't know, like it really feels like Marble has been like lobotomied. So I do think that something's up, but yeah, I mean, I guess we'll find out in due time. Either way, we are going to head ourselves over to episode 4, which is also the shortest episode of Battle for Bagel again. It is entitled "We've Lost the Budget." Oh my god, I just accidentally hit my hand on a fan. Anyways, let's go watch it now. Let's go. Alright, that is episode 4 of Battle for Bagel again, and that's kind of extremely disappointing. I'm not that of the... I mean, that episode is like... Okay, like, here's the thing. Okay, we do the losing the budget thing for some reason. Why do we lose the budget? I have no idea. But apparently losing the budget causes everything to turn stupid as well at the same time. Because yes, it makes the characters talk weird now, and the challenge is to get the budget back, but the last team to do the most work to get the budget back is not is safe. I don't like what, but I will wait. Kara proceeds to steal money and get the budget back, and then they're safe. However, they're safe, so therefore the budget is back. But only for Team Kara, like the other teams don't get the money back. It's like what? What does that even mean? It's like if the different teams are dealing with different amounts of budgets. Like what? How does that work? I don't know. But like, okay, sure. And then we end up having the other team host a boxing match because Chalky is beating up CD for some reason because they're allowed to do that, I guess. And eventually by getting an epic boxing match, they make hella money and therefore they're safe. And that means that the other team is up for elimination, therefore boom, challenge over. The intro also gets replaced, by the way, with the like, with a fucking like a cappella rendition of the show. I mean, I can't do it that high pitch. Do you want me to give it a go? Well, how did it go? It was like na 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 da 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 bum ba da 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 ba da da ba da da ba da da. There you go. Was that good? Did you like it? Look, the amount of things to talk about in this episode are not a lot. And I understand that they're playing the catch-all card. By the way, oh yeah, and the elimination area is also low budget again, despite the fact that two teams saw the budget. And then Bull gets eliminated anyways, and then it doesn't even, and then we don't even hear why. It's just Shark goes like, I'ma stick to my vote, and then Bull gets out for some reason. Okay, and then I know that they're trying to use we're trying to use the catch-all term here. We're trying to use the catch-all term. We're trying to go to the end and be like, oh, you don't understand. This one was bad on purpose. I don't want to make my show good. I want to make my show suck ass. And it's like, okay, then, cool, but I'm still going to call it out. You know, I'm still, if it's bad on purpose, okay, it's still bad. Like, what am I, like, okay, all right. Oh my god, I've lost the plot. That's what I've done. What the fuck have I been doing the past 3 minutes? I don't. Alright. Let's bring it back to base, okay? Let's bring this back to ground base here. I'm sorry. You know, we got a little heated there. The episode was not up to the standards due to a lack of logic or explanation to why majority of the things happen, and therefore it makes an unsatisfying scenario when we've had multiple shows that have done satisfying scenarios with the losing budget approach. Therefore, this one taking the losing budget approach from BFB29, turning it into a regular challenge which can lead to interesting ideas. However, instead taking it as a ploy to intentionally not really make an episode of the show for some reason is something that I personally don't approve of, and therefore I don't think this is a good episode in my personal eyes. But I think that we agree, right? But it's just like I personally don't like. I don't know. Like the show was following a pretty solid formula. We're breaking the formula entirely for the sake of this, which is a little bit weird. So I'm not personally a big fan, but that's kind of my play here. Okay, all right. Let's go over to episode 5 of Battle for Bagel again, which is entitled Plantation Getaway. Go. Alright, that is episode 5 of Battle for Bagel again, and we are back to our regular scheduled programming. The formula here, as you can tell, is back in play, in roughly the same way. I mean, it's deflected a little bit more, so we end up making like a 12-minute episode, right, because the start is longer, and we also have a song and dance, that takes place in the middle, but like the actual formula itself is still there. So what actually happens in this episode? Well, we end up having ourselves a disclaimer. This episode contains flashing lights, loud noises, and jump scares. Okay, but like, does it? Does it though? I didn't see one. I don't know about this, but I mean, like, all right, because I was kind of like, God damn, what's this show gonna do? But no, it doesn't really. We end up having the reminder that Tree is, we end up having a reminder scene that Tree, of that time that Tree died. So, okay, I guess, good, useful to know. And then we end up having something relatively confusing, is that apparently Scary PNG of a Shark is talking to Tomato, right? And Tomato's just kind of sitting there, yet again, back into not talking mode, right? However, they're the only one that can see them. Only Shark can see them, right? And they invite Bull over to be like, yo, Bull, can you see this? And they say, no, I cannot see this. And so then it ends up being a little bit of a mess. Like, what's going on? Like, what do you mean only I can see it? Now, unfortunately, we don't try the experiments that, of course, I would personally try. Being, of course, for example, if Tomato is, we don't come across it, right? Because, like, for example, like, what I would do in this type of situation is instantly just go like, hold on, can you stand here? Right, and just like point them to where it is, because if they can stand literally where Tomato is, because if there's nothing there, they shouldn't do that. Then something weird is 100% going on. Like, that is proof, definitive proof. They could stand literally through Tomato because there wouldn't be anything for them. Then that's definitive proof that Tomato's not there for them, right? Or of course, holding up an object. If Tomato's holding up an object, is this actually like visible to the other person? Is the object visible? If it's visible, where is it? Is it in the midair? Is it in the ground? What's going on, right? Now, we do actually see this happen. Like, Tomato holds on to a seed. They don't plant it, but they hold on to a seed, right? So then it's like, okay, well, what's going on this game? Well, we don't know. We don't know, because nobody ever actually points out, like, the seed in Tomato's hand. So we don't technically know. We end up having, for some reason, the seed is on the hospital. Not exactly sure why. I thought they died, and they would get recovered, but apparently no. They're happy to be away from, Chalky, but, either way, Chalky's back. Look, here's the deal. Chalky has just decided that instead of making the deal of I'll do whatever you want, like, apparently, according to how Chalky has interpreted that deal, it just means I get to torture you, Lamau, which means that, okay, cool. I mean, like, maybe not the funniest thing that you could have done, but like, alright then, alright. Just like, so much, oh, I want to keep annoying CD, like, okay, bro, like, what are we doing? Like, you were in the right, but like, now you're kind of in the wrong. Like, what are you doing? Like, come on. Like, what the fuck? But like, alright then. We keep it moving. Anyways, a challenge, by the way, ends up happening. The challenge is to grow a garden. Yes, like the video game. Yes, grow a garden. You get 30 minutes to grow a garden. Now, of course, the time to actually grow plants is for some reason very fast now, because because it is, I guess, I don't know. And we end up having some fellas go over here. The Shark and the other fellas end up getting the tomatoes, and they end up going over. I think Shark, right, ends up singing a little song. Okay, now the song that they sing is the Crafting Our Friendship. Yeah, you know that song? Yeah, the Crafting Our Friendship song, and yeah, it's like planting our friendship, but yeah. Will I sing it? No, I think you got too much out of me singing. You can go check out my 50 songs in one take video. I sing it pretty early on, so it's a pretty decent cover, right? Because it's actually a hard song to sing, by the way. Crafting Our Friendship is not easy, but like the way that it's structured, like you gotta remember a lot of finer details about the way that it's written. But yeah, as I said with the Karma Waves, I personally think that if you're just kind of covering something like this, that's very obviously, or like a BFDI cover, like an II cover, you don't need to do the entire song, right? If you're covering one of the most popular shows and audio shows, everybody knows what you're doing, like, immediately, so you don't need to spend the entire, like, you don't need to do 3 choruses, right? Like, I get it. Like, even the show doesn't have the entire, like, even BFDI doesn't play an entire version of the song, bro. Like, what do we do? But either way, we end up having, of course, again, the whole song and dance. It does very similar to, like, it does very similar things to the one from to the one they did for Karma Waits, in the sense where, like, you roughly see the progressions of the challenge alongside the backlog stuff added onto it, so you can see a rough progression. It's a higher tier, I would say, than the Karma Waits one, entirely because it is a cover, right? The Karma Waits one, we literally just ripped the song and put it there, right? But in this case, we at least have somebody singing. Now, the singing quality, I mean, I want to call it not the best, but at the same time, who the fuck am I to talk? So, like, I'm not gonna necessarily do it. I don't know why I'm swearing. It's because I watch AUSA. I'm swearing, like, a lot, by the way. I'm sorry. It's definitely because I watch AUSA. Characters in AUSA swear, like, a billion times. I feel it's like, for today, look, the mindset is there, okay? I'm sorry. But either way, we end up having the carrot proceed to do their garden. Now they end up going over to Beans to try to get some seed. Be like, yo, can you help me out on this one? And they go, no, I'm not gonna help you out. Like, okay, then I'll just take these, because yeah. Now I'm not okay. I do gotta be honest here. This fella, right, or friendo here, might just be like the most boring character I have ever seen. Carrot is so unequivocally, unimaginably, unrequitably lame. Like, this guy just like he just solves the challenges. He just walks over, takes the thing they want, entirely unchallenged because he's that good, and then that's it. GG, and then he wins. Right, he takes the money. Here he just takes the seat. Like, there's no chat. Like, you can't take things away from him. He was just gonna take anyway. He's too good. Okay, he just takes the tree. That whatever. It's like, okay, all right, fine. Like, the only challenge he was remotely maybe could have been contested was the challenge in the laser tag, and even then he doesn't. Right, like, he just shoots at people. Okay, bye. He just wins. Like, this guy's like, he's OP. Like, there's nothing cool about this guy. Like, what the hell is Karen doing? Like, okay, alright, I mean, you're just gonna keep stealing and then you win, right? And it's like, okay. Which is unfortunate because, like, there's a, like, for as much as, I criticize the solo playstyle can obviously lead you to needing to play interesting strategies. I mean, like, when Teardrop was solo in Teapot, that was interesting because Teapot is a very interesting character from a, like, metaphysical level, which means that, like, you can have Teardrop do challenges in a variety of ways. So even though you have a character that's solo and therefore that's technically less interesting, that character by themselves is one of the most interesting, right? We said we even care who's kind of just boring. And we've given this bro a solo team. So just like, okay, alright then. So I do gotta admit, he proceeds to, he does do a funny gag which goes, And then he just kind of dies. It's because he wants to be a part of the garden. Then the 30 minutes have passed, and then we proceed to review the gardens. By the way, what aspect ratio is this? I feel like a widescreen is not the aspect ratio that it is, but it's not 4:3. It's something. it's something in between those two numbers. I don't even know how to describe the aspect ratio of this. It's like a... It is something. But yeah, also microphone shows up. Hi, microphone. And yeah, we end up eventually having a tie between the Baggies team, which was entirely just made by Beans. Beans just gardened everything. The other fellas on the team are a little bit of a disaster. And Carib will have to decide to tie. Obviously, he puts the team up for elimination because Beans didn't help him out, which is an unfortunate scenario, right? But yeah, he puts that team up for elimination. CD will yet again, just vote with Chalky because there's nothing that they could really do about it. And in this case, the blue said I'll vote CD off because he died. Now, we end up having 1 vote for CD and 3 votes for blue. Now, this doesn't really make a lot of sense now. Like, wait, what? Hold on. Wait a second. 3 votes for blue. Wait, because if it's 3 votes for blue, either blue self-voted, which is why you said you would vote CD and there's a vote for CD. Or if Beans would vote blue, which is like, why? Hold on, wasn't blue like your crush thing? So it's like, or at least like, even if it's not your crush anymore, it's like, wait, this is still a better, you were still hanging out with blue, like at the start of the episode when they were in Hospital, and you weren't really a big fan of Chalky either. So it's like, wait, it's like you were feeling bad for CD, but you don't vote Chalky, like you and blue don't vote Chalky, but is that you're voting CD because he died? What do you mean? Y'all literally agreed that it was your fault. Like, what? You agreed that it was your fault that CD was dying in the last time, right? And they said we should have done better. You know what I mean? You should have, like, what? I would understand it. Maybe one of the votes did CD and the other one voted Chalky, and then blue still gets out. Like, I get it. But how did blue get 3 votes? What is the logic behind this? Okay, I mean, that doesn't, does that make sense? No, I cannot find the logic here. Hold on, wait. Why would blue vote for, why would Beans vote for blue? Why would he do that? Why would they do it? Why would Beans do that? I have no idea. Like, there's no reason. There's I refuse to believe it. Did I miss something? I mean, they were upset that they were the only one that did the challenge. Are they turning on blue because blue could have helped but did it? Is that the idea? That's the only logic that I can play to it. Is that blue was hella upset that they were the only one who did the challenge, right? And they were like, God, I swear to God, if I get eliminated. So it's like, okay, got it. But at the same time, it's like, wait, like, hot. Huh? I don't know. I don't know if I'm too convinced by the logic. It's like, so you were turned on blue, that was your hella friend and hella crush for 5 episodes, entirely because they didn't help you garden when they could have gardened, and you still got an 8 out of 10 by gardening on your own because you're doing the gardening perfectly fine, even though like half of your materials also got stolen by a fucking carrot. Oh yeah. So it's like all these things, and you're turning on blue. I don't know. I don't know about this one. We end up having the credit scenes actually the credits like music is actually replaced, by the way, fun fact. And then we end up having the post credit scene be like the Ice Cube look at the tomato and being a little bit confused, which is interesting. So yeah, all right, all right then, I guess. And yeah, okay. That is the episode 5. Well, that is episode 5. I mean, there's a couple of decisions that I'm not necessarily... I mean, again, I feel like this show is definitely one ploy to making a solid amount of logical fallacies. I do gotta admit, this makes a solid amount of logical fallacies. But all right then, cool. The things were made like the actual like logical, I guess, like components, no, sorry, but like the outer components, like the gags and stuff, they're still how they are. Like I said, like I have already pointed them out in a little bit because they've kind of roughly remained the same, but like it's it's there for it's there. It's in the same level. Like overall, it's enjoyable show. It just has a ploy to not make a lot of sense. All right, let's go to episode 6, which is entitled "Just an Alliance." It's also the last episode I'll watch. Let's go. Alright, that is episode 6 of Battle for Bagel again. So, before we actually talk about this episode, there's a couple of relevant things to discuss, okay? And the first one that I would like to point out is the disclaimer that I give to certain catch-up segments, okay? When I'm riled up, which has definitely happened in the past couple of episodes of segments here, right? I've been sort of quote-unquote riled up about logical fallacies in the joke show, right? It's like, one must understand, it is a severe over-exaggeration, right? Because what tends to happen, weirdly, naturally for me, is that when a show is jokey, but it has details that to me don't make a lot of sense, I sort of hit it with the jokey thing of being overtly pointing it out when it's not really that relevant, right? Because actually pointing out jokes in the joke show isn't actually a super relevant review process, because at the end of the day, pieces of humor are different. I think it's nearly impossible to seriously judge a joke, right? It doesn't work, right? So I tend to entirely dodge that. You know, I'll say things I find funny or not funny, but like on average, I won't like discuss whether I think it's good or bad. In that aspect, right? But like logical fallacies, pointed out from time to time, right? Especially because like I do believe the things that I say. It's just I don't believe them to that degree of loudness, but I do want to point it out because sometimes it can happen where that gets heard and it goes like, oh no, bro doesn't like the show. It's like, no, don't get it. Like, I like the show. I enjoy watching it. Like, if I didn't enjoy watching it that much, I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't play up the energy, like I enjoy it. It's funny. But like I'm doing it on purpose. Okay, you gotta understand. It's a thing that happens. All right. And we're probably gonna go back to that mode here in the cover of this episode. But like we're gonna. I need to point this out as a little bit of a detail, okay? I hope we don't take it too for real in the same way that we're not supposed to take the show too for real, okay? Again, remember, my opinion is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. I'm just a guy that doesn't know anything. I always like to point this out, and I point it out for this show, especially because it feels like it's happened a lot. It's a very textbook example of exactly that type of behavior. So we're gonna... So I want to take like a little pause here to actually like say that properly in a proper way, okay? Hopefully we understand. All right. A second thing that I want to point out is that I won't be covering the technical sequence because I know that there are more episodes than this, and you can already see from the timestamps that I don't do so. But like, there's more episodes than this in comic style. Overdrive has released, I think, has 2 volumes out, and there's a 3rd one on the way. I think they're roughly the equivalent of 1 episode's worth, right, each. So I won't be covering those entirely because I've never done so. There's no real way for me to do so, I personally currently believe. I am sort of leaving it to a future, like right now I'm not exactly sure what I want to do with comics in the audio system. I would want to eventually at some point incorporate other types of like audio media into my channel in a different way, but I feel like with comics it wouldn't be in a catch-up system because the catch-up system doesn't really make sense because you can't discuss majority of production details. You can just see how it looks and like the storyline, but like there's way less to discuss, which is why I directly choose to not cover comic content when actually doing so. So I'm not gonna take a look at the comments on it. Maybe one day I'll do something, like just kind of spitball and random idea. One day, like there was a project for like voice acting, the object show comics, like maybe I could get together with some people and do that. Like that could be interesting, could be fun. Like live dubbers, that type of stuff, like that. That's the type of concept that I try to leave the media for, right? So that's why I'm currently not looking at comic, because maybe I'll do something with comics as a whole in the future, and therefore it will be a fit for that. Okay, all right. Let's do a little bit of a reboot. Okay, now that we've mentioned a couple of more serious things that I actually wanted to talk about here for a second, and we're gonna we'll reboot Windows, and then we're gonna talk about Battle for Bagel again 6. Okay. Alright, it's Battle for Bagel again 6, and we've had a severe animation upside here for sure. The amount of actual expressiveness that the characters have, as well as, of course, the actual smoothing of movement, the characters move in a more proper way, even between pose to pose, is actually very good. It's very solid, and the show has properly embraced itself as to actual widescreen, which it didn't do before, and of course, this frees a lot, and you can see that it goes right back to the guys that it was doing here. Its timing, guys, you can see it a little bit more clearly now that this new animation makes it lose a little bit of its shitposty status. I mean, it still does a lot of random-ass gags in the other way, but it doesn't just look shitposty by nature. It has to act shitposty now, which gives it a couple of interesting details. But in terms of how it looks very nice. It looks very nice. The writing is back to being roughly the way that it actually is here. Now, in terms of the formula, we technically don't, we kind of follow the formula, not really, because the episode doesn't really end properly, right? So, we would follow the formula, but we don't really, because the main difference is that our host dies, because the host has decided to, because the new host is Carrot. Carrot basically has kept some of Orb's powers, because Orb gave Carrot some of the powers in the last episode to, of course, do the tiebreaker. This makes sense. Now, Carrot proceeds to use this to just kind of do murder. So, I'm not like Carrot is, exactly my least favorite type of host. I'm not gonna lie, right? In the same way that, Carrot is just a double whammy. Uninteresting when not powerful, hella unlikable when powerful. I hella don't like this, bro, because it's just that dismissive host. I really, really don't like dismissive hosts, right? Hosts that just purely dismiss. You can't say anything to Carrot. Carrot will disregard what you say, right? You can't contest Carrot on anything, that you can't play along, right? It's imagine, a conversation is a game of tennis, right? But when you're trying to do any type of interaction with Carrot, it's like playing the game of tennis, and then Carrot fucking bulldozes the tennis ball, right? Because they were just gonna shut down all levels of communication, which is unfortunate, because that shuts down gags. The only gag that is possible is person says thing, Carrot ignores or toss over them, and that's funny, right? It's just personally not a thing that I'm a big fan of, and there's even very popular shows that do this. Personally, the early BFB4 is not a character that I enjoy, because early BFB4 is exactly that, an extremely dismissive host, just screeches at people, right? The entire time, and it breaks down communications and possibilities for gags, because we have to do the same gag over and over, because of the way the character acts is directly to shut down all attempts at communication by just doing that, which makes you unlikable and then removes the possibilities for fun and creative writing. That's the same thing that happens here with Carrot, which is unfortunate. But oh well, you gotta do what you gotta do. In the meantime, some characters have also had certain types of personality swaps, CD has definitely changed, because, CD seems to be way more accepting of the role here, right? Because, you could kind of see that CD somewhat accepting before, but, CD was definitively, playing up to whatever bro said as a boss thing, as a co-worker boss, but like instead, like in this episode, they seem way more willing to just play the role outside of it, even when they don't necessarily have to just be all content with life when when Chalky's not around, right? Chalky's also for significantly more mean. They've like swapped in a way. It's really weird. Like Chalky has in a way inherited CD's original traits in this episode, which is kind of interesting. Tyler the Creator is way more prevalent in this episode, which is interesting. I like actually how the Tyler the Creator acts in this episode quite a bit. I think it's rather funny. I like the gag of everybody saying that they don't like the fella for some reason, and then they're like, yeah, what about you, Tyler? What do you say about this? And he goes like, hi. I like that guy. That's a good gag. That's a good gag. But anyway, we end up going to a hotel. They go randomly formed, and the challenge is decorate the room however you want. You get 30 minutes to do so, as usual. And the teams proceed to do that. They'll get ranked. So there they go. In the meantime, Beans is upset about Chalky because they think that there's something going on with CD, because for some reason CD is still in the game, even though you definitely voted blue last time because there were 3 votes for blue. So something happened. So you were doing so like this doesn't even really make sense, because hold on, it's your fault. Why is CD still in? Well, CD's still in because you voted blue, bro. See, if you voted CD like blue did, it would have been a tie. And you might have been out, you know, like CD might have been out. You are actively the contributing factor to do that, you know. But I guess there's a little bit of an addendum. I do like to say that I will also take this moment to quickly also challenge the argument of what is is it correct to judge a logical fallacy in a joke show? That's actually an interesting debate. Is it fair to do so? In my opinion, yes, because regardless of how jokey or how random the environment is, right, every show at the end of the day has rules. It follows its own rules. It follows its own procedures, right? Like, if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense often, right? And in this case, voting at the end of the day makes a reasonable amount of sense, right? Like, what the character went for in terms of, them saying in the booth doesn't necessarily mean what to vote for, but, like, if a character's actions directly don't make sense, right? Like, for example, the fact that, you know, Beans would have maybe randomly voted blue, right? And by the way, again, I know blue could have voted blue, but both of these cause the same problem, right? Both of these lead to the same conclusion, which that's not a decision that makes sense, right? And it's like, in both of these situations where they're not a decision that makes sense, it's like, okay, I think that's still reasonable to call out, because it doesn't make sense within the show's logic. Like, regardless of the fact that random stuff happens in the show, that's not one of them. And like, okay, even if it is one of them, why? It's not funny for randomly go like, haha, blue got out for no reason, right? Like, that's not a get 'em tiger. Like, that's not how it works, right? So like, there's a little bit of a general kind of confusion here that's actually kind of happening. So that's somewhat interesting. But again, yeah. In the meantime, we have Tomato. By the way, I completely forgot about this. This is completely my bad. This was a scene in one of the episodes. I completely forgot to actually mention it. But yeah, Tomato is seemingly like stuck inside her own mind. There's something actually going on within their mind that's not allowing them to move. This is actually, I just completely forgot about this. This is my bad on whatever episode I covered it. And they seem to be stuck in there. They have like an Australian accent now. And they're off trying to be like, hey, okay, I can't do the voice. I want to get out of here. I don't know how to do it. And they end up being very sad. And this little fella, which I don't know what this is just like they look like they have roughly a humanoid shape. Yeah, they apparently can help our fella get out, which, yay! So apparently Tomato will follow them, and that does happen, and then that's where it ends. So we don't get to find out anything, or you do get to find out if you read the comic. Maybe take this as an opportunity to shush, go do that, shush. You know, not like you know, if you haven't watched Carmen, if you haven't read Overdrive yet, shush, go do that. What is this sound? But yeah, in the meantime, some fellas end up having to try to apparently, and in the meantime, the Tyler team ends up deciding that no, they just want to try to take down Carrot. That's their plan that they're gonna do because they took away Ice Cube's arms because they wanted to do that. In the meantime, Bean gets some things, gets upset at Chalky for doing that. Chalky yet again tells him to shut up a million times because that's entertaining characters in media. And they proceeded to have a delivery. They get the delivery. And then they're presumably going to decorate it. We have the gag with the crafting her friendship again, except it's not quite as high level, so that's fine. In the meantime, the other team is about to launch their attack, but Kara goes like, hey, how about you don't do that? And proceeds to immediately use their powers to, proceed to, send them all back and then do a murder on Tyler. And then the other fellas tries to activate Funk mode and see if that works. That doesn't work. And then there we go. The episode just kind of cuts off there, mostly at random. And yeah, that's roughly what's the line. But you see what I mean? Like, that plan but we don't even get to see the start of the fruition of the plan, because, like, Carrot from afar hears it with their super hearing and proceeds to go, like, no, and then just murders them all. It's like, okay, cool. Like, alright. Okay, it would have been more fun if it happened. You know what I mean? Like you see, it would have been more fun if they got to do the plan than if then they're just getting shut down immediately. Like, I get, you see what I mean? It's like this type of host is anti-fun. This is the anti-fun host. You know, it's like but yeah, anyway, should I talk more to get this episode to go to over 6 hours? I think I should, because it'd be funny. So, either way, let's, I'm still gonna talk purposeful stuff. Battle for Bagel, again, what do I actually think about it for Bagel again? I think that it's pretty alright. It definitely built a formula. It wanted to be like, okay, let's try to be something that makes sense, right? It's a show that definitely played itself, like, it constructed a formula for itself, whereas the first couple episodes were kind of random. One of them was Carnival Waste, one of them was a different thing, one of them was 1 minute, right? They were kind of random stuff. But here you could definitely see the way that there was definitely a way that episodes were written and there was a way that episodes were styled, right? It unfortunately didn't take itself seriously enough to keep that going, right? Like, it made itself a joke show, in my opinion, in a too meta way, right? Where, like, I think that having an episode that's completely pointless, like that episode 4, that low budget episode, like that, well, like, at the end of the day, that episode doesn't contribute to anything. that episode doesn't contribute to anything at all. That episode just exists, right? Like, it's just kind of supposed to, like, it just exists. It does, like, 3 gags, which, again, both don't make sense alongside each other, and then, like, that's about it, and they're all in the low poly style anyway, so you don't get to see them in their full fruition, right? So, like, that type of episode is the type of episode that I personally think is unfortunate, because I think that you could, like, that there is a foundation, like, that system, that formula for how an episode is structured can really be played upon, right? Like, you can evolve upon it and build, like, a proper set of relations, but still have a joke show around it, I don't know how to better describe it. The example that comes into my head is like BFPOR, right? Like BFPOR, the point about POR, it doesn't actually have a system, right? But it has that kind of foundation of, like, having a show that has jokes and has memes, like, directly in it, but, like, isn't necessarily too but, like, is still got a layer of professionalism around it. That's kind of what I think, right? That, like, if you're making a show that's written to have jokes, right? So therefore, that's, like, written to have jokes and is formulated to not just be a shitpost, structurally speaking, it should stick to that and then let the jokes do the talking. However, I think that there's a dissonance between having a show just be straight up a shitpost and having a show just kind of, and also having written gags. Like, this is kind of what I meant, where, like, the Battle for Bagel original had both, but it was fine because it was so short, right? But, like, and again, it didn't have the system, so it had a couple of gags, but it was mostly a shitpost, right? So you played it under that rule. The thing is that this flips the system, so it plays it mostly with written gags, and then it adds a shitpost onto it, right? And again, certain aspects of shitposts are totally fine, right? But, like, too much, and it ends up being having episodes where that ends up taking over, like episode 4, it kind of troubles the pack here. But in general, it's too difficult to say. As of current, I don't think that there's another episode of this show to be released, like, visually speaking, because I think about her Bagel Again 7 is just the comic. So yeah, for now, my adventure with Battle for Bagel is presumably done until I get this channel to, I guess have comics to read. I don't know, but like for now, that will be all that I necessarily have to say. In terms of did I enjoy it? Yes, I did. Again, I have to reiterate this. I think sometimes I enjoyed it. I liked it. It was funny. I don't mention it a lot when I find it funny because there's not a lot to say when I find it funny. It's just like haha. But it was funny. I enjoyed it. Okay, I liked it. Okay. All right, but we shouldn't have eliminated blue light. But I liked it. I liked it. Yeah. Again, thank you for the request. If you're watching this, I don't know if you are. I mean, you might, but if the creator is watching this, because of course it was a specialized request a couple of times with some lovely artwork attached to it and everything with beans on it, which I now know all about beans, and all the epic things Beans does, like vote against their crush in episode. I need to shut up. But it was. Oh my god, I am the worst. I'm insufferable. Yeah, if you're watching this, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was worth it. I hope it was worth the time making the art, because it was, I hope I had some fun time. I even sang a little song, right? Like that's good, right? Like I sang a little song that one time. I sang the intro, right? I did the intro rendition. Is that good? Are we good? Did you like it? Okay. Let's do an outro now, and let's close ourselves off. I just wanted to drop by a little message. So yeah, see you in the outro. Alright, that is all for this episode of Object Catchup. Now, you might have noticed the runtime of this video is quite long. Yeah, didn't calculate that one properly now, did I? 6-hour episode. Fucking hell, bro. I was definitely ready for this one to be 5 hours. And I was I was definitely ready for this one to be 5 hours. 6 hours was definitely not in my calculations here, but this one kind of just ended up going that I was gonna cover AUSA anyways, right? But then I also gave the promise. There's the background noise, by the way. You will be hearing it while I do this outro. Is that like beyond it? There's also definitely the promise that I made to cover Battle for Bagel again, because again I got asked to, so I was like, okay, I'll do AUSA and then I'll add this onto it, and then that's a video. The thing I didn't calculate is just how long both of those things are, which is relatively, AUSA is enormous and this is relatively long still, which ends up making for quite a complex situation here overall. I really need to go, so this outro can be very long, and I think this video is long enough that you get it. But again, take a look at the intro so that way our requests function again. All right, I hope, hopefully, my coverage today was definitely a little bit weird, so hopefully I didn't upset anything. All right, see you next time for an episode that's hopefully not 7 hours long, because I seem to be breaking records. All right, goodbye, bye.